demands. Something a little strange happened last night. Because a similar thing had happened a long time ago. I posted a video of some crazy, stupid shit I did on one of those smart city machines. Videos from like a couple of years ago, I think. And I wrote a little haiku, and then I did what I do, which was delete it first thing in the morning. But before I deleted it, I found that one of the lead programmers, developers at the company started following me on YouTube from her personal account. And this happened about a year or so ago when, that's probably longer than that, but I posted a photo of a smashed up kiosk in Times Square with yellow tape all over it. And soon as I posted that, she and one other person at the company started following me on Twitter. I think maybe even one other person. Okay, started from, if not the company, then their public relations firm or something like that. So I'm wondering who she is, if she's my turncoat, or because during the Softy summer of Softy thing, somebody at the company contacted New York One, and I don't know what they told them, but because I know it happened because they had a meeting at something like 1:30 where everybody involved in this so-called investigation did the genius thing and called the phone number that I was using and just handed me all of their phone numbers, which I could have really made their lives that much more, well, I don't want to say miserable, but I could have really done something with that. But then later in the day, after all those people made that call, somebody from New York One called into the number, and it was the reporter, and I don't know where she got the number, and I wonder if this person is a bit of a rebel, and if she actually thinks it's cool that I'm doing all this crazy shit, or maybe she's just lying in wait for me to make a mistake, or not that I have any mistakes to make. I think I've made them all right. I just heard that the city has banned all advertisements for alcohol on city property. That includes ads on those smart city kiosks, as well as payphones like the one I'm using now. And that can't be good news for NYC because that's where half their ads are for booze and the lottery. And I could do a more systematic analysis of that, but maybe I can't do it anymore since the ban was announced. It's like existing contracts will be allowed to play out until they're supposed to end, but I would think it would be in the best interest of the companies involved to say, okay, we'll stop running them immediately. I mean, that's a gesture of goodwill or recognition that it really is true. When you see alcohol, it makes you want to drink. But that's been true for me since forever. I see these red Bloody Mary ads for Kettle One, and it just tickles a certain part of my brain. It reminds me of the first time I saw a cow up close. It was in Tennessee, and the cow was behind a fence, and I got near enough to it that I could have petted it from the head if I wanted, but as I got closer, I remember this unexpected feeling that came over me. It was that my mouth watered, and I felt hungry, and I thought that the cow was smiling at me, and we were sharing some primal recognition from one animal to another that I'm going to be eating you someday. I also had that same pain type sensation the very first time I smelled beer. I don't remember how old I was. I was like maybe 10 or 12. I believe what they say, though. If you're an alcoholic, you will always be an alcoholic. It does not leave you. Whether you've gone years without drinking or not, it never leaves you.
Welcome to Verizon Wireless. The number you dialed has been changed, disconnected, or is no longer in service. If you feel you have reached this recording in error, please check the number and try your call again. Announcement to switch 4182-5.
I got into an argument last night with the bartender, and I've been having apathetic or ambivalent thoughts about going to this bar anymore anyway. So, at one point in my life, it was a very important part of my life, and most of the friends I have in Astoria revolved around that place, the whole social scene, and I practically lived there. It's just not like that anymore. Everybody minds their own business. The bartenders don't introduce you to other customers anymore. And I don't know, maybe it's just me. Maybe I just don't belong at bars anymore. What we got into, I never really even made my point about this, but the city banned advertising for alcohol on the NYC machines. And I just brought it up to suggest that that's pretty bad news for the NYC. Have their ads are for booze and lottery. But he just unloaded on me about how stupid it was to ban advertising that. Maybe he's a little sensitive about it because he's a bartender, but I told him, look, when I see an image of alcohol, when I see a cocktail or a can of beer, I want to drink. It makes me want to drink, period. And so he suggested that I'm vulnerable to advertising. I'm like, it's not advertising. Anything. Even the smell of beer when I was 10 years old made me want to drink, and I didn't know what it ever done. And then basically he just called me stupid. And I do a lot of things, that ain't one of them. The point I was trying to make, which never even made it through, was that it was bad news for the smart city if they were going to lose all that air revenue. But what really it turned into was a conflict over people's attitudes about being alcoholics. Some people brag about it. Some people, tell wolf stories about waking up in the emergency room with no memory of how they got there. I'm not one of those people. I'm not proud, or I'm not even happy with myself for being an alcoholic. And he didn't seem to believe me when I said that that's why my brain ignites when I see an ad with a beer can on it. He's just going after the assumption that you're stupid if that happens to you. And, well, yeah. And it also turned into a political thing, and I don't consider myself political, but, Jesus Christ. But, this car came really close to me. But I don't really have much respect for the politics of someone who doesn't vote, and he doesn't vote. And I could maybe imagine that he has an articulate, conscientious objector type rationale to defend the fact that he doesn't vote, but I don't think he does. I think he just thinks of himself as outside of, outside of the system, an outsider, an outcast, self-made outcast. But it was a little disruptive to be screamed at like that in front of the whole bar, and as I was getting up to leave, this woman sitting next to me turns and just stares at me as if I must have done something to deserve this. And I don't think I did. It's scary to see somebody with no real foundation for their point of view get worked up to the point of anger, and I could easily imagine physical violence. That's kind of what just reminded me of the incident in Philadelphia with my ex-girlfriend. She just unloaded on me and really humiliated me over something that just didn't matter. it didn't matter, I think, is what fueled her insecurity in me. And the anger was a symptom of that. So yesterday was going along just fine, and everything went to hell. And no need to go into the details. It's petty and boring, but the website I'm working on was appeared to have been annihilated. There was nothing I could do. I mean, it wasn't my doing, and I shouldn't be sitting on the call because I brought nothing to the discussion. And in fact, I'm distracted, but I think I got to stop being so eager to prove myself to these people, to myself for that matter. And I should just, I'm not getting paid enough to be so eager, to be so zealous as I've been. But I am grateful for the situation. It's something more. And I am setting this up with the future in mind, the future of me not being there. Just handing it off to somebody else and keeping things as simple as possible. Anyway, it's been like a beautiful day. And I've been waiting for social media to pick up the fact that the smart city kiosks are pretty stupid when it comes to the bus arrival time. And somebody finally picked it up yesterday. I'm surprised anybody in the world pays attention to those stupid things, but still. I felt like I had something more to say, but how often is that the case? Turned out I really was the hero. As bad as I felt after that last meeting, I was able to demonstrate, and I wasn't trying to prove myself. I was just demonstrating. I was able to demonstrate that I really did save the day. But I wouldn't call myself a hero because I just did what somebody in my position is supposed to do, which is maintain backups of the web content. But on that count, there was an element of luck because I wasn't consciously making a backup. I was making an export that I could port over to a staging server. But it's all the same. I mean, it was, I guess my being careful about things did pay off. But I guess I'm going to go ahead and lie about it a little and make it sound like, yeah, I did this because I'm thinking about the security of the site, or the integrity of the site. If I hadn't done this, a lot of that content would have just been gone. I haven't had a job like this in a while, and it's a bit of an adjustment, especially since I don't know who I'm dealing with on the other end, except for the one guy. I've spent a good amount of time just cleaning up after people's mistakes, but I guess that's how techies stay employed, right? And other people. I mean, I shouldn't say it like that. I mean, that's how car mechanics stay in business. The kind of things that keep up or mistakes people make, or, I don't know. But I did set the record straight. And I did it without, I was careful not to embarrass anybody. And I was also careful not to point the finger at myself as, hey, guys, I saved your ass here. I did. I wouldn't say it like that. Maybe I should, because otherwise people are just going to think that, well, there's a difference between me and other techies. Other techies will take any opportunity to lecture and preach and just be very grandiloquent about things, while I aim to be succinct and not bother people with the details of shitty code under the hood. I'm at the corner of Greenwich and Jane, and I crack myself up sometimes. I really do. I was at Penn Station to grab some recordings of Nadine Simmons, who's become my favorite sub-high performer of the moment. She really has a sweet voice, and it carries well through that sort of habit trail type space. I was hearing her all through those in-between corridors that no one else seems to inhabit, besides me. But in addition to that, I called that U-Law number, which is the phone diagnostic thing, which you connect to for a nickel from subway payphones mostly. And the U-Law thing includes a conference call bridge, and I connected I connected 4 phones with somebody already on one of them up. So I need a partner in crime with this stuff to see what you could really do with that kind of a 100% anonymous conference call capability, all for a nickel. But they're still connected. I took a train from Penn Station to 14th Street, where there's another phone that is capable of connecting to this conference bridge, and reported that 2 of the 3 calls that I connected earlier were still connected, and the one I called in that time was the 4th. So, what to do with that? I don't know, because it didn't seem like I could hear anything that was happening on the other end. But those, of course, are not acoustically sensitive or dynamic instruments, those handsets. Anyway, good to get some quality meetings, and someday I'll reach out to her, maybe. Although I prefer to remain invisible. I'm calling from Washington Street at Battery Place at the Merchant Marine Veterans Place. And this very well may be a spot that I've never stood on before. And it's almost certainly, well, I don't know. Hard to say, but to my right is the shoebox. So that's all the World Trade Center building. And I didn't originate that expression. It was Banksy. I concur. It's just kind of nothing, except that if you stand in front of it, I swear there was a shout out to the old Twin Towers. I swear I saw that pattern of the white. I can't think of how to describe it now. Maybe it's almost like a cobweb, or where you have the alternating windows of the dark area with the white frames around them. And it would be amazing if something like that, a little inspiration like that got all the way through the acrimonious statistic match that was the public input. So I was just outside the Standard Hotel by the High Line, and they have a phone booth out front. I thought it was just there as a short-term gimmick when they set it up a couple of years ago, but it's still there. And I learned that they put these phone booths at all their hotels around the country, and it's rigged so that you pick it up and it automatically dials New York State government or Congress or something, and you press 1 to leave a message for your senator, 2 to leave a message for your congressman. And I didn't do that because I don't really have a particular grievance on my mind, and doing it in that format felt a little bit like something a high schooler would do. So I didn't do it. Even if I did have a grievance, I don't think I would follow through with it. But, so I'm moving on. I'm going to go and check the stamp out again. Getting lost and wandering around can be fun until it gets really tedious and boring. So what just happened? I thought I was going west, and I thought I was going east and I was going west, and I kept going the wrong way. And I went around a big, huge circle, almost did the same thing twice. But I'm on my way now. It's fine. I'm at Bowling Green, where there are 4 payphones out in front of the Museum of the No prey, though. Those outside the museum were exactly the kind you might have still had prey on, but she didn't get disease. Or that I read it, right? We went down to the ferry terminal and then probably got back up to the train station. I don't know. Maybe I'll hit the oyster bar saloon. I haven't been there in a long time. Although I don't really like midtown bars. I don't like the beer in midtown bars. It's like any town beer. It's probably still too early to drink it, but I have a short time for this. It's probably about 3:15, maybe 3:30. Yeah, this matters, right? 6th Avenue and 24th Street. I guess it's been 2 weeks now. I was thinking it had only been 1 week, but I guess it's been 2 weeks since the dude went apeshit on the smart city machines. Smashed them all up, smashed a bunch of them up with a brick. So, as far as I can tell, they cleaned up almost all of it, but the only remnant I've seen so far was the one at 6th Avenue and 23rd. And the remnant of that is that they put a big sheet of, I don't know what, some kind of paper or some kind of fabric, I don't know what, but a big sheet of white something to cover it up. I guess that one was maybe too badly damaged, I don't know. I don't remember which one got hit the worst. But 2 weeks isn't a bad turnaround for fixing that shit. They're good than that. They are generally pretty on the ball about fixing similar situations that have been Payphone, where somebody bashes the plexiglass panel or something like that. But as far as the advertising stuff goes, they're pretty quick on the fix. But with the phones themselves, they'll stay out of whack for months. I ended up here kind of entirely by accident. Actually, I wasn't even thinking about checking in on the status of the game, but I figured, hey, why not? So, good for that, Mike.
The number 402-376-9904 has been disconnected. The number 402-376-9904 has been disconnected. No further information is available about this number.
On 29th Street, and as I should have expected, I spoke too soon. I did find one remaining relic of the carnage. A couple blocks down from here still has the big X's on both sides, both the screens. So, still, it's not fast, but like I said, they're quick on the draw to fix the ad stuff, but the tablet devices and the telephone and all that shit, that stuff can be out of service for months. I guess that's just the way the world works. Also meant to add that I proposed writing a story for Gothamist about some of this stuff. Something I probably could have done a long time ago. I don't know what they pay, if anything, but I'd get better reach for some of the stuff that I want to get better reach for. The way it works now is if I post something is bugged out on all these machines, they read about it at intersection and they do something about it. But they don't say anything. They don't admit that they get their information from me. And it's just like it's just one example after another where it just seems obvious that these guys don't have any idea what they're doing or what these machines are doing. And it's just running on this happy autopilot that it's spitting out shit that makes absolutely no sense. So I am taking the bus bullshit again today. I haven't been able to get any good shots at it, but it doesn't matter anymore. I have enough to prove that this has been going on for long enough that somebody should have known and dealt with the situation, but they don't do that. I'm going to the eye doctor for the 6-month checkup on the floater that is clogging my vision and probably will clog my vision for the rest of my life. And they're going to dilate me, which is going to be extra annoying because it's bright and sunny today. it sucks that people got far worse problems. So I haven't really complained about it much, but I was just talking to a friend about it, and I remembered that I am actually pretty upset about it. But I just don't let it bother me on a day-to-day basis. I don't think I'm ever going to be able to drive a car. Certainly not at night. I guess I could give that a try someday, but we'll see. It does rule out a lot of lines of work if I'm unable to drive. But so anyway, I pitched the story to Gothamist, and I wasn't expecting an immediate response or anything, but they have viewed it. Somebody there has viewed it a few times, and so far nothing. And if that's how it stays, then I'm just going to have to forget about Gothamist as a friend. But I don't know. I mean, I'm ready to do that anyway because I was never a fan of the site to begin with. But I don't know who else might possibly pay me to write about shit like this, about the smart city machines and how bad they are. I have looked at other smart city focused sites, but they're all very business-like, and they don't really care if these machines work either. They're just happy that they're there so they can write about it and pass along the propaganda about how lives are being changed on account of these stupid things. This remains to be, as you've seen, it remains to be fully played out. But it sounds like my instincts are all along have been accurate. Seems like I have fans within the smart city. And I might be connecting with at least one person at the company behind it, those kiosks, who I've actually seen her on. She's crossed my radar before. She started following me once on Twitter after I posted a photo of busted a kiosk in Times Square. And she used to work for a friend of mine at another company, and I guess they crossed paths recently. And he mentioned that he knows me, and that she said that she wants me to go talk to their engineers or something. And I said, look, I'm happy to connect. I just told them that this is, a little fishing trip, as they say. I don't know. Things that I've made it clear I'm not giving up my secrets for how I make those screens. I have a lot more tricks than they probably had. And it's too beautiful. I just give it up. And who knows, maybe if we meet clandestinely, maybe it'll be the kind of thing where they give me secrets. So, I don't know. Could be entirely anticlimactic, or this could be the beginning of something very interesting. So I'm inching a little closer toward knowing what they really think of me behind the corporate protocol that prevents us from acknowledging each other's existence. Maybe I am, maybe I'm not. It's an interesting scenario. And it came up pretty much at random. I mean, pretty much organically. I contacted a friend about something that's unrelated to any of that. And he said, oh, by the way, I met somebody who used to work for me, now works at the Smart City Kiosk Company. And he said, by his interpretation, she was pretty giddy to know about this connection, and she said that she wanted me to come talk to their developers. To which I said, well, I'm happy to talk, I'm happy to connect, but there's no way I'm telling you all my secrets. So, I guess I don't know if he passed that sentiment along, but he said that, and again, this is his interpretation of the same thing he said, but he's a reliable guy, so I'm not questioning it. Still, it's possible that stuff got lost in translation, but he says that they talk about me like I'm a folk hero at that company, and a lot of money coming in from sleazy sources too. So today I just lost text, ran out of patience today. With this job that I have now, we do these daily conference calls over the Google Hangouts, and the call quality is so fucking irritating. I just wince every time somebody will start talking, and then they'll just be gone for a minute. They don't know that they're gone for a minute. And so they chime back in, like, you got that? And everybody's like, we couldn't hear anything you just said for a full minute. So today the irony of it was that we kicked out of that and went over to my favorite ever, the freeconferencecall.com service. And that's one of the primary resources I use for my summer of softing. And all I can do is laugh. I didn't say anything except if it comes up again, I'll explain why T-Mobile charges 1 cent a minute to connect to those things. But, I don't think anybody in this group really cares why, just so long as it's free. But just because it's free doesn't mean you're not. Well, I don't know if or when I'm going to hear from that person at the company. Maybe she changed her mind, decided that it would be too weird to make direct contact with somebody, because it would be outside of the corporate protocol. Or maybe she's just waiting for the weekend. I don't know. I wrote a piece about how fucked up the multiple times people were on those machines. And I don't know if it was indirect response or if it happened before. Because I think what might have happened is I alerted one of those New York News websites. I asked them if they wanted to publish it themselves and obviously pay me for it. But they ignored me until they read the story. And what I think happened next was they contacted Intersection and asked them what the fuck. Is this for real? Or something. And Intersection, I think, actually removed those arrival screens altogether for a day. Because I stood by one for about a half hour and never saw one of those screens. I don't know about that over a half hour, but I stood there for as long as I should have to be able to expect to be able to see one of those things. And now it's back as of, I think, yesterday, and it works the way it's supposed to. Just to say that it's any more useful than it was before. And it got a couple of page views from Intersection that there's somebody who uses a Hurricane Electric VPN. I don't know who that is, but that's usually the first person to see any of this stuff, and I think they pass it on to people at Intersection or something. I don't know. But they did read it. And somehow it got through to them that this one was blasting out bad shit for almost 2 weeks. And nobody seemed to know. Yeah, my life is really interesting. So I think I had a good day on the job today. At least it seems like it. I spent as little time as possible looking at some of these materials that I had to sort through, which included graphic video of some police officers who found a prisoner in their custody and hanged himself. And, the video doesn't show the hanging itself. It shows the discovery and the immediate aftermath that they're trying to resuscitate him. It's pretty gross, but that's the world we live in, right? I mean, at first I was depressed enough just watching everyday surveillance footage of prison life. These dudes just sit in one place all day, or they walk around in circles. There's nothing to do except play checkers. There's the TV, I think, but all this stuff, it's just rooms and compartments where different, all these containers, I guess, buildings and structures and their designated purposes and the activities that take place within those walls is so vastly different from one space to the next. I could be living next door to somebody whose life is a prison. A funny thing just happened. There's a phone I use frequently on 36th Avenue. And until now, I can't remember the last time I saw anybody else using that particular one. But I don't go by it that often because when I do, I don't want to use it. But anyway, I just saw a dude talking on it. Just jabbing away. Yeah. Hate to say this, but he looked like what most people probably think of as a Payphone user. Poor and disheveled. Maybe not altogether there. But yeah, I can't remember last time I saw anybody using that one. I'm headed up to Long Island, or out to Long Island, in search of a phone booth that I've seen on social media for years and years, but only recently did anybody pinpoint its location. And it's a beauty, but I'm not going out there just to see the booth. Nobody in any of those social media posts has mentioned if the phone works. It's possible that it does, because I think the company that owns the phone is still in business, so it's Halloween. So, yeah. So I'm heading out to, I was considering walking out there. It's about 13 and a half miles. I was going to walk there and then get a train back, or maybe do vice versa, but that's a little too far. 26 miles round trip, but if I did it both ways, but I wouldn't do it both ways. So I was thinking of getting an LIRR from Bayside. Anyway, long story short, I'm going to take the LIRR from Woodside Station. I'm going to walk that far and get a round trip on the Port Washington line. I haven't been on a LIRR in I don't even know how many years. I always have these melancholy memories of the job I had out there where I reverse commuted on an almost always empty train 5 days a week to a job that really was just not something I should have ever been in the first place. And then the melancholy sort of extends to the fact that the woman I worked for died some years ago, and I had what later became repugnant to me moment of Schadenfreude, where in one moment a dude told that she was the best friend she ever had in New York, and I was ready to gloat, tell her, send my regards to her now that I'm your boss. But then he told me that she had died, and I felt gross. It's a rain day, and it's not like absolutely torrential, but it's raining. But I'm out here anyway. I like to have a sense of place, a single spot that I can stand at and report to, and maybe have something to say, maybe not. I spotted a payphone that almost made my mouth water in terms of how much I want to get to it. I want to access it. It's an old rotary dial, and it's got the number on it, and it's got scratched all over it. It says "Worship God." I think those words are. I think it's written twice on it. And I was getting ready for a little quick trip to Williamsburg, Virginia, because that's where it's located. But I mistakenly thought that Williamsburg was Alexandria, and that it was a couple hours away or something. I could do a day trip, make a day trip of it, but I obviously got the two cities mixed up. They're historic cities at the same vintage, so I don't feel too stupid for that, but for that little slip. But Williamsburg, Virginia is about 8.5 hour Amtrak ride, and I didn't bother looking into other ways of getting there at this point because it's not something I'm going to be able to do quickly. I'll have to stay the night and come up with something else to do there. It's an interesting looking phone. I thought this was when I saw it said Williamsburg, I was like hoping to God it was Williamsburg, Brooklyn, but no such luck. I would have heard about that phone by now if it was in New York. It's in a McDonald's of all places, but I looked up that location, and I don't go to McDonald's, so I don't know if it's common, but there's a very retro theme to the whole place. I guess maybe that's in keeping with the historic nature of Williamsburg, or maybe it's just something else, but they have like a big 57 Chevy, I think, or a 1950s era car in the middle of the place, and an old jukebox and all that kind of crap. So they also get the phone booth with the rotary dial Payphone. But I'm not so inspired by that as by getting a hold of the worship god Scratchy, because I've come to the conclusion, I think, that it's not all the same person. I think it was, but then that raises the intriguing possibility that it was a group of people who were in on this and who knew that they were like a little, I don't want to call it cult, but, well, if it's more than one person, that makes the story even more interesting, perhaps. I don't know.
Your call cannot be completed as dialed. Please check the number and dial again. 024T.
So this job I'm doing has me listening to phone calls between a detainee and his mother, and between him and his sister. And it's taken me a while to realize that it's making me nauseous listening to this stuff. Trying to dissect it because he kills himself the day after, maybe the day of, and he sounds like nothing, you know? He sounds like he has nothing and nowhere, but he's going along with his mother, leading him in prayer, even though he can't seem to understand what she's saying half the time. And his sister is, like, helpful and everything, but she sounds a little impatient with him. And I don't know. And I saw some autopsy photos that I probably shouldn't have looked at, but I didn't know what they were until I opened them. And I just feel like it's not like I feel like bad about dissecting this or researching it. It's him. Like, it's that sound of beyond resignation, the sound of utter defeat, utter loss. So, and I felt that sometimes, but I know this stuff happens in the world. I know not everybody is happy. I just don't usually have to spend time studying it like this, but it really was making me want to throw up, though. Something kind of funny just happened. Maybe not funny, but I was walking toward the subway, not intending to ride the subway, just in that direction. And this kind of shiesty looking dude up ahead of me is exhibiting all the kind of body language that makes me think he's thinking of doing something malevolent. He's like he's pretty jumpy, and he's like turning around, looking behind himself, looking every which way. And he's also wearing a hoodie, but I don't really consider hoodies to be a stereotype of anything, except it hides his face and it makes it seem like that's kind of the icing on the cake. It's not, it doesn't start with the hoodie, it starts with the body language. And so I don't know where he went exactly, or if he looked like he was going up to the subway, but then a minute later I see somebody who very much resembles that individual person. I mean, I didn't get a close look at him, but I see another dude who resembles that individual approaching me from the left, and he's got that same jumpy, sort of nervous look about it that suggests maybe he's considering doing something stupid, like even if it's in the middle of the day, but that's not going to stop anybody. So I'm sort of not really nervous about it exactly, but I'm just thinking about it, and then I keep walking, and then somebody else comes up from behind me, and he's like, "Your bag is flap is wide open." He scared the shit out of me. I was, I guess, a little on edge, more than I thought I was, on account of the previous hoodied individual. So it was kind of funny, though. And he was right. My bag was wide open, and if the hoodie dude had any intentions, maybe that was why. Maybe he thought he could reach in and grab my cell phone or something, because it was just sitting there for the taking. So I said, "Look at that, thanks," and to the guy who told me my bag was wide open. And it shouldn't be open anyway because it's raining. Yeah. All right. I'm just out to get some walking around time, but this rain really sucks. They're apparently to worry about me. Well, after I was ignored by the city for one job application, and the little fiasco of applying for the 311 dispatcher, well, that didn't warm my cockles much. But in spite of that, I went ahead and applied for another job at the city. This time it's franchise inspector. It was posted in March. I just saw it today, May 14th. So it was posted like 2 months ago. And I told him, sounds like what I've been doing on my own for years now. Like you inspect the payphones and those smart city kiosks. And I've been writing about that shit for years, and didn't want to make it sound like any kind of done deal, but it does seem like a welcome and natural evolution for me. And I would welcome the opportunity to learn even more about the innards of all this stuff. I don't think I expect, but whatever. But they'll probably just ignore that one too. I don't know. It would make sense though, wouldn't it? And I guess they give me a car. They didn't say to bring your own car, but you do that too. License, which I did. I'm going to let it float, so to speak, that I have a monster floater in my eye. They could be an impediment to driving. If they want to hire me, I'll follow through with getting zapped and they deal with the consequences of that as needed. So, I don't know. I remember when I applied for things before, I was feeling a little more positive or enthusiastic, but this time around I just feel like it's a waste of time. But, yeah. If I was inclined to worry about this sort of thing, I'd be asking myself now, why did I completely space out on where I was walking? I was heading to the library at Woodside. The next thing I knew, I was at 59th Street. Roosevelt, like, where the hell is this going? And took me a little while to reorient myself. I haven't been over here in a while, but it hasn't been that long. Because I should have forgotten such a fundamental. Applied for a job as the Payphone inspector. I think I've already said this in a previous message. And I expect them to just ignore me. Not even give me a response. It's kind of how the city does it. How the city does things. And if that ends up being the case, I'm going to stop capitalizing the city. That's what people do. For whatever reason, they capitalize the C in city. As if it's something holy, something sacred. We can have with God and such. Anyway. I don't have any reason to be over here. It's just that it's a beautiful day, and I've been doing a lot of walking until yesterday when I walked about 10 miles to the 181 and back. And I was feeling a little restless anyway, so it's a good day to be out for a little while at least. I'm not having a lot of luck out here today with the finding musicians, but I did find a couple of other interesting things. I found a new guy at Penn Station today, so maybe I should just keep at it. But I just had a pretty disturbing, or I don't know, provocative, I guess I can't call it an encounter, but it could have easily become one. And I'm going to be very interested to play back the call that I made from Rockefeller Center earlier. Because I'm unable to play back these things remotely like you could with a traditional voice note system. But I said whatever I said, and then I went, and I put the phone back on top of I put the handset on top of the phone, and went over to check my Metro cards to see what was said anything on them. And I came back toward the phone, and a dude was holding the handset And but I don't know, he looked like he was pressing buttons on the keypad, but I don't know if he actually was. But at first I didn't realize that there was something wrong here. I thought he was just using the phone, but then I saw he was holding the mouthpiece up, above his, forehead level, and he was just at the earpiece to his ear, and he was listening, I guess. And I think what happened was, when I left, I put the handset on top of the phone, like I said, and he must have come on and picked it up. And I think he actually saw me do this, because when he hung up the phone later, eventually, he saw me, and we made eye contact, and he looked at me askance. He looked at me as if I had something to do with this whole situation, which of course I did. And I felt bad for standing there watching him, but it wasn't evident to me at first that he was disturbed. He didn't look violent. He looked pretty timid, actually, but I didn't want to get tied up in this, or didn't want to enter into his world, or him and mine, for that matter. So I did a pretty good escape hatch, or a pretty good escape, I say so myself. I went into the Starbucks, just like I was standing in line, and then slipped out the back door, and into the passageways, and I was using reflective material, using reflective surfaces and mirrors to see if he was behind me, but he wasn't. And I think I won't be hanging out there for a while, because he's probably going to remember my face for a long time. This just turned out to be one of those days where it takes me half the day to realize that I'm a lot more fucked up from the night before than I realized. I'm totally spaced out. I don't remember much of today, except the incident with the dude around the Village Center was memorable. I just don't know if I'm forgetting things or if I'm just not paying attention, but everything that seems like it should be to the left of me is to the right. Everything seems like it's going uptown, it's going downtown. And I was on a downtown train, and another downtown train arrived on the other side of the track, and it was going in the opposite direction. I'm like, how can two trains go in opposite directions, both be going downtown? So, I don't know. I don't know what's wrong with me today. So, there's a bagpipe player across the street. It's 8th Avenue and 42nd Street. One of the busiest quagmires of humanity you'll ever step into. And I was hoping to get some bagpipe music recorded, but it's just too far away. So, I'm going to let this phone hang now. I don't know if I just screwed up my Saturday or what's the matter with me. I'm on Lexington and near 57, between 57th and 58th. And I was going to go up to Pelham Bay Park, but I totally screwed up the train. I thought I was waiting for an express, and I thought the next stop from 59th Street was 125th. So when I heard him say 86, I was like, oh, fuck this. I should have stayed on that train. I'd be in the Bronx by now. I was going to take the express and then get a local 6 to Pelham Bay Park. This payphone smells like piss, and I think I'm going to let this one go. Feels like it was a very long day. Maybe it was. I just keep seeing people's faces. I'll see one face repeatedly on different bodies. And I want to ask that person, who are you that you look so much like other people I've seen today, other people I've seen in my life? always a resemblance, not always, but there's so often a resemblance between a woman's mouth and the mouth of another person that I've known or another person that I saw on the street. And then the resemblance could focus on the hands or the ass or the hairstyle. There's a finite number of gradations and variations on the human figure. Or it seems that way sometimes, because that's not true at all. The number of possibilities is infinite, beyond infinite. But the vagaries and the similarities, you could morph everybody together one by one, melting each face into each other. See this woman today who, I've seen a lot of women who look like my most recent ex-girlfriend, just on some level or other, whether it's the long dark hair or the big healthy toes. There's some resemblance in a lot of women that I see. Maybe this just proves I'm thinking about her more than I think I am, or more than I should be. But there are doppelgangers out there.
Your access to this long-distance provider's network is not authorized. Please call 1-800-645-0005.
I'm on 5th Avenue and 15th Street. I swear I felt a big white attack coming earlier, but it's held off. I'm just walking, and I don't know where I've been, or what I'm doing out here. I'm looking at everybody's faces, connecting, just thinking how we all exist as little pods, self-contained pods of more mysteries than anything in the deepest oceans, the farthest galaxies. Every one of us is a mystery to each other. There's a man standing on the street corner opposite where I'm standing. And I think he's either waiting for somebody or looking for something. I've made it up to 125th Street. My goal today was to get to Pelham Bay Park, but the trains were all messed up and it sounded like more of an adventure than I was in the mood for. Would have had to take a bus to connect to the 6th train or something. I've lost track of it. But I did want to get to 125th Street, and I did. There are a couple of gnarly old payphones there. Another beautiful day. I just wish I knew what I was doing in it. I almost just lost it. There's some fuck up on the phone network. And I tried to call this number and it said that number does not exist. And then I called my Skype number and it bounced me off to the voicemail that I don't want to use, as if my computer was shut off at home, and I don't know why that would be. I don't know where I am either. I was really having a bad moment, and I wanted to talk. I'm at Irving Place at 16th Street, but what does that mean? Somebody tell me what the hell that means if I know where I am. If the street names mean anything. And the streets don't seem like they're not where they're supposed to be. These streets are not where I expect them to be. And I've lived in New York 29 years, and I should know where everything is by now. And I do. I just not today. Just not this week. I don't know where I am. And I was just basking in the little bit of joy that I felt when I ate a sandwich and it had mustard on it. They don't put mustard on sandwiches. I get the pre-made sandwiches, and I have to pluck out the tomatoes because it's bad for my acid reflux. And I was eating a sandwich and enjoying the mustard, and the station woman sat next to me, and she looked approachable and nice, but she looked alone and maybe in her 50s, I don't know. And I looked for a ring. She didn't have a wedding ring. I just assumed she was alone or is alone, but I could have made some conversation with her. Earlier, the cashier at the place where I got the sandwich with the mustard on it, she was more a resemblance to my ex-girlfriend, which is to say had long black hair, was Asian, and had the same kind of body type. And when I saw her, the first thing I thought, my eye filled in the sourness, the grumpiness that my ex would have exhibited. But this one surprised me. She was smiling, she was nice, and she seemed happy to be there. And for a moment or so, I was happy to be there. I had trouble getting at the sandwich club. The dude who works there was being very tidy. He was getting the sandwiches all in order. He didn't realize that he was blocking customers from getting to the sandwiches. So I walked around the other side of the stand and just waited, and he moved on, and I got my sandwich. But I hope this is working, because I don't know. This phone's not working, really messes with me. That really messed me up. I know it's going to happen to me someday. I'm going to bump into the wrong person. I'm going to make eye contact with the enemy. There's going to be somebody who's going to take one look at me and they're going to say, he's something. He's blank. I don't know what they're going to call me. But somebody's going to take one look and recognize my twitches and recognize the way I walk. And they're going to know everything about me, and they're going to say I'm like the worst example of something. I don't know what it's going to be. This is my first day out in a new pair of shorts. Believe it or not, that makes me nervous. Maybe that's not so surprising. I've been wearing cheap, uncomfortable shorts for a long time, so I got 2 ways to go by. New cheap shorts. But I did that today. I feel better already. It's really kind of short that I had to arrange the belt in an unusual formation or unusual locations to keep them up. Shorts I bought at the Salvation Army, probably for $1 or $2. I think I've been coexisting with the space that was once occupied by someone else's cock and balls. This is going to be a real drag if it turns out to be true, or if it turns out to be a lasting thing, or one of the best locations for making the recordings of the subway musicians. The phone isn't working. Like, it connects, but you can't hear anything. The number you call can't hear anything. And I made 2 silent recordings yesterday to show for it. So there's another one that's not that far away, and I was really interested in getting a recording today because it was a classical violinist, and you don't hear a lot of classical players down here, and she was actually pretty good too. There was a little kid who was playing piano for a while, but he was, was no prodigy, but he was pretty good for a 10-year-old or how old he was. But you don't hear a lot of classical players down here, so I was really pumped to get this one on record. So, but I don't want to waste more coin until I know what the sound quality of that phone is, because it's not far away, but it's a lot farther than the one I'd been using. So that sucks. It's like all these phones in my life just disconnected yesterday or became inaccessible, and it was not a happy day for me yesterday. So, at least for that little period of time. I mean, my 212 number was allegedly disconnected, according to one payphone, and then 6 or 7 payphones in a row took my quarter, but were unable to complete a call or return the coin. And then my 917 number, well, it's a long story, but I thought that had crapped out too, and that created all these scenarios of my apartment having been busted into, or there had been a power outage or some shit like that. But some of that likely, much of it not. So anyway, I did the ULAW on this phone today, and it didn't record my text message, so that's a drag. So this is Grand Central, and all 4 phones are working here now. Last time, 3 of the, what am I saying? One of them, the handset is all busted up, so it probably still has dial tone, but it doesn't work. You can't make a call. And I might go check in on the phone booths over at 347 Madison. I'm just looking at a lot of people. Just looking at people, all these people passing by right now. Stomping. This one woman saw me on a phone at Penn Station and took a long, curious look at me. And I returned the look. And no words were spoken and no grimaces were exchanged to disconnect this connection of mutual stares of obscure curiosity. There's a woman talking on her phone, and you can see both her nipples pretty damn clearly through her shirt. And here comes a dude with a backpack, and there's a woman waddling a little bit, like a weeble. And here's an older woman who looks a little lost, but not terribly lost. This is, sometimes I can see a person's face, and I think I can see every window into their life. I saw a woman today who I thought had a cute ass, but then I saw she had a wedding ring and most likely married. And I could see that whole life spent dealing with her husband and maybe kids, I don't know. Just interacting with them on an almost continuous basis, because that's the new norm in relationships and jobs for that matter. And a lot of people seem comfortable with themselves, but some people don't seem to like who they are or where they are. I was on 34th Street earlier, and I felt a dude trying to bump into me. Or when I say felt, I anticipated it. And I lurched out of the way, but in a subtle manner, because I didn't want to tee him off, because he was probably looking for a reaction. This wasn't one of the "you broke my glasses" type of guys. I don't know what these guys are after. They just mill around with the rest of us, or the rest of us, what am I saying? The rest of us is all of us. He mills around among us, trying to clobber people and get some kind of satisfaction. And maybe he is like sharpening his craft. Maybe he is getting to a point where he's going to be able to just murder somebody and make it look like an accident. And that's his game. But the poor, the demented, the sane, the insane, we all walk among each other. And most of us mind our own business, but I'm finding that harder and harder to do. I almost broke out in a conversation with a woman yesterday. She was on the train and sitting right across from me. And she had a notebook and a pen. And she was reasonably cute, too. And I was looking at her, and she was looking at me, and we were not making direct eye contact. It was obvious we were both checking each other out. And at some point, she had a smile on her face, as if she just had an amusing thought. And I thought she was going to bust out into laughter. But, so here's the conversation that didn't happen that I've played out in my mind ever since. When I saw her smile, I said, I smiled as well, and I laughed, and I said, I thought you were about to bust out laughing. I do that every once in a while. Just a funny thought from a TV show decades ago enters my mind, or just a punchline to a comedy routine. And I just bust out laughing, and nobody nearby would seem to think there was any good reason for that. And then she would say something in return about, yeah, I just bust out laughing once in a while. But I would sort of continue the conversation in a somewhat forcible way. And she would write about me later, saying that she could tell right from the beginning that I had been alone for a long time, and that I was anxious to talk to anybody. even a youngish-looking thing like her. She probably is in her 30s. And I took her to be a writer. That's why I say she would write about this encounter later, because that's what writers do. They mill around town looking for content. I mean, I do it too. That's not a comment, just an observation. I'm going to get going. I'm going to go over to the library and see how the payphones over there are doing. No, I'm not. I already did that recently. I'm going to go find another one. Guess I'll go back down to 14th Street. I have not memorized Grand Central, and I think I just went up an escalator that I've never used before. But I've made a point of not memorizing Central Park. It's something I got from my mother. She was always proud to say she did not have the interstate in Tampa memorized, and that she didn't know how many exits it was, or how far, or anything. Every day was an adventure this way, because she drove that way almost every single day. So yeah, she never memorized the interstate, and I never memorized the park, and I don't think I have the Grand Central memorized too precisely, and there's no point because it changes so often. I just interacted with the only subway performer that I've ever talked to in the course of this project. It's the Saw Lady, and she seemed pretty interested in the whole idea, and I thought she would be just from what little I knew about her. But we also have some mutual friends in the music world, and she lives in my neighborhood, so I felt a little more welcome in just saying hello to her. And she's a really nice person, so happy to talk. But just now there's a Union Square Job Center here on 16th Street near Irvington, and I'm in Irving. And I noticed a few years ago that there were a couple of payphones inside, and I've been meaning to get back and get photos of them or something, but because I saw them ironically enough, I saw them while I was conducting a guided tour of payphones at Union Square in this area. And I think there were like 15 or 20 people showed up, and it was actually organized by somebody else, but I was essentially a guest tour guide for somebody who does it for a living. And so I did it under his auspices. And it's strange to discover new payphones while I was doing a tour like that, but that tour, I never did another one because I didn't want to. I just don't like guided tours to begin with, and I felt like this was just a very friendly audience that wasn't really all that interested in, or they weren't really following me all that clearly because I wasn't necessarily making sense to anybody except, well, the tour guide guy, the lead guy who connected with what I was talking about. But it did lead to an interesting encounter, though, that one of the organizers handed me a bag of quarters to start the thing, and I kind of forgot about it, but I showed it off at the start of the tour as a joke, and everybody laughed. They said we were going to be making some phone calls, so we need some quarters. We're going to be making some payphone calls at us. And I put it in the bag and forgot about it. And I don't know, a few weeks later, I'm at Starbucks in the Empire State Building. And so it was a very petite, young-looking Japanese or Asian woman starts asking me if I have quarters. And I said, well, you're talking to the quartermeister here. I always carry quarters here. And I said, it's to make pay. I said, it's to make payphone calls, and her face lit up in a way that suggested to me she was actually quite a bit older than she looked. And she laughed at it, and I opened the bag of quarters, and he had actually given me a bag full of dollar coins, and he had actually paid me to do this guided tour. It was like $50, and I didn't even know that until then, but as good a thing as that was, I was frustrated that I wasn't able to hand this beautiful woman quarters, and I realized this is 8th Avenue and 42nd Street. I can see the Port Authority through the opening and the payphone enclosure. I was just thinking that as I was telling that previous story, the one about the woman on the train, I was thinking about, like, funny if I ended the story by saying that when she got out to leave the train, I saw her face and it was a man. But that's not what happened. And by the way, I was right. On my instinct, she was Asian. I don't know what vibe someone gives off to make me think that, but I guess it's probably strong, very long dark hair. I don't know. I associate that with Asian women, but this payphone really does smell like this. I haven't had any luck on the musicians today. Sometimes I think that there's a couple of people that bounce around town asking questions that they don't really need an answer to. It's happened to me a few times. Or I have to ask a question that maybe they already know the answer to, but that's a little different. But this woman approached me once at, this was in a store, it was 35th Avenue and 29th Street, I think. And she was with a couple of little kids, and she had a granny card. And she asked me where the Museum of the Moving Image was. And I told her, you take a left this way and go to 36th Street, I think is what I said. Whatever, I gave her the right directions. And feeling like I had done my job for the day, and I went about my way. But I had to come back around now. And I saw her, she wasn't going to the museum. She didn't seem to have any intention of it. And I said she had two little kids and a granny card. She didn't look like somebody that was off to get some culture. Of course, she could have been working at the museum or something, but I think she would know where it was if she worked there. So I don't know why she would ask this, and it had me thinking that maybe the museum hires people to go around asking for directions to the museum so they can gauge the recognition of how well known the museum is in the neighborhood or something. I mean, it's ridiculous, but why else would somebody be asking me this? And it happened a couple of days ago at the 8th Avenue subway station. The platform was completely clear of people, and I was at the front end of it. I was as far from the L train as I could be when this dude walked all the way over to me from far off, and he asked me how to get to the L train. And I said, you need to go all that way, all the way back that way up the stairs. I gave him the right directions. But how did this guy not figure it out already? There's signs all over the place. And he had walked all the way the wrong way. And all he had to do was look it up. I don't know. I just think there are people who ask questions that they don't really need an answer. And it's all, the answers that they get to these unneeded questions are all going into some database or into some spreadsheet where it's going to be analyzed. And I don't know how.
The telephone number you have dialed is temporarily not in service.
El número de teléfono que usted ha marcado temporalmente no está en servicio.
Message 3. Switch 2, 3, 1, 4.
I'm across the street from the Slaughtered Lamb, which is this long-running pub down here, I guess this is NYU area, Jones Street. And maybe one of the first bars I ever went to in New York. I was certainly among the first. I didn't go to a lot of bars in my early New York days. I didn't have any money, but I also probably just was afraid of them. So, add to that natural fraidy cat, which is part of my character. Add to that the fact that I came to the slaughtered land to meet a bunch of people from the internet. And this must have been 94 or maybe even 93, I don't know. It was this BBS that I was on back in the early days of that stuff. And I had never met people from the internet, I don't think. If I had, it's possible I met one person before I went to this thing, but I don't know if that's true or not. So I was just deathly nervous. I was having trouble breathing because I was going to be entering a room full of people that had filled my mind, but I had no idea what any of them looked like or what kind of people they were, if they were sane or nuts or anything. Turned out they were kind of all over the spectrum in that regard. Some people were so sane they were boring. Other people were so nuts they were boring. Or some of those folks were really pretty touchy. And I'm still in touch with a lot of them. At least I became pretty good friends with a lot of those folks. But it's hard to think of anything I was ever as nervous about, except maybe when I did from the CBS piece I heard a couple of years ago. I was nervous as hell about that. But this was another level of almost like stifling panic. But it went well, and I felt relieved afterwards that it had gone, and I went to many others such as these meets. So I'm outside the Independent Film Center, and I was just talking on the previous call about how nervous I was meeting up with internet people for the first time, and at the Independent Film Center that was another nerve-wracking moment for me, because I starred in a film, a Payphone documentary, and I hadn't seen anything, or I guess I'd seen some excerpts, but I didn't really know what to expect. And being in a room with, I don't know how many people, maybe a couple hundred people, watching myself on a huge screen was the first, but it was fine. I don't know. I've had mixed emotions about that film over the years. I guess this was like 5 or 6 years ago now. I'm still in touch with the director, but it could have been something different, but then again, it's what it was, so there you go. Basically, I was checking in on payphones like I do now, and he did a really good job with the sound. I remember now. That's what I really admired about it. He captured that humming, buzzing analog sound of the phone network, and he also got some of the sounds of the phone, which he did really well. So, haven't looked at it in a long time now. It's still out there, of course. So in the meantime, I heard something from the other documentary filmmaker, and I'm starting to have serious second thoughts about doing that project with her, but I'll think about it later when I have to. So I'm at 66th Street in Amsterdam, and I'm starting to wish I wasn't, but an old friend of mine who's a conductor of an orchestra contacted me to see if I could play a piano part for this orchestra piece. It's actually the cembalo part, but I'll play it on piano if I'm going to do this. But, I mean, I'm here, so it's just I haven't played with a big ensemble in such a long time, and frankly, a lot of concerts that I used to do with this guy really sucked. I don't know if that's improved over time or what, but the worst that can happen is I just don't play anything, because I don't think my part is really all that important. But I mean, it's rehearsal and performance, and I haven't done that kind of professional level getting it together that quickly in a long time. In fact, I don't know if I ever did that with any of these orchestras or ensembles. Like first rehearsal, then performance, and we only have an hour for the rehearsal. So maybe the rest of the orchestra is already rehearsed and they have their shit together, and my part doesn't matter that much. Maybe that's why I didn't need to be in any of the rehearsals. So I don't know what the rehearsal schedule was. sent out that email. Anyway, this is the same block where Tower Records used to be, wouldn't you know it? And it's where Juilliard is, at least the bookstore. So, lots of memories here. So I'm here early, of course, as I always am. And I'm walking around in the foyer of the church, and it's a really creaky old structure. Every step I take echoes and reverberates throughout the place. There's no sign out front or anywhere on the church facade advertising this event. So I don't know who's going to come to this, but I don't know where he advertised it anyway, but yeah, I totally wish I hadn't agreed to do this, but whatever, I'm here, and it doesn't look like I'm going to get hit by a bus or anything, so we'll just see what happens. I think this is the church that my celebrity friends used to go to. When I worked at Tower Records, I became friends with some minor celebrities who were on TV a lot, and I was never impressed by any of that shit. They just seemed like nice people at first, but they went to this church, and it was known as the celebrity church, or the actors' church, and I just had to sort of part ways with those folks just over religious enthusiasms. Like, there were times when I thought we were having conversations about religion, but it turned out I was offending them by having any questions whatsoever about this stuff, about God or the mythos. So, anyway, but I don't think I ever went into this church, though, until today. It's a lot smaller than I expected. And like I said, it's old and creaky, and I stepped back outside because I felt like I might be distracting the orchestra as it's rehearsing right now. So, well, I made it through the rehearsal. And I was starting to fit in a little bit better as it went along, but it's, and we didn't even I said we had an hour, we had like a half hour. And it sounded pretty good, though, I have to say. Better than I might have expected, but now I know that there really will be nothing in this for me except for the money, because this is the last concert of this orchestra, and I didn't get the whole story about why, but he's not really expecting anybody to come, and somehow, I don't know, I shouldn't be too surprised. So there's really nothing at stake here for me if I just have a brain fart during the concert. Strange thing, though, a woman came up to me twice, and I couldn't understand what she was talking about because she was whispering, but she was leaving flyers for another concert that she's organizing or has some part of, and I think she wanted to ask me if that was okay because she thought I worked there, which I don't, but she was really irritating as hell to me because I was nervous before the rehearsal, and I don't know what business she thought she had pestering anybody else about this, but anyway, I don't know anybody here except for the conductor, and yeah, this is just strictly business. Get in, play your notes, and get out. Well, last night reminded me, not that I needed the reminder, but it's just a wake-up call to remind me of how much I hated being a professional musician. Let me clarify that. I hated playing in large ensembles because I just feel like nothing. And I've never overcome the assumption that pianists don't really belong in orchestras. I mean, I know it's not true for, starting 20th century, but there's just not a lot of piano parts that are worth playing. And this wasn't even a piano part, it was a timbalo part. But anyway, I just feel like nothing, but the orchestra was good. I shouldn't be surprised. New York City, but because it wasn't the easiest piece in the world, but I don't know. But I just, like I said, it makes you feel like nothing. and or makes me feel like nothing. But I do love to play chamber music, smaller ensembles, solo stuff, but not this kind of shit. All right, so I'm out and around, and it's a beautiful day, and I'm just gonna get some walking around time in, and then I'm gonna scan some free rides off this shuttle bus that's going to Roosevelt Avenue. I've never seen the shuttle bus run this route before. I'm not exactly sure where it lands, actually, but it's at Roosevelt Avenue. That was a website idea I had, or an app idea, was how far can you get for free when the FDA has these free shuttle buses, or other type of shuttle bus. Like hospitals have buses that take you from one location to another, and how far can you really get around town like that? Kind of a silly game. I was on a bus earlier, and I was overhearing a conversation that almost made me cry, or made me want to cry. This young woman sounded like fresh out of college, maybe still in college, I don't know. She was talking on the phone to somebody about their circle of friends, and she was naming names and saying that so-and-so is dating this dude who went to Case Western, and he's a software engineer, and all these little tiny bits of gossip about her circle of friends and people that are entering into it. And then she asks her friend, she asks, who do you think the first of us is going to be to get married? And she said that so-and-so is so pretty, but this other guy is a real jerk. He's really rude. It just made me want to cry for some reason. It sounded so tiny, like as if marriage, it's still, as an institution, it remains a default aspiration, or more of even an assumption that everybody wants to get married, right? And that's just not true. But the way she said the word, too, it was with longing. Get married, she said, it sounded so like a little girl, really. She sounded more like she was 12 and mid-20s, I guess. So I don't know who she was. I gotta go. I'm out of coins. I called this in yesterday, but I was on a double dip on that makes you put another quarter in to complete a 3-minute call. I was on a bus yesterday, and I was sitting in front of a woman who was having a conversation on her phone. She was talking to a friend about, it was just gossip, she was just talking about everybody in their circle of friends, and who was dating who, and who got what, and that kind of thing. She was obviously really mid-20s, maybe still in college for all I could tell. And they were bragging about how one woman was dating a guy from Case Western University who was a software engineer. They were talking about him like he was a new star in their orbit, or a fresh star. So then she asked, who do you think is going to be the first to get married? And she dragged on the word married, and she was asking who among their circle of friends would be first. And she sounded upbeat, but there was this persistent melancholy about it. And the way she was asking, she implicit that she was not going to be the first, or the person she was talking to, how was that person going to be the first to get married? And it was sweet but sad. And she mentioned her first suggestion was, I don't catch the name, but she said that this young woman would probably be first because she's so pretty. And then she suggested that this dude in their circle should not be the first because he's such a rude, unkind person. But it's not. I'm not bringing any attitude about marriage to this observation. It was just it does kind of surprise me that young people are still wired to assume that marriage is inevitable. But it also reminds me that with my ex-girlfriend, I had to go to a bunch of weddings. I think we went to 4 altogether. It seemed like 40. And after they were all done, I said, so who do you think is going to be the first to get divorced? And, it's a fair question because odds are 2 of these unions will fail. if that question is ever going to enter into the discussion of this woman that I overheard. But like I said, she was sweet and sincere and not sad sounding, but there was a distinct melancholy about the whole conversation. It just touched me.
Welcome to Verizon Wireless. We're sorry, the number you have dialed has calling restrictions that have prevented the completion of your call. Announcement 19. Welcome to Verizon Wireless. We're sorry, the number you have dialed has calling restrictions that have prevented the completion of your call. Announcement 19.
It was some somewhat troubling encounter, or not encounter, but incident. It was at the diner, at a diner on the Upper East Side. I was sitting at the counter, and a woman was sitting a couple seats over, older woman, and she can't talk. She just can't seem to articulate words, and I guess maybe she had a stroke or something, and she somehow trying to communicate with the waiter and the manager that something about her cheeseburger isn't right. I was impressed that she ordered a big honking cheeseburger, by the way. It's like a really very thin, frail old woman. But she was like, she seemed upset, like she couldn't, at the fact that she couldn't communicate something was wrong with her cheeseburger. I think she wanted the cheese on top, and she was having trouble putting mustard on the cheeseburger, and it was troubling to see, but it didn't seem to be too upsetting to anybody that worked there. I think she was a regular. And another disturbing incident yesterday I meant to mention was I was out in West Maspeth, and it's a Sunday, absolutely nothing was open. It's a holiday weekend as well. And I see this man and woman in the middle of the street, and as I approach, it seemed like they knew each other, but then I see that he's offering her his cell phone. And I take it that she was somehow stranded. Either her car broke down or something went wrong. And she looked very distressed. And he's holding the phone over to her, offering help, at least that's how it appeared. And she just starts screaming, "Go away, go away." And he did go away, and I don't understand what all the hostility was about. But obviously, something happened before I got there, but it's just like, when you see strangers screaming at each other like that, it's a little unsettling. Anyway, I'm moving on. Yesterday, I was sitting at my desk, and I noticed that there were a bunch of blisters on my shoulder. It's just like little protrusions, a whole mess of them. And for a moment, emphasis on moment as opposed to in it, so I thought maybe my body was transmogrifying, that I was going to be turned into a big blob of painful pustules. And I have these thoughts once in a while that my body is one day just going to start pouring out vomit out of every possible outlet. But I quickly realized that my shoulders had been sunburned a few days ago. And what happened was I was out on a big walk, and it was hot enough that I rolled my sleeves up so it looked like I was wearing a sleeveless shirt. And I don't do that too often, I guess, because that area gets burned. No other part of my body that's typically exposed to the sun gets sunburned like that. But I haven't been burned in a long time. So it reminded me of the time I got home from a bar and took off my shirt, which I don't generally do when I get home. I don't generally shut the door and throw off my shirt. But I did that this time, and if I hadn't, I would have probably never realized that this happened. But on my chest there was this giant golf ball size welt. And it was funny, I took one look at it and I was like, okay, whatever that is, it can't be getting any bigger. It's going to get smaller. So I must have had an allergic reaction to something from the bar, and the only unusual thing that what happened that night was the first beer I was drinking ran out, so I had to switch to another tap. And so maybe that switch had something bad in it or something. I don't know. Maybe on account of the switch there was something that got in that shouldn't have. But whatever the case, it was bizarre to see this giant thing sticking out of my chest. And that was what it felt like briefly yesterday when I saw all these little holes, not holes, but mountains. And now all the skin is peeling off, which is what it's supposed to do. But no, I just don't burn that often. But it was fun. I don't think about my body transmogrifying like that, though. Well, this is kind of a silly, stupid journey, but what else am I going to do with my Saturday? I was just putzing around and I found a Metro card. And I swiped it through one of the value check things to see if there's anything on it. And it just kept saying, please swipe again. So I just took a chance and swiped it through the subway turnstile. And it went through. And so I was like, well, I guess I got to take this ride. So I went up to, I took a M or R, I don't remember which, up to Roosevelt Avenue and then moved to a 7 train and took that back down to, I got an F train, which I eventually used to connect to a 7. And I went over to the Port Authority to try to get some subway musician recording, but the phone is dead again. And this time I think it might be dead for the duration. But I don't know, those phones are known to rise again once in a while. They did not fix the payphone at that station, and I had trouble with my connection anyway. And all this just because I'm getting a free ride, right? A free Metro card ride. And I ended up spending a lot of money on food and everything because I ended up at Penn Station and nothing's cheap there. Well, I think there's $1 left on this card now. I will miss finding Metro cards on the street when if I ever really do follow through with getting rid of the Metro card. But, so I might have got one decent recording today, but I don't know. Can't believe this payphone is still here. It's Jackson Avenue. Not sure what the cross street is, but it's across from the city building and across from the courthouse. I found a Metro card yesterday and ended up wasting a good portion of the afternoon trying to milk it for a free ride. I felt pretty stupid about it, but once I started, it was hard to stop. And I had a thunderclap panic attack on the train. I took a or whatever it was up to Roosevelt Avenue, and as I was getting ready to get off that train, it's just like I felt like I had just stepped through a time portal or something. I felt like I just entered into a different space, exited something that I didn't need to be in, and I didn't want to be there. I didn't want to be anywhere. But I got off the train and came back to my senses. It's strange when that happens, but what can you do? I was on there were these two young women who somehow went on that they were from Canada. They had French sounding accents, I guess. And they were talking to us just back and forth, the most inane, insipid prattle. And I couldn't believe that they were getting worked up about it. Like they looked like they were maybe early 20s, but they were talking like they were 6 years old. I couldn't handle it, man. I really started to feel like my brain was going to be swallowed. But it was going to, just like a couple of strong pair of hands was just going to reach and crush my brain. And then to add to all that, I was in a bit of this frame of mind when I got off the train. There were a bunch of people whose faces were painted blue. For some reason, there was something going on where everybody was face painting themselves in the color blue. I didn't know what was going on, and I thought I had freaked out and entered into some different dimension. Everything worked out, though. This is Borden Avenue, the 11th street near the railroad crossing. I'm in this area again after I don't know how long. I just remembered I was walking over here. I dated a woman for a while who somehow our conversations always seemed to drift toward sex offenders. And it probably didn't help that I was friends with a guy at the time who was a public defender who was assigned to the task of defending sex offenders, but I really felt like she brought the subject matter up time and time again. And I guess she had some issues with it all. I never got to know her well enough to ask if she had some past traumatic incident or something, but she got me looking at sex offender registries, and depending on the nature of the offense, sex offenders not allowed to live within a certain distance of school or a certain distance of the playground, and as you might expect, that rules out a lot of places where they might be able to live. And this area, as I was looking through the sex offender registry, I couldn't help noticing how many of these people lived right around here. In one or two buildings in particular, there aren't a lot of big apartment buildings around here, but I guess that's going to happen. But it's I don't know, ironic but mildly amusing that I come through this area and I think, oh, this is sex offender land. So anyway, this phone has no identifying information on it, and the signage on the top looks like it goes back to the telephone days. It's a great location. There used to be 2 or 3 payphones across the street, right by the sign that says Queens Midtown Tunnel, or one of those signs. And I'm just getting out early because it's supposed to rain later. I don't want to get some work done later. I was up pretty early today, and I could just get up early. It just gives me more time to waste, right? So, the filmmaker is coming over. I think she's going to be here at 11, or more or less. That's what I'm calling. I made the decision to take a couple of anxiety pills because my chest was feeling tight and I was a little shaky. And if I'm going to do this, I should care, right? I do care, but I was thinking I'd present myself as I really am, which is groggy and slightly hungover every single day. But the pills will help control the nerves that I'm going to be feeling as I have this camera stuck in my face. It's a decision that's not always easy to make because it means I can't drink tonight. But I always think that's going to be such a big deal, but it never is. It's just a habit. So I expect to be kind of wiped out, tired, exhausted after this today, unless we don't go far from home, which is quite possible because it looks like it's going to rain. Part of the idea here was that she was going to follow me around on one of my 12-mile walks, but we're not going to do that today. But, we left it kind of improvisatory. I want to talk about God, identity, and how I look in the mirror and I don't know who I'm looking at. I don't look like anything I might imagine myself to look like because I don't think I look like anything. I don't think I exist. I think I'm invisible. I got access to some data yesterday, and I couldn't wait to get home and take a look at it because it's from a person I don't know personally, but we've corresponded for a number of years about the matter of what else Payphone. So he shares my interest in the smart city kiosk. So he made a FOIL request, like a freedom of information thing, for usage statistics on the kiosks, the phone calling feature in particular. And the first time those durations were so high on those particular phones because that's when I was walking up and down the avenue, calling into my home PC and recording hours and hours and hours of sound. And also keeping connections open so I could come home and broadcast from my PC over the kiosk loudspeakers. And some of those calls stayed connected for up to 4 hours. So it's nice to see some real evidence of my handiwork out there and sort of lurking in the data in a way that absolutely nobody else would think to notice or take note of. I mean, somebody might, if they were really analytically minded, they would probably, an analyst would no doubt call out the fact that this one particular phone had an extremely high average call duration time. But, I think the casual observer in there, I don't know how many of them there would be in this case, but I could get some satisfaction. That was my little piece of evidence I left behind that I really was doing this. My Usenet subscription is coming up for renewal, and I don't think I'm going to renew this time. I've had some kind of Usenet access pretty much continuously for, I don't know, 25 years. But since my subscription's coming up and I don't want to re-up it this time, I'm just downloading pornography and regular movies, and just whatever I can think of, as if there's no fucking tomorrow. And with the pornography I'm getting into, I'm looking at stuff I've never really spent a lot of time with. The bondage videos turn out to be a lot more engaging than I expected. It's the theater of it is compelling, you know, to see a woman dangling from a ceiling or suspended from the ceiling with all tied up and bound and gagged and everything. And so another reach that I'm making now is into the shitting videos, the scat stuff, which seems to be predominantly Japanese. And the funny thing was, the first one I downloaded, they actually blur out the woman's penis. And I only watched a few seconds of it just to make sure it worked, because I didn't want to start watching that stuff right then. I was just making sure my downloads were working. But how do you censor something like that? Why do you bother? Like, we'll show you the shit that lands on the floor, but we're not going to let you see her asshole. I guess that's just a Japanese thing. I don't know. So, but honestly, though, even I was starting to feel nauseous when I looked at the previews for this thing. It was just a 2.5-hour compilation of Japanese women shitting. And I'm just doing this to expose myself to everything in the world. But it's making me nauseous. Just even the thought of it was making me nauseous. And that's probably not a good sign of my acceptance of this stuff. I owned a scat VHS video a long time ago, like soon after college, and a friend and I were watching it, just, you know, again, just, he really got on this shit, but he actually told people about it and implied that I was gay for watching that stuff, or he questioned my sexuality at the time, which doesn't really make sense to me now, but I didn't question it. I didn't make a case about it at the time, but if I was to address this now, I would refer to my ex-girlfriend as that I'm the most heterosexual guy she ever met. But then the question becomes, is that a good thing or no?
The number you have dialed is not in service.
This payphone smells like beer today. This is the sex offender payphone. Checking in on it again. And I guess I was wrong. I thought that the residence where a whole bunch of sex offenders live was right across the street. It's actually the next building over, but goes by. I'm not sure if I explained this already, but I dated a woman for a while who, every time we didn't date long, but every time we went out, conversation invariably turned to sex offenders and the sex offender registries. And we actually spent part of our date night once sitting at the computer looking up, typing in zip codes and seeing how many sex offenders lived there. So I never got any insight into why this was such a go-to topic of discussion for her, but it illuminated the fact that this area I'm in right now is sex offender territory, and that's why I call this sex offender Payphone, because it's probably been used by some of those folks. And it opens your eyes to things, because I see these dudes sitting outside of that building, that residence building, and I'm like, wow, these guys are probably all pedophiles. And anybody with an eagle eye or a targeted interest in this sort of thing might cruise by here with that in mind. Might cruise by here ready to hurl epithets at them or worse. I don't know what to say about it, but it does give you an eerie feeling to know that you're in that designated area for people like that. Otherwise, I'm just out and keep checking in on things. There's the Court Square area, smart city machines are almost locked on ads for one company, and that company is Pega, so they're pegged on those ads, you could say, right? I did a more systematic analysis this time. I passed by them a number of times over the last month, and it's nothing but Pega ads. But once in a while, I'd see something else, like a useless buzz arrival or something. But today I found one of the machines was showing 17 Pega ads in a row before anything else broke in, and another was 5-1, but then another one went 22 in a row. So it's all over the place, but there's no ratio. I went over to the Bronx earlier after I crossed over the Triborough and over Randall's Island, where I somewhat unintentionally discovered the 133rd Street connector. There are no signs linked to it, and I've heard other people comment on this as well. Like, how the hell do you get to the Bronx from Randall's Island? Nobody could figure it out, but there did actually seem to be more signs this time around, although I wasn't really looking for them. But I don't know the Bronx as well as I wish I did. No one else knows that it's not all dangerous, of course. How could it be that you see these news clips once in a while? It's just dudes walking around broad daylight firing guns off, firing guns into the street. And well, there's some areas where that'll happen, but I ended up in the Port Morris section, and I have actually been over there one other time. I don't know how many years ago. Same route more or less, except I think I did down to 32nd Street connector. And it's the thing that I remember, there's really just nothing there. But it is kind of cool in that way. And it's a Sunday, so there's nobody around. But it looks like it's gentrifying and changing like everything does eventually. There was this place called the Bronx Tavern that looked interesting. If I was any kind of daytime drinker, I might have checked it out. And it looked like white people were moving it, basically. So, but I don't know. It just looks like there's not a whole lot there, but maybe it's more than meets the eye. I wandered around a little bit, but I mean, it's funny, like, being a white guy, as soon as you said foot on the Bronx, I'm just like thinking, I'm going to die. security, but has to dump all her stuff at the Airbnb place. I'm a lot to unpack, you know. I've been told that in one form or other. So it remains to be seen just what gets unpacked or what we end up focusing on. I was reflecting on my interest in cemeteries, how it actually was sparked by a correspondence with a woman over one of those dating sites. And we, of course, never met, but she knew a few things about how cemetery used to be designated dual-purpose park/burial ground, and people went out there to have picnics and stuff around the tombstones. And that was the kind of thing that inspired me to get out there, get over my anxiety about it. It felt like I didn't have any business being there, so why should I barge in and stomp around all these people who I don't know anything about? But I got over that. Anyway, we might go out there today, because it's a beautiful day. So I'm actually being filmed right now for this documentary that I called in about earlier from this very phone. And I'm trying to act like I don't know the camera's there. As we were just doing this, I was just walking along, and she was like trailing me with the camera. And I heard somebody yell, "Wow, that's really interesting." I guess it's obvious what's going on here, or maybe not. I don't know. It's a little deflating, but I'm not bothered about it. I don't feel especially interesting today. That's a little bit part of the dilemma, but I think, you know, you make your speeches to yourself, and then when you actually it's time to deliver on them, it just seems so tiny. So I'm checking in from this old phone, even though I don't think it actually works. I think this is one of those ones that connects the call, but my voicemail box can't pick up the message. Can't hear it. But I call in anyway just to feed a quarter to this thing to keep it in business, even though I don't have any particular love for the company that owns these Payphones now. Anyway, we're still filming, and maybe I'm warming up a little bit because I got started on Prey. And, I don't talk about it enough that I can prevent myself from gushing about it, so see if I have anything more articulate to say about the whole focal point of obsession. Hey, that's so loud for Psycho. I'm checking in from Madison Avenue and 49th Street, and I just got a little excited because I found Prey on a couple of these payphones here. And I thought I had memorized this location. I thought it was a park in 49th, but it's actually Madison and 49th. And I mean, call me what you want to call me, but I recognize that I'm 51 fucking years old, and I'm out here wandering New York looking for God in a phone booth. And I'm getting pretty excited when I find it, even if I've encountered this one before, but I've made a thing of not memorizing these locations so that it will always feel like something new when I found them again. I think I had memorized the one, but I obviously was wrong. So here she is, and here I am. And there's just a lot more religion in Midtown than a lot of people think, even if it's almost impossible to see. Filming is done for the week, and yesterday in particular was a long day. By the end, I'd almost forgotten about the infamous shower scene. The scene was my idea, so I guess if I have any misgivings about it, I've only got myself to blame, but I don't have any. It's just jarring. In a way, my original suggestion, which she just ignored, was that I could masturbate in the shower, and this would be as honest a depiction of everything that goes on in there as possible. possible, but I don't even think I could have done that under the circumstances. I might warm up to it if we do this again, if we do this multiple times, but I don't know that that's going to happen. I actually was okay with the whole thing. I was nervous and a little shaky throughout, but it was when she actually stepped into the bathroom all the way and was standing like 1 foot away from me. She was not filming me, she wasn't looking at me, I was covered my chin with a towel. It was like, but she just didn't tell me she was going to do that. And I commented on it later. She said she felt really bad about that, but then, like I said from the beginning, we don't necessarily need to be 100% comfortable all the time with this. You can't get too truthful a picture of somebody, of who somebody is. Nothing but comfort. So she took off today, and a big event of today, I guess, was that I made the first call to the cemetery to make my arrangements, and I was nervous about it, and I don't think I should have to explain why. There's a little bit of maybe vulgarity in play for me to be documenting this, but I think it's something that people will find interesting. And it's legal for me to record the audio, because this is a single person consent state for that kind of recording. But we're going to be redundant about it in case any of my devices don't work. So I have a hot date tonight with a woman who I connected with through one of those dating sites. I don't really take dating sites too seriously, but they're as legitimate a possibility creator as anything else. I don't know, she comes on kind of strong in her written profile, but she seems like fun. She seems like a good spirit. And we'll see what happens. I'm not going into it with high hopes or great expectations. But, I don't know. She does a lot of dancing. And I'm not going to lie to her. When people see me start to dance, the reaction is pretty much universal. They say, don't do that. So we're meeting at Grand Central, which is my favorite place for this sort of thing. And I told her I have an ulterior, time-based reason for doing this, and that would be that I can give her a tour of the Payphones there. I swear, I can't go 2 minutes into a conversation without defaulting to that subject. That's not true at all, actually, but I just thought if I'm going to be true to myself and actually not be embarrassed about my interest in the subject, I might as well get it out of the way first with a potential partner. But then I'll let it go after a while. But she does seem like she'd be interested in the subject. It's not just that they're there, it's more along the lines that they're not going to be there. I think they're going to be disappearing soon. Anyway, I'm looking forward to meeting her.
We're sorry, your call could not be completed as dialed.
13th Street and Broadway. I really am starting to feel like the end is nigh for the Payphone in the Payphone radio project, and maybe it's some sort of there's some spiritual connection to the fact that I started throwing it on with that pursuit recently, because every phone that I know used to work, or that was in a good location for it, it's gone, doesn't work anymore. And I strongly suspect that all the phones that Transcensor are going to be gone this week, next week. But I'm going to miss being able to do that. So strange and random, and it's not. It's a unique sound. Sound of the landline phone. I should make it up to Central Park again to see if that other one still works, but I don't know. I really do have other things to do, believe it or not. So I'm just kicking around waiting for my hot date in about an hour. And I guess I could have stayed home a little longer, but I wanted to take this Metro card for what I could. It's the strangest Metro card. I found it on the sidewalk. It's an auto refill, auto reload, but it doesn't always work. It'll work for a little while, then it'll stop working, and rinse out and repeat. So now it's working. And actually, when I say it didn't work, I think I just mean that it showed this the agent message when I put it through the swiper, but maybe it actually did work. I don't think I have anything to say. I don't know. I just haven't been able to call in because the phone's on the subway or all dead. I'm at 125th Street in Madison, and I guess it's too early to know what to make of the hot date, but she was cute as hell. Things got better listening to the conversation. Moved forward. She smiled at me in certain ways that made me think she found me interesting. Adorable, perhaps. That my awkwardness was having a hard time unbending itself. I'm always awkward at first, at least, but I couldn't really tell you what she's looking for. I'm not sure what I'm looking for, but that's the luck of the draw with this stuff. I really warmed up to her most when she mentioned that she's in I can figure out what it's called, but it's one of the affordable housing programs. And she's got a studio in the East Village, or I don't know how recent, but it was just comforting to know that she's probably doesn't make a lot of money. I kind of connected with that. So many of these people, dating sites seem impossible, impossibly fake. But she seems close enough to what she described herself as, I guess I'm sure. I don't know if she had in mind, but she said she was a Slapophile, or someone who craves intelligent conversation. And it doesn't help that my soft-spoken voice is sometimes hard to hear in a somewhat cavernous space. We met at Grand Central, and now then we bolted up to East Harlem, Marcus Garvey Park. She was doing some salsa dancing or something, and I stayed to watch for a little while, but from what I gather, she's got another dude friend coming up to meet her after this, and I told her I wouldn't be able to take that stuff anyway. So I'm going home. Tomorrow, then, is tomorrow. And if things go as planned, I will at least begin the official process of my final arrangements. And it's just seems like a responsible middle-aged thing to do, even if I have no particular responsibilities to anybody in this situation except my sister and possibly the owner of my building. Just as far as there being a concrete plan that nobody else has to horn in on or make their own assumptions about what to do. I guess I'm going to be in the newer college there that is finished yet. Or at least it wasn't finished last time I was there. I'd be surprised if it is because it's pretty big. I guess I could go home and look up to see if there are any floor plans for that. That's what I'm going to ask him about. And then, if I guess the plan would be to put me in the other one when it's finished, but I don't know. I'm not going to worry about anything unexpected happening. I'm not going to put that into this discussion. Well, one thing I want to ask them, and I've never gotten a straight answer from anybody about this, is purely out of my curiosity, but a reliable source told me once that in the 70s, this cemetery was a wasteland. You wouldn't even know it was a cemetery. It was so overgrown. And a new owner took over in October. Well, first of all, he mowed the lawn, but then he knocked over a whole bunch of tombstones. People whose descendants had not been making perpetual care payments. And knocked all those tombstones over and hauled them off to an illegal dumping ground that later became Socrates Sculpture Park. And then he threw 6 feet of dirt on top of all those burials. And there is a conspicuous 6-foot-high hill that I've always suspected was that, but who knows, maybe I'll get a straight answer about it. I don't want to make anybody uncomfortable. I just want to know. I don't want to say, I wouldn't describe it as anticlimactic. That's not really how I feel about it. But yesterday's visit to the boneyard could have ended with some feeling of more finality or more something decisive that occurred here. I mean, I expected them to cremate me promptly upon arrival. That's a joke. But I thought I might get as far as making a deposit or putting down some kind of money just to assure my place in line or assure my standing here. But the dude had nothing to sell me, so he's not going to do that. And I guess that's the way it's supposed to work. But I didn't come away from it feeling like I was on the top of his to-do list when space becomes available. But we'll figure it out. It feels more like I have to pester him in 4 or 5 months versus that I should expect to hear from him. But hey, maybe I should preemptively judge the guy's professionalism. It's going to be more expensive than I thought. I guess that shouldn't surprise me. I'm not naive about that kind of thing. I was intrigued. I knew about this. I've known about this for a long time, but I hadn't entered into my thinking about this situation that I could, if I ever changed my mind about it, I could just resell the spot, probably at a markup. And people do that. I mean, that happens all the time for legitimate reasons, and just because people are looking to make a buck off of this sort of thing. You see burial sites listed up for grabs on eBay or anywhere, because plans change, circumstances change. Somebody might die on the other side of the planet. It doesn't make sense for them to be buried in whatever arrangement they might have made a long time ago. But if this is going to cost me $4,000 or $4,500, which it probably is for just the spot, I don't really see that it's not like it's going to increase in value to $40,000 or something crazy like that. I think that over a number of years it might increase in value by maybe double or triple, but that's not really a lucrative enough investment for me to pursue. Now, there must be a whole racket in niche flipping where people buy up tons and tons of them and then resell them at a small markup, but you have to have a lot of capital to start an operation like that. I did get my questions answered, I think, but now I have others, and I should feel free to call Nick with these extra questions. He gave me his card, and I don't think he said to call him. I don't remember if he did that, but I should be okay to do that. But like I said, it's not anticlimactic, but it was a good feeling in the end that even though we didn't do anything concrete, and I don't come away any more assured of final plans than I was before. I do feel a little more comfortable talking about this stuff. The ice has been broken, and I'm not feeling as much existential, mortality. I'm not really even thinking about it that way. It's just a deal that has to get done. I've been in these. This isn't the first time I've been in these kind of discussions. I managed all aspects of my dad's arrangements, and I was in the room when my mother did the same for her mother, and I didn't have much of anything to do with my mother's affairs, but they were pretty simple. So I know what I'm getting into. I'm glad to hear that there's not going to be any perpetual care payments, that nobody anywhere down the line would be on the hook for getting collection calls from the cemetery, or getting nagging calls for, you owe us money from your forebear who died 40 years ago. But I did start to ask afterwards if maybe he doesn't want to sell to me because he doesn't want to sell a prime piece of real estate to somebody who probably isn't going to die anytime soon. Maybe he doesn't want to have an empty niche at the eye level, which is kind of where you want to be in these places. But you'd think they would have found a way to rotate the position of the niches. It would require a whole separate design, obviously, but it just seems fair that you could charge everybody more if they were guaranteed some prime time location, if they were guaranteed that they either would appear at eye level at a certain time of day or after X amount of time, or if they could just be brought down manually or something. Hey, I don't know. There's some creative thinking for you. I just remembered how sometime last year I didn't start writing a will, but what I did start doing was leaving instructions and organizing my logins and passwords for all of my countless quantity of internet accounts and logins, email accounts, and my dedicated web server has a whole bunch of idiosyncrasies that I don't think even the most seasoned techie would have a hard time figuring out. And I just wanted to set something up, not so much that it would last in perpetuity, but that somebody could get on there and announce that I was gone should I somehow unexpectedly leave. And the longer I did it, the more detail I drilled down to, and the more passwords, the more instructions I left about stuff like backup procedures and where to recover stuff from and yada yada. The list of things that really mattered in this realm just got shorter and shorter, to a point where I just said, you know what, none of this really matters. Nobody is going to go to the trouble of reverse engineering all this shit just so they can post an announcement on my website saying that something had happened. There's nobody in my life that's going to do that, at least not at the present. And it was a bit of a demoralizing, humbling coming back from thinking so highly of myself that any of this was going to be talked about in the years after I'm gone. It reminded me that my mother, after she had retired, handed me a big stack of papers from her job. She had been a social worker, and she spent her days going to people's houses and evaluating them for what kind of social services they qualified for. And she talked about the job a fair amount. I mean, what am I saying? She talked about it to no end. She would just come home and it would be this endless litany of every detail of every client she had seen that day. Sometimes excruciating detail. And I think this is evidence that people become what they complain about the most, because she described a similar scenario with her mother. Her mother would come home from work and just talk to no end about what horrible, rotten people she worked with. You know, everybody there was just garbage, and it just was endless litanies. It would go on for hours. That's my mother's account. And from what little I know of her mother, I believe it. So my mother didn't carry on in that spirit of bitterness, but she did talk and talk and talk about her day at work. And all I could do was just sit there. But the point being, after she retired, she handed me the big stack of paperwork that she had for every client file. And I leafed through them and read some of the accounts, and so-and-so is a vulnerable adult who lives with his mother. He's 47 years old, and he has nervousness or something. It was just I don't remember the details. This was many years ago. I remember the term vulnerable adult came up in almost every single one. But I'm looking at him, and I'm being properly respectful about it and everything. But I don't really have anything to say about it. She probably broke some rule by showing me this stuff, but what does that matter now? But then a few days later, she commented herself that all that paperwork, all that evidence, all that record that she left behind just didn't mean anything. And she'd be just as well, instead of making me read that shit, she could have just dumped it into the shredder. So her life's work was deemed by herself to be meaningless, and I'm come to that conclusion, and I'm not even retired or not even done working, that my life work is essentially meaningless. This dude, Alan, that I worked with a long time ago on the apology project, made a chagrined comment about how he had encoded hours and hours worth of audio from his project, and he got everything he needed onto a single CD, and he felt it just was so diminishing, deflating to know that he's like, I got my whole life work on a single CD. What does that say? What does that say about my legacy? Because, of course, quantity of output is quantity of physical output. Maybe that's not as considered, not taken as a sign of merit like it used to be. But I've left a lot of shit behind. I have a trail, and I would like it to be preserved somehow. But if I think about it much, I think I'm just going to have to let it go and let whoever comes to clean up after me decide what to do with it. I mean, I don't think people who care about me would just throw all that shit away, but then again, I don't know. And I won't be around to get upset about it. But I've said this before, and I'll say it again. I want to live forever. I want to find a way to replicate my consciousness in a way that can be stored and preserved and maybe woken up in another generation when robots rule the world, and we can embed our consciousness into those, or any kind of more durable vessel than this bag of water and bones that I'm borrowing, that I've been borrowing for 51 years. So just in summary about, I think I've already said everything I had to say about the visit to the cemetery. I feel like it might be more competitive than I had in mind to get a spot there. it's definitely competitive, if you could call it that, to get a spot at Calvary if I wanted to be buried there, because they don't do pre-need anymore. They opened up a whole swaths of land on Old Calvary, but it's only, if you want to be buried there, you have to hurry up and die. I mean, you gotta really want to be buried there. But then again, maybe there are arrangements you could make with them. I don't know. It's like I said, I don't want to be in the ground anyway. So, but if it seemed like it's. I was thinking more again about the niche flipping racket, if such a thing really exists, because I don't know. It doesn't seem like there's enough money to be made in that. But there I go, talking like it would be just a single investment. I mean, I could see people with capital coming in with $500,000, buying up 500 of those things, and then selling them a few years later at a 10% markup. I don't know. I don't know. That doesn't seem like something the cemetery itself would want to condone, because they'd end up with walls and walls of empty niches. But if it ends up being competitive on that basis, then I might have to reconsider what I'm trying to arrange here. Anyway, I'm at Rockefeller Center, where I picked up the check for my last piano gig, which was, I thought I was going to get this check a lot quicker, but I think it's been about 3 weeks, and I'm not anticipating any more gigs with that ensemble because it folded after the concert ended. That was the last concert, and if I didn't know the conductor very well, I've known him for like 17 years, I might have been a little more nervous about the time it was taking for this check to arrive, because he indicated it would be like in the mail by the following Monday after the concert, but it didn't hit the mail until like a few days ago. But like I said, I trust the guy, so I wasn't nervous about it. I just figured, well, I don't need the money immediately anyway, so. Well, I'm going over to Grand Central to see if my fear is coming to fruition, that they're going to get rid of every last payphone at the terminal. I think that would be really drastic, but that might just be the reality. Oh, and I didn't hear back from that beautiful woman who lives in the neighborhood through the dating site. And I did see that she was online, but I just contacted another woman, a classical pianist, and she mentioned Gregory Sokolov in her profile, and I was like, I don't think I ever expected to see that dude's name on this dating site. But she looks like a handful. She teaches piano all day, plays concerts, and then goes dancing after all that. And I don't dance, but maybe we can work something out where I can be the proud boyfriend standing by watching my hot girlfriend tear it up on the dance floor. Yeah, I'm getting ahead of myself. I'm up to my silly games again, my silly tricks. I'm not blasting demented ice cream music, at least not yet, but I managed to connect one of my radio screens to the smart city machines. And it's my voice blasting out, and it sounds a little rough and weird, but that's kind of the idea. I really didn't want to do this again, that's the honest truth, but I wanted to make sure I still could do it for the sake of the film. And I can't just talk about it without demonstrating it. If we could get some real-world reactions from people, then that could be solid gold. I mean, we'll find out, right? But like I said, it's for the same reason I came forward. Like, I mean, it's not the same reason, but it's the same kind of thinking. I had to come forward even though I never wanted to, because it wasn't such a big deal that all of the up was exactly on the edge of its seat, waiting to encounter the next installment of the sound that I was making. And I was done doing it. I thought I was. Begrudgingly, if I would have done this at all, I should probably go on record, and the director of the film was really into it, so I'll let her know. I'll send her an email. So when I started setting up the broadcasts again a couple days ago, my first thought was, oh God, not this again. It's, I guess I'd have described it as difficult, but it's really more, it's deliberate. If I make one little mistake in the chain of things that I have to do, then something really annoying or embarrassing could happen. This actually happened once last year. If I make a certain type of mistake, then the music or the noise will start blasting out of my computer's speakers at home, and I'm not going to be there to do anything about it, to turn it off. That actually happened a couple of times. Unfortunately, nobody seemed to be at home. Of course, it wasn't full night or anything, but still, that could be embarrassing. And at least that can go wrong. It's too boring to explain, but just suffice it to say that I'm doing this for good reason, and I'm happy to be doing it, although everything a little bit ambivalent to be honest. But it'd be a fun thing to get on record, because the Godfulness video, as good as it was, as much as it really did get to the nub of the whole shenanigan, a little more concisely than the 1,600-word story that developed it. We just had the handicap of there not being anybody around because it was so cold out. And not only is it cold, but like people out there with their earmuffs and their headphones, and there are so fewer people out there would be during summer and all the obvious reasons. So we'll see if this can make up for that. I also, of course, have my face blanked out because I had the fear, which at the time I think was perfectly legitimate. Certain people at certain locations recognize you and be like, oh my God, I wish that guy used to miss you. And these are like business owners, restaurant owners. So they're probably over it by now, and I'm not going to target those type of places on this go. Anyway, I'm going to keep on keeping on here. So it seemed somehow appropriate that I would call this in from the sex offender payphone, even though there's no sex offense in play unless you're extremely puritanical about such things. But I was reminded this morning that some months ago I bought a sex toy. It's the only one I've ever tried. I don't really know what got into me or what made me think this would be anything but a joke. But that is pretty much what it was. It was a plastic vagina. And, I did what you did with it, or used it as it intended, and I just ended up kind of laughing. It was the same reaction I had to virtual reality porn. It's like, I don't really need a reminder that I'm not there. Like, I really need a reminder to have any virtual or artificial reminder that I'm not the object of someone's desire at this particular time in my life. But along with the sex toy, I bought a bottle of lube, and that's another thing I had never used before, and I found I didn't really have any interest in it. But the bottle of lube was sitting by the tub, and it got knocked over. As a matter of fact, this happened while we were filming what has come to be known as the infamous shower scene. During the filming of that, I knocked over the bottle of lube and didn't say anything about it, but today I discovered, it's been, I don't know, a couple of weeks now, today I discovered that the bottle landed upside down and that all the fluid in it leaked out onto the floor. And I don't know if that means that it leaked through the floor and into the room below. And I'm also not exactly sure where that would land. Because there's an apartment downstairs from me, and I think the bathroom is laid out the same way as mine, but I don't remember. I was actually in that apartment one time many years ago. So that might be embarrassing. That could potentially be embarrassing if the neighbors downstairs complained about a leak, and I had to explain that it was a bottle of lube that fell to the floor and leaked. And I didn't realize that had happened, and there's nothing I can do about it now. But it's just an amusing thing. But getting back to that sex toy, I ended up disposing of it after. I don't think I even had it for a week. It just seemed like something I didn't want to get caught having under any circumstance, although there are far worse things I could be caught with. But it reminds me, of course, of my father, who left behind a stash of gay porn videos, man-on-man gay porn, and he also he had like women's panties and stuff like that in his dresser drawer, and he had them hidden away like he was a 16-year-old having a copy of Playboy from his mother. But I don't know if he left it there on purpose to let us know or if he just forgot about it. But whatever the case, when I got rid of that stuff, I did it the same way as when I got rid of the sex toy, which was to take it to a city trash can. Just one of those curbside trash cans you can see all over, and I could get fined for that because you're not supposed to put household trash into those things. But I couldn't imagine getting caught, so that's how I got rid of the artificial vagina, and that's how I got rid of my dad's gay porn, and that's how you get rid of shit that you just don't want anybody connecting to you. Anyway. So here I am in sex offender country, and I haven't thought about this before, but the stampede of development is finally coming over here. And I've said before that I don't want to say exactly what it is. I don't want to impugn the reputation of the entire area when people who don't know what the deal is, who aren't familiar with the area, might find it to be perfectly inhabitable. But the more I become aware of that, the more I do look around and take stock of the people that are just sitting around outside of buildings and walking around looking like they have nothing to do. And I'm thinking, those guys are probably pedophiles, or they probably did disgusting things with 16-year-old girls. That's the profile of that we came up with when I was dating a woman for a while who, for whatever reason, the subject of sex offenders came up every time we went out. I think we only went out 3 times, so one night we spent date night looking up sex offenders at the registry, determining that this area happens to be one of the clusters where they're made to live, because there's all these rules about how far away you can be from the school and playground, all that kind of stuff. All right, I'm going to go. So I just spent about an hour combing through my receipts, which is one of my little websites that stopped working recently, and I have no desire to fix it. I don't know what happened. The software just isn't working, even though I did nothing to change it, which suggests perhaps that somebody tried to hack the site. I don't know. But I have about 10,000 scans of receipts from as far back as 1989. I don't remember when I first started scanning them, but it's been one of my mainstays of my web presence for a long time. But I'm getting ready to wind down a lot of my pages and my sites. So I'm in search of some other place to dump it just for archival purposes, because I also need to unwind the web server that I'm using. It's become a cumbersome pain in the ass for me, and I really have no reason to be running a web server such as the one I'm running. It's the kind of server that where I set up customers and set up websites for other people, and I just don't need that anymore. So I think I've settled on archive.org. I'm going to see how well it works. I'm looking for some sense of permanence, and archive is like dedicates itself to being the eternal keeper of whatever content they're able to scrape up. And they are hosted in kind of nuclear-approved bunkers, I think, somewhere in California. And they probably have redundant servers all over the world. I have a love-hate relationship with that site. First of all, they ignored my job application to be a document scanner there, even though that's like in my blood to scan documents or digitize audio, video. And they just flat out ignored me. But it's not just that, it's that they just dump so much garbage text content onto the web. And it makes the good stuff very hard to find. So, but I've been binging on the site again lately. I've discovered that they have all these old yearbooks. Anyway, my receipts, I stopped scanning them, I don't know, maybe a year ago, but I still save them. They're in my refrigerator. I have a large refrigerator I don't use. It's not turned on. I'm not keeping my receipts on. I'm not keeping my receipts in cold storage for any reason. It's the opposite. It's just a good place to stuff them because I'm not using them for anything else. So I might start scanning them again someday. I don't know. It's been such an ongoing part of my life that it's going to be weird to let it go. It's Sunday, and perhaps it's appropriate that I would choose the Sabbath day to go look for some religion. I'm going to go see what they have on Pray. There's a street art graffiti exhibit over in Williamsburg. It looks like a blockbuster. So in that context, I don't expect Pray to get a whole lot of coverage, but regardless, I want to see what they have on her. She's been one of my long-term fascinations, almost since I got to New York. The manager at Tower Records couldn't be stopped one day. He just started gushing about this crazy old lady who was going to every single payphone in town and scratching the word pray or the words love God, love Jesus, that kind of thing. All kinds of religious exhortations. And she's been doing it, allegedly, the legend is that she's done this on every single payphone in New York. And from the day he said that, I was seeing it everywhere. It seemed that way to me. The word pray would just jump out at me every time I walked past a payphone or some pray or some other religious command. And I did start to question what it meant. Like, pray because the world is in such a bad situation, or pray because you owe it to your creator, or pray because it will bring peace or sustenance. I don't know. I don't know exactly what the meaning of it was, and over the years, it took me a while to wake up to the somewhat disturbing quality of it all. I mean, she had to be damaged somehow. Rumors were that she had been a nurse at the psych ward at Bellevue and that her exposure to the patients there caused her to flip out. But nothing's ever been confirmed about her, and that's all you can really say about it. But I'm curious to see what they have on her. This exhibit was in L.A. earlier, something last year, I think. And I didn't know it was coming here, so I'm curious to see what's up with it. So I'll get back on what I find. Checking in on India Street, Manhattan Avenue. And it started raining, but then it stopped, so I can make this call now. very appropriately enough, they said, great, Payphone. What they had on display at this show was an old rotary dial Payphone. And from what I could tell, it originated from the Upper East Side of Manhattan. Considered a 212650 exchange, area code exchange. And that was pretty much concentrated around around like First Avenue in the 70s, I think. 50s, 80s, that kind of area. And they had a little write-up about Ray and like how she is basically, I think, during history. And I got into a conversation with one person about it, explaining this is the only reason I came to the show. And I didn't actually notice at first that they had replicated the phrase CD on the side of the phone. But I read the thing all the way to the end for a second and third time, and sometimes it sink in the first few times. And it was both totally rotary, and they had a photo of one of the other decades, probably from the subway system. It looks like one of the photos I've seen online. I don't know if I would have bothered contacting the curator, but I'm curious how he actually got the phone. Probably just eBay and stuff like that, but he said that he wrote it the write-up so that he could salvage the phone. And I guess maybe something he could have salvaged it from there. Maybe it's stolen or something like that. Whatever the case. It's all about the pretty good shape. And otherwise, it was a sprawling show, and there wasn't a whole lot of actual scenes on it. And it was a lot of, influenced by people who I guess also engaged in street art, or maybe not. I kind of lost time with why there was so much fine art type stuff. And the water fountain and wine, and then there's something about the bathrooms, and I don't know. 25 bucks is a lot, and I haven't anything for that show, but it still wasn't very relevant to it, but I will deal with it. But there was going to start raining again, so it's still not. There was a mini uproar a couple of weeks ago regarding an image that showed up on one of those smart city kiosks. And that's the only reason this crossed my radar. But a bunch of people were angry that an image of the Statue of Liberty, an illustration of the Statue of Liberty, with a hijab draped over her head appeared. The hijab is the head garment that Muslim women wear. And people were angry and fearful and afraid that somebody was suggesting that the Islam religion had taken over, or was going to take over the country. And as I recognize that kind of thinking as Islamophobic thinking for what it is. It's like fear, just being scared of something outside of your own ethnicity or your own culture. I mean, that's the base of that kind of thinking. But in this context, they evoked 9/11 again as if the hijab-wearing women of Steinway Street are organizing a raid on the World Trade Center. But as would happen with this kind of thing, it reminded me of my ex, who was Muslim, and a white guy like me dating a Muslim woman was like having an affair with a married woman. Her family knew I existed, but that was about all they knew. And, she kept it out. And she managed to keep the secret using her Swiss Army knife of social media techniques to prevent certain people from seeing pictures of us together and that kind of thing. So I still talk to her. I talked to her last time in December. And, I'm not going to barge into her life now. She's married and has 2 kids, but there's still an open line of communication if the circumstance seems right, and it seemed appropriate in December when I contacted her. But I always if I ever refer to her, I always say that it was a foregone conclusion that we were not going to go the distance. But the truth is that whenever I say that to somebody else, I think to myself that I really did let her get away. Or maybe I could have tried harder. I could have been better to her, been better for her. Maybe I did let her get away, and I shouldn't have just accepted the crud married to a dude was raised evangelical Baptist from Alabama. And those two could not have been happier with each other. And I envied it to a point where that was where I really started thinking that maybe I let her get away. I let my mom. This is Floyd Avenue and 29th Street. This has bothered me for, I think it's about 9 years now, maybe longer. I just went up onto the Triborough to do due diligence, if you will, before I confront the MTA on this again. There's a sign up there that says life is worth living, and that there's a suicide crisis counseling telephone, 24-hour phone up ahead. And the sign used to say that it's 150 feet ahead. They replaced it with another sign that just says it's up ahead. And it's not there. The phone is not there, unless it is very well hidden. And I wrote to the MTA last week, or maybe 2 weeks ago, and they responded pretty quickly. Other than that much that she said that it's there and that it gets tested frequently. And in my opening email, I invited whoever read this to go physically visit the bridge to see for yourself. It's just not there. She said she didn't do that, but she said somebody else did, so I don't know why that other person would lie about it, unless there's just a miscue. But I made it clear which span of the Triborough I was talking about. It's the one between Queens and Randall's Island, or Queens and the Bronx. And so she responded, well, it's there, And I wrote back, and I said, where? Where exactly? Give me some precise latitude, longitude, or whatever coordinate you have to pinpoint a precise spot on the bridge. The Queensboro does have, markers on every, I don't know, however many feet that says QD 101 or whatever. There's a numbering system. I don't see that on the Triborough, and I don't see any phones whatsoever on the Triborough. Actually, the Queensboro and other bridges, by comparison, have phones every maybe 50, maybe, I don't know, 100 feet, I don't know how far. So I just did this twice. I studied every bolt of this bridge and every possible spot where a phone could be, and there's just nothing there. The only possible thing is there's this thing that looks like it has a speaker on it, and I don't know what that's for, but it's 12 feet up in the air, and if it's a phone, it's a very very poorly placed if it's any kind of a two-way communication device. And that's the only possible thing that is up there. I don't know what that thing actually is. It doesn't look like a phone. Maybe if I get my picture, I'll be able to get a brand name or a model number or whatever the hell it is, but I'll figure this out. I do get genuinely upset when I contemplate the fact that there's no phone up there on the Triborough. Today, when I was doing my research, if you will, I was thinking that if the phone was in the spot where it would make the most sense for it to be, I would have been really happy to see it. I would have been relieved. I don't know that I would use the phone, but I might. So, it's just it feels so insignificant when you bring something like this to the attention of people who should care, people who should be concerned that there's no device present for somebody that might need it. And they just flat out tell you that you're lying or you're wrong. I don't know. I mean, the logic is all over the place. Because somebody's going to do what they want to do. They're not going to pay attention to that sign, and they're not going to be up there looking for a phone. But I would appreciate having something up there, because there have been days where I need that. And a regular phone with a handset like this one I'm using is a lot more intimate than screaming at one of those stupid smart city kiosks. Having everybody in the neighborhood hear my woe. So I'm going to up the ante again, and I'm actually going to confront them on upset about it. I don't really like doing that because it feels like a gotcha move, and I just remain skeptical of social media all around, but I'm not going to let it bother me. Or not much, at least. Yesterday I started revisiting the next vanishment, if you will. Except it's not quite vanishment. I used to keep an eye on the blue mailboxes that you see on the curbside all over the place. And I was pointing out to people that if you look at the bottom right panel, there's a date imprinted on it, and that's the date that the box was put into service. Not necessarily on that spot, but probably in the vicinity because they move them around to make way for construction. And I saw one once that was from 1936, but most of them are like not that old, but you do see some really ancient boxes out there sometimes. But I had this conversation with somebody on social media who discovered my old mailbox locator website, and that was a pretty good website in its first iteration, but it really sucks now. But I could make it better, but I just ran out of gas because there's all these copycats and scrapers out there that scraped my site and made their own site. But what I was most proud of actually with that site, I was the first one to make a site like that, where you could find, you type in a zip code and I'll tell you where all the mailboxes are in that area. And the first iteration was pretty good, and it got pretty good reviews, but over time I just kind of soured on the whole thing. But what I was always most proud of was how I was made aware of the data that was sitting out there and hiding in plain sight. It was released in this really obscure location on one of the government websites, and there was no context. There was no file name that would have told you what the hell this was. But there was a rogue renegade worker at one of the postal agencies who contacted me, and he's been a fan of my Payphone site for a long time, and he said he knew that this data was being released, that the post office didn't want it released, but that they had to in response to a Freedom of Information Act. And so I went to work with it right away and set up a pretty robust, if I say so myself, website around that stuff, and it got mad traffic for the longest time. But the gods of the search engines eventually gave up on me, and I rarely show up on searches for that stuff anymore, but it's a good fun. So Monday I'm going to begin my assault. Maybe I shouldn't call it that, but I'm going to get in the face of the NCA and whoever else I have to get in the face of to get an answer as to why there's no suicide phone up on the Triborough. I wrote to them last week. They responded pretty quickly saying that not only is it there, but it was inspected a couple of days ago. It's inspected regularly. And I'm not saying that anybody lied to this person, but somebody either got miscommunication or they're intentionally lying about it. And somebody might intentionally lie about it if it was one of these long-term contract type of things where nobody actually goes out to inspect particular things. They just take a contractor's word for it that the job is done. So we'll see. But I think I'm going to take it public, though. I'm not going to just keep shooting emails because that seems to be a dead end, so to speak. I'm going to confront them on social media, which I don't like doing because it feels like tabloid-like gotcha maneuvers, but what can you do? So I guess the more I do this, the less chance I have of ever getting a job with the city or with the do-it agency that I wanted to work for. I think my application for Payphone inspector is probably just going to be ignored. And my 311 call center dream is probably never going to happen anyway, but I don't know if that agency is something that I actually want to work for anyway. It sounds good as a concept, but from what little tea leaves I can read, it sounds like the whole agency is just a train wreck. always that way, but the CEO or president or whatever his title is resigned over some really stupid oversight of his. And needless to say, they're responsible for putting that stupid smart city kiosk out there. So I don't know who knows what the hell they're doing there, but I probably wouldn't want to work there after all, now that I give it real world thought. So I'm not looking forward to beginning the assault, but I just want there to be a phone up there, and I want to know why there isn't.
The number you have reached, 402-873-9910, is not in service. If you feel you have reached this recording in error, please check the number and dial again. Thank you.
There was a shooting near my apartment this morning. I was sitting in a shower, and I could hear the events unfold. I didn't see anything, but I heard the police helicopters arrive and ambulances and all kinds of sirens. It looks like it involved a 17-year-old girl who was shot in the face. And I live just like a few blocks from housing projects. But it's always been considered one of the better NYC compounds, or whatever you want to call it. Like, it's well managed and there's not a lot of crime, but this reminded me of the incident from some years back where in those days I was sleeping till 4 in the afternoon. And as soon as I'd wake up, I'd be chasing daylight, but one day I was woken up about 4 by this unusual police siren. It was very low pitch, a big building shake. It's the kind of siren they use for active shooters, I think. And I would learn later that what happened was that we walked into the pharmacy nearby with a bouquet of flowers, and it looked like he was bringing them to give to his ex-girlfriend or maybe it was his ex-wife. And behind that bouquet of flowers was a gun, and he shot her in the face. And she died. And the police came out to chase after him, and they brought out like a barely used, like a miniature tank that they bring out to pursue an active shooter, and they also use the special sirens and all that stuff. And it was a big deal, and the dude ended up retreating to his apartment at the housing project, and he shot himself in the head. I mean, shit like this happens in the big bad world. It just changes your perspective a little bit when it happens right outside or right in front of you. Last night I did the sort of thing that I always swear I'm not ever going to do again every time I do it. But I'm weak. I couldn't sleep, and that's been happening more and more lately. So I get up, I don't know when, 2:30 in the morning, and did a little bit of vodka. And in the past, I've done like way enough vodka that it fucks me up the whole rest of the next day. This wasn't that quantity. I managed to control myself. But it's the kind of fucked up that it takes me half a day sometimes to realize that I'm even this fucked up. But this time it's not that bad, so I just want to emphasize that. So I'm walking around feeling like I'm about to start floating, feeling that touch of not wanting to be alive, but not wanting to be dead either. Just want to live forever in some ghostly format or some ghostly ephemeral way. Digitize my conscience, upload it to some server farm somewhere, keep myself alive forever. That's really what I want. And but I think he might have banged my ex-girlfriend after we broke up. Or if he didn't, I think she sure as hell wanted him to, but it would have just been revenge sex or something like it. And I don't think it ever actually happened because she's really not wired for that kind of thing. I remember our first night together, or one of our first nights, she kept saying, like, I don't do this, I don't just go over to some dude's house and have sex with them. But she did, and we ended up being together for 3 years, but I remember after we broke up, she was making herself highly visible in the company of all these other dudes, all of whom she met through me, and I think she still hangs out with those guys at least once in a while, which I always thought was a little weird, but what can you do? It was one of the unfairnesses of the breakup was I got really nothing in the end. I didn't make a single lasting friend from her side of, her network of friends, but she made all kinds of lasting friends from some people I knew pretty well, people I hardly knew at all. But that's more valuable than anything else, and I didn't get any of it. All right, so I'm at Rockefeller Center. I got an email this morning or 2 emails. One was a group invite to myself and a bunch of others to just a social, if you want to call it that, next week. I think it's on Wednesday. And it's myself and a bunch of people who put art in public places. They put art on top of, among other things, payphone enclosures and other forms of advertising to cover the ads and just temporarily make a clear statement. And I've always been 50-50 on that kind of thing. Like, do I advocate it or not? Because I've committed some of that type of work myself to the streets in my own way. But then I got a follow-up email from the person who sent out the group invite, and he's looks like an established artist, like with a real pedigree, not just a sarcastic activist or a sardonic opportunist. And he asked me if he could take me to lunch so that we could talk about payphones. And this is the kind of invite I would have turned down maybe even a year ago, because I've always thought that if I really go on record with how much I really do think about these things or focus on them, people would ridicule me. I've always put the brakes on my public displays of enthusiasm for this stuff because of it, but as of about a year ago, I don't care anymore. Make fun of me all you want. And this dude has purchased, I think the call cut off. Seriously. Well, he says he's in contract to either buy or procure 5 payphone enclosures from City Bridge. And what's he going to do with them? Well, that seems to be up in the air. I'm at Rockefeller Center, and I just walked all the way over here. Haven't even cracked a sweat, even though it's pretty warm out. I got a couple of emails this morning. One of them was went to a whole bunch of people, and it's an invite to an informal gathering, just kind of see whatever happens when you put a bunch of people like this in one room. It's myself and a bunch of street artists, people who cover up billboards and, payphone enclosures. They cover up advertising with art to make their temporary statement. And I've always been 50-50 about this kind of thing, because you're vandalizing private property or public property, and taking away the revenue that somebody is expecting to make, and yada yada. You can get all righteous about it, but in the end, if there's no physical damage done, I guess I'm okay with it. But so I got a group invite to myself and a bunch of people like that. But then the artist sent me a follow-up email just to me saying that he wanted to buy me lunch and let's talk about, what else, payphones. And about a year ago, I probably would have ignored something like this. But about a year ago is when I changed my mind about being coy with regard to my enthusiasm for the subject matter and my always-on interest in the subject. I've always, even for all the attention that I appear to have gotten for this kind of stuff, I still have never wanted to be ridiculed for it. And I have been, and it didn't feel good at the time, but I think I can probably handle it now. What he's doing is he says he's in contract to procure or maybe purchase 5 payphone enclosures from City Bridge, the company that has the monopoly on New York's outdoor payphones. And that's the company that owns those smart city kiosks. And I don't know how they're going to react to my involvement in anything to do with this, but if he buys them outright, it's none of their business. So I'm going to sit down and talk to this guy and explain that if I had the resource to do this sort of thing, I would what he wants to do is buy 5 enclosures, 1 in each borough, I think, and turn them into permanent or semi-permanent museums, monuments for the history of the payphone in New York, or the payphone in America, really, although the ones he's buying don't really look like that anywhere else but in New York. But if he wants to turn the side panels into digital screens, and I think that's what he's describing, and if he wants to turn that into a rolling history of pictures and peons to the role payphones have played in New York over the last 30 or 40 years, I'm going to be an absolute waterfall of ideas for him. Because, I start with pray, I start with maybe the apology line, I start with, to be cheesy, maybe you'd throw in like the iconic movie scenes from The Birds or whatever other of those things. And I had some other ideas as I was walking over here, but I'm sort of drawing a blank now. But yeah, I'm going to have to write this down because this often happens when I sit down to make a payphone call. I think like the advantage to this is that this is a place, this is a static, non-moving, immobile place to make a phone call. And it gives you a chance to stop hyperventilating your communication and trivializing it by incorporating it into your walking back and forth. But, yeah, I have other ideas. I don't know how this guy will respond to pray or that kind of thing, but she's just been on my mind lately again anyway. And then there's this quote-unquote radio that I do. I don't know. I had so many other seeming ideas while I was thinking about this, but I'll work on it. So I'll go to this thing. It sounds like there's going to be 15 or 20 people there, including some people I've connected with through social media. And I just remain eternally skeptical of social media, but I guess that's never going to change. I am doing something right now that I don't want to ever document on paper, but I just stole a piece of placard from this payphone that I'm using, and I stole something else earlier from another one. And I've been I have a drawer full now of residue, if you call it that. So let me get to walking again, and this time I'm not going to just let those ideas slip away. I'm kind of nervous about this because, like I said, I guess I still maintain that sense of not wanting to come forward for what I really am. And I'm going to be in a room full of people who probably know me as the softie freak. And that's going to really make me nervous. But I might see if the filmmaker wants to come along, because she had said earlier that she wanted to see me around people. And I get it, but my instincts are that I'm alone. You know, that should be my story. I don't know what that woman was just stopping and staring at me for. I was just talking to a woman. I turned, her woman was just standing there staring at me. I guess maybe she wanted to use the payphone. All right, I think she does, and I'm going to let her have it. So this time I'm calling in. Where we filmed the CBS spot. This is the actual booth that we used, that I appeared in. And I already don't want to be in here. It's hot and comfy, but I'm tending to pry out. But that's or something. And so anxiety that I'm feeling here is that when he's in this booth, stop and stare at you so they're going to see me trying to pry this thing off of here. So I think this is going to be less. Yeah, now I see it. Everything I want. I was just in earlier, but I didn't have a lot of confidence in the phone, so I'm trying again. If I sounded a little nervous in the previous call, first of all, I wanted to continue my thought, because the woman wanted to use the payphone, and I didn't want to be the payphone hog, so I cut off my call. There's no other phone around that area. The reason I started picking off and prying off some of these payphone parts is because I want to see if prey is under there. And it's taken a long time for me to get to this point. But I looked at some pictures I had of the phone removed last month, and I saw a missed opportunity. I think she is probably still present, but she's smothered underneath all these placards and metal rate cards for collect calls and overseas calls. So I picked off the one at Rockefeller Center because it looked like the type of phone that she might have been on. It was the older style of phone. And in the old days, they didn't always have the placards on them. So it was easier for her to find the surface. I want to make a pilgrimage out to Newark, because I was looking again at some old pictures I got. She's all over the place there. And I forgot about that. So I should go back. kicking these cards off, and I'm not saving them because I have any desire to have some collection of this shit. Once it's off, it's off. And if I leave it here, someone else will steal it. So, and it's an interesting collection. Anyway, let's go after that. All right. I'm going over to the New York Library where I'm going to try to steal one of the cards off of the phone where we filmed our little CBS Sunday morning spot.
I'm calling from my cell phone, as I said, and I'm at the St. Joseph Mausoleum, the St. Michael's Cemetery. This is where I expect it to end up, but of course plans change. I expect to end up at the St. Mary Mausoleum across the parking lot here. I'll be honest, I was hoping that the air conditioner would be on in here, but it's not. So I might not stay here too long. I like the music that they play here. But this lack of air conditioning is making me think I don't want to end up here. I don't want people to come here and be sweating. But I actually called in yesterday from this cell phone, but it was within protocol because I was inside of a booth. And I was it was one of the booths that actually means something to me. It's the one where we filmed the CBS Sunday morning piece. And I was sitting in that booth to start the segment. And I was trying to steal something off of the phone, but I couldn't pry it loose. But I can come back later with a finer, like a straight edge or something. Usually when I say I'm going to the cemetery, I mean Calvary, but today I'm coming here because I've been wanting to. I mean, if it's going to be my final home, why not make myself feel at home, right? Well, that's part of the reason I had second thoughts about this being that, because I don't really like the cemetery that much, but just got job ones here, so I'll be in good company. All goes as planned. So I was saying yesterday was a good day, or an interesting day at least, because I got that invite to the event, which should be attended by a bunch of street graffiti artists, advertising activists, or anti-advertising activists. But a real reason I'm going, I probably wouldn't go to this. I'd be 50-50 about it at best. Save for the fact that a woman is going to be there who I sort of kind of might be interested in. And I don't really get a good read on her through our correspondences, but I contacted her, and it's probably been like 3 years now, to see if she knew anything about Prey. She has an interest in street art and street graffiti and that kind of thing. And I had some reason to think she would have an opinion on whether she thought the discoveries that I had made were genuine Prey or if there was somebody else. And I think she kicked it over to a colleague of hers who never responded, but whatever the case, I don't know. She's the reason I'm going though. Let's put it that way. And because what happened was the organizer of this event sent me an email, or he sent a group email to everybody that he was inviting. And then he followed up with a personal message to me saying, let's meet up for coffee. And I've been wanting to meet you for a long time, and yada yada. And I sort of kind of know who he is. He's crossed my radar, but the stuff that these guys do, I'm kind of 50-50 on it. It's thoughtful and intriguing, but I'm okay with it as long as it doesn't cause permanent, property damage. But sometimes it does. At any rate, he said he wanted to meet me personally, and then before I responded to him to either of this woman that I'm interested in or might be interested in forwarded me the invite. She didn't seem to know that I was on the list. And then we sent like 6 or 8 messages back and forth yesterday where I was just going to keep it strictly business, but then I added an image of a prey that I saw in Newark sometime last year. And I added the prey was all over the place in Newark. And so she asked why, and basically she kept the conversation going, which I was happy to do. So, don't know a whole lot about her. And I think the opposite is probably true. We'll see if there's anything there. So, she also invited herself along to whatever the organizer of this event and I decide to meet up at. Like I said, he wanted to meet for coffee or dinner or something like that. And I said, sure. And then he added follow-up that this woman wants to join us. So there you go. There's your little intrigue for the day. I have to tell this story. I'm sitting in this, it's about the most isolated corner that you're going to find in this mausoleum structure. And by the way, I think they turned the air conditioning on. After sometime last year, I tried to hang myself, and I tried a number of times, mostly to see how easy it really was and to see what it felt like. And the scary thing is that it was as easy as I had been led to believe, and it felt really good. And I made my final judgment on this. I used a Payphone cord at somewhere off of Roosevelt Avenue in, I guess it's Woodside, in the 50s or 60s. And then that was where I really decided for sure that I could really do that. It would be easy as hell. And it was just scary how easy it was. And I tried one last time at another phone, somewhere between there and my way back home. And that phone, I was thinking that it would be an ideal because there was no surveillance cameras anywhere around. And after I tried it at that one, I was relieved at thinking about the road ahead of me, the path home. I was just really relieved to know that there weren't going to be any more payphones between there and me getting home, because I was probably going to try again. Anyway, after I got through that little phase, this sounds cliche as hell, I know, but I felt my body again, and I started masturbating like I'd never done it before. And that's how it felt. And it was like a new discovery. It's like I was a teenager all over again. And I remember the day I discovered my balls and when my wiener started being like cock. And I think I was 13 years old. And I just remember that day, and I'm like, wow, man, I'd like to go back to the day before that again. Sometimes, at least. This is one of the places that I came, or so to speak. But I wasn't able to get away with actually doing it here. There were people around. But I don't do that shit anymore. I'm over it. And I'm not thinking communication with the owner of my building. I don't have thoughts, but I'll get over them.
I'm up at Northern Boulevard, 73rd Street. I'm just walking this off. Walking off this day, walking off yesterday. The reason I was hooked about the RFK story, I don't know if I explained this clearly, but I sent a tip into a new website called thecity.nyc, and it holds itself up as a old school journalism, like only the facts and only the relevant stories, but on a pretty hyper-local level. So I sent them a tip about the fact that there's a sign on the RFK Triborough saying that there's a suicide crisis counseling telephone up ahead, and there's never been a phone present in at least 9 years since I first noticed it. And I was going to take this on myself, or I was going to try to, but I was too afraid of being wrong about it, and of them being able to just make me look like an idiot, and saying, look, how do you not see this phone? Ta-da, here it is. But the dude at this website responded to my tip. It's been about a couple of weeks since I sent it in. And he said, yeah, you're right. I went up there myself, and there's no phone. And I'd rather they do the story than me. I'd rather they take the fall and just use me as a source. So that's what happened yesterday. I called him and gave him some quotable bites. And he also said that he thought my website was pretty cool, which I appreciate. Anyway, I don't know what I'm going to do with the rest of the day. It's about 2 o'clock, and I've walked about 5.5 or 6 miles. And I got to keep going because I can't slow down. I don't know. I'm thinking of going to Newark, of all things. I was looking at some old pictures from the one time I went there, and I sort of forgot that parade was all over the place there. That I had intended to get more pictures of her exit for whatever reason that way from me. So maybe I'll head down to Penn Station and I'll take to work. There was this feeling I had once in high school that I'm remembering now. I felt like I was in a circumstance that was out of my control. I was with some people who were planning a trip, and they were planning this trip that I wasn't going to be going on. And this was a group of people that I was trying to break in as one of their friends, and it didn't really work. It was just an empty feeling where I felt like I was stranded and left up for grabs. That's how I've been feeling since the other night when I woke up to the sound of somebody running around in my kitchen, and it was the owner. And somebody must have called in because I accidentally left the water running in the sink, and it was clogged. I didn't know it was clogged, and it overflowed and must have leaked downstairs. And as horrible as I felt, I'm surprised to say that he seemed to be on my side. We were working together to fix this problem, and I was drunk, and I came out and I was naked, and my cock was hard because that's what happens when I sleep. And I guess he's never something like that. Happy to say, unless he's been spying on me, but he's not like that. And since this little incident, though, I've been feeling like some consequences brewing. And it's out of my control, but on the other hand, this guy he's mellowed for years. I've always had a contentious relationship with this guy, but nothing's happened. No eviction notice on the door, nothing. So see if anything comes of it. Well, I just had what you might call a breakthrough, years in the making. Or not years, but this year in the making. I've been trying to cross paths with this woman who works at the library, and it finally happened. I saw her in the stairwell. This is exactly how I was hoping this would happen. I saw her in the stairwell, and I waited a few seconds, and I called out her name, and she, I had to remind her who I was, and that doesn't surprise me, because it's been 6-7 months, or 6.5 months, I guess. And so she seemed a little nervous. She didn't remember my name. And then she said that she works on the 3rd floor and to come up and say hi because I'm in there. I don't know if she was sincere about that, but what else was she supposed to say? And I lied a little bit. I told her that I knew she was a librarian, but I thought that she worked in the city somewhere. And yeah, it was awkward and everything, but such an encounter would be. But this is how I roll, right? I'll probably just lay low for a while if I'm going to pursue this at all, because I'll be honest with you, she didn't look as good as I remembered she did that night. And it wasn't just that she looked good, though. It was that the way she was looking at me. It was like no woman I'd ever been with had looked at me like that. She thought I was adorable, but that'll happen after enough liquor gets into a person, right? You just don't realize what messages you're sending. Well, it's all good. I've been so worried about what consequence there might be, or would have been a few nights ago, that it was lost on me that it's been a few days already. It doesn't seem to be any sign of that. I mean, you can't throw me out of a stabilized place like this for making a mistake like that. I've been there 20 years, and I'm like, that's never happened. But my owner of the building is old enough to be my father, and I think that's always accounted for the dynamic of our relationship, because he treats me like a child, and he always has. It's always been like that. So I just don't even try to communicate with him. And I totally get it, when you have 20 apartment units with 1 or 2 people or 3 people in each of them, that's a lot of people to keep track of. But I've also seen him try to be friendly as hell. Most of the time, to me, he's just an angry old man. It's always been depressing, to be honest. Depressing as hell. But I mean, he's never going to look at me the same way again. I think he's old enough to take things like this in stride, but like I said, I walked out into the kitchen naked, and my cock was hard as a brick. That's what happens when I fall asleep. At least most nights. I was too drunk to realize or have any sense about it that I should maybe be walking into the kitchen like that. But he seemed, like I said, he didn't seem angry. He was obviously upset, but he wasn't threatening to throw me out like he's done in the past. Both with regard to problems I have nothing to do with, by the way. I remember he insisted that I get a cleaning lady to come every month. You need a woman, he kept saying. But people come over to my place and I tell them stuff like this, and they're like, dude, your apartment's fine. You want a market store home, but it's fine. And I'm like, oh no, so what is it going to feel? The upshot of it might even be that I get a reward of sorts, because he wanted to gut my kitchen, but to really do the whole place over again. He's wanted to do that for a long time, so maybe that's what'll come of this. I'll get rewarded for fucking up. Yesterday, I happened to find myself in Lower Manhattan. I took the Astoria ferry from excited, but we made great conversation. Anyway, I happened to find myself outside the maximum security prison. The sources call it the Manhattan Correctional Facility with the signs. Like the place, identified the place as the Manhattan Detention Center, whatever it's actually called. It's just, I've never been by before, I know it's there, but it's more than any time since. It struck me how odd it is that there's like a whole active community of people passing through that facility. There's a walkway, like a walkway where you get from one street to the other one. And there's a bar, restaurant in the same building, and there's a row of bars and stores across the street. There's just all this freedom being taken for granted, while just maybe 15 feet above your head, somebody is bound and shackled in a solitary confinement cell. I mean, it should be no mystery to anybody that the spaces that separate us, I mean, there's like every room in an apartment building is a different world, a different universe. But we always live side by side, however different our situations might be. But it got me thinking of 2 nights ago, I saw that somebody searched my website for a payphone number, and I looked that number up and found that it was a prison payphone. It was one of Manhattan's lower minimum security prisons. So it got me thinking when I went past the maximum security one yesterday, like, I wonder if they still have payphones there. And I looked it up in my database, and at one point at least there were dozens of phones in that location. And there probably still are, because I looked at but they still have many other prisons. So I tried calling a few of them, but nothing made any sense. Trying to figure out which ones are still active, but maybe I'll do a feature on this from my little website. So, we resumed filming today, and it's going to be a scorcher. Not as hot as it's supposed to be over the weekend, but it should be pretty hot. I don't mind the heat, though. I like sweating. It feels like my whole body is crying. So we'll see how much of that I do today. I am going out to test my setup for the broadcasting. I'm going over to a somewhat isolated machine because I don't want to draw any attention to myself. I don't know why I should be so concerned about that, but so I'm not worried about the heat, but I don't know how the filmmaker is able to deal with it. So more worried about her than me. I slept really well, slept really long, which is surprising because I didn't go out and do any walking yesterday. So we're out here today trying to get some activation, to get some attention, and we're getting some reaction and stuff, but it's not like I'm not doing it the same way I did last year. But I have to say I was kind of nervous coming out here today a little bit because the beauty of doing it the way I did it last year was that I hit the number and I just moved on. And I was a ghost, and I was invisible, and that's the way I like to be. But, and I think I said this before, but I only came forward unwillingly because I thought I owed it to however many people had encountered the thing or however many people had read about it. I owed that little cadre of people an explanation, but it was never such a big deal type of thing that all of you are on the edge think it wasn't anything like that. But, so I would get a bit of vanity in me, sort of hoped that somebody out there would figure it out, somebody would make the payphone connection, and maybe discover that I was hiding in plain sight by talking openly about this on my website and on my radio and everything, but I couldn't, realistically, I didn't expect that to happen, but it would have been pretty cool. So we're trying, and I'm not doing it the way I used to, and I think on account of that it's not kicking in, but if I was nervous about this today, it's because if it does connect, somebody does pick it up on the social media, everybody would know exactly who's doing it, or a certain cadre of people on the inside would know, people who know, but so we'll see if that happens. I don't think it will. It just makes you realize what a small percentage of people there are out there who are walking along minding their own business. First of all, there's a small percentage even going to notice the noise rising out of these things in the first place. And then they're going to have the wherewithal to get out their phone and shoot a video of it, and then from there have the social media wherewithal to upload it and tag it and post it in such a way that it becomes clear what's going on, and everybody starts talking about it as the kiosks. But I found countless discussions about what's going on that were not tagged and that would never come to anybody's attention without being tagged appropriately. It's got to be less than 1% of people out here would be able, would be able to make this the social media engineering project I had in mind. Because social media does what it does and makes little things like this look like a much bigger deal than they really are. So I made a habit or a deliberate decision not to memorize where I can find prey. The one location I've always kept in my back pocket in case anybody asks, in case they don't believe me, is this one, Madison Avenue at 49th Street. And I knew there could be two in a row of go to church, read Bible on the right side of each of the payphones. But wouldn't you know, as we're out here filming that, for the first time I noticed that the real thing, or the signature scratches here from Pray, P-R-A-Y, and it's actually on here twice on two of the sides of the phone closure. And it's just incredibly exciting for me. I'm in love with this woman. I don't know, never know anything about her, but I just love this woman. And it's reminding me of, I have to find it, but there's this poem that I wrote a long time ago when it was in the early 90s when I was first alerted to pray. And it's this religious poem about how I have been looking for the Lord, and I see it everywhere. I see it in the subways, I see it in the garbage cans, I see it everywhere. I got some shit for that poem because I referred to God as it with a capital I. And I got just a whole bunch of there's only him. But pray is in that poem. I don't think I called her out by name because I didn't think I had to. She was so commonplace back then, but when I say I've been looking for the Lord in those days, I was seeing it everywhere in the form of pray. And it's incredible. It's the message, the grit and bristle of this person who's put so much commitment and determination into getting the message, sending the message. And not only is it still being sent, but it's still being received. Like, she didn't necessarily care if the message got received or was heard or seen. It's practically subliminal, the way it appears on these surfaces. But message received, that's all I can say.
We're sorry. You have reached a number that has been disconnected or is no longer in service. If you feel you have reached this recording in error, please check the number and try your call again.
406 Glendive E.
I've been thinking about the meeting I had last week with the street art curator. He's the keymaker. It's interesting how different the dynamic is between him and the company that puts those smart city machines out there. Like, they treat him with some kind of respect and just take his shenanigans in stride. But me, they've ignored me at every possible point. And I don't know what that means. If that says something about me, or if they really think I'm a creep, or if they think they're better than me. I don't know what it means. I learned that while I was doing the Softy concept last year, somebody who, one of the lead developers for NYC contacted guilty of a bit of vanity and all that. It's that I was imagining somebody would figure it out. Somebody would make the Payphone connection or find that I was hiding in plain sight and basically talking openly about the fact that I was doing this right on my website. But that doesn't register anymore because the gods of SEO and think-rank have decided I don't matter anymore. So it doesn't matter if you know what you're talking about or if you're relevant if you don't have link rank and social media popularity. Then what you have to say just might as well fall down the drain or go down. Go down the drain, yeah. And maybe that's where everything I'm doing is going. I just don't realize that I'm too stuck with myself to wake up. I haven't called in much lately, mostly because it was 110 degrees out here for the weekend, and then Monday was all thunderstorms. I got another email from an ambitious artist or artistic thinking person who wants to set up a phone number for anybody to call and say whatever they want. I'm getting all this, apology seems to be in the discussion again for some reason. I can't decide if I want to contact them and open that can of worms. It's not a big deal if they just ignore me like they did. I don't know what I would want if I were to talk to them again. I think I just want them to know that I put more work into it than they get any credit. But it's not like I want public recognition for this. I just want them to know public recognition isn't really in the spirit of apology anyway. And I never left any revealing or embarrassing messages on that thing. So I wouldn't worry about it anyway because when I did call, I have heard some of the calls that I made from 91, 92, and my voice sounded so completely different back then that she wouldn't even know it's me. But it doesn't matter because it's not like I called to report any real crimes. I haven't really ever committed any, I don't think, except for the Article 18, Section 2701 nonsense, but I didn't think count that. All right, I'm moving.
So I'm about halfway through my walk to the 181 and back, which means I'm at Rockefeller Center. But this time I made a new pit stop along the way. From now on, anytime I do this walk, I'm going to stop in and check in on Prey at Madison and 49th. And today, I actually discovered there was a third one. I thought there were only two, but it makes sense that there were three because there were three parallel surfaces that she could have scratched on. And actually, the one that I found today for the first time is even clearer than the others. It's just incredible to me, but I need to bring like some thin paper and like a crayon or a pencil or something. I want to trace her scratch and D onto my piece of paper. That'll probably be the closest I'll ever have to a physical memento. So the subject of apology has been surfacing and resurfacing. I got a stray email from somebody today who set up a site kind of in the spirit of apology, but not really. He just set up a phone number and invited anybody and everybody to call it and talk about whatever they want. And the dude is not particularly clever about it, but he says that you don't have to call from a payphone, but it's encouraged. And I don't know who's going to do that, but because it would most likely be long distance for anybody. Anyway, but it's nice to hear from people who reach out in a similar spirit, or in a kindred spirit, I should say. But I debate whether I should connect again with Mr. Apology. I'm just going to keep calling him that. Mr. Apology's widow, because I don't think she ever thought very highly of me, if she thought anything of me at all. Which is strange because she really liked my mother. Remember the last time I ever talked to her, she asked how my mother was doing, and she said, "I really liked your mother. She was a really sweet lady." And, but she set up a little Facebook page for Apology, and I actually admire the fact that her husband now is entirely enthusiastic about it, and that he's doing what he can to publicize it as well. And he has admiration and respect for his wife's former husband. And I guess you can safely express these things when the guy died the way he did. But still, I admire it because I've been in situations where I wasn't allowed to express respect or good thoughts toward my exes, even when they were dead. People are just so fucking insecure, you know? I was talking about Sandra years after she died in a way that made it clear that, yeah, at one time, not only did I have feelings for her, but it was mutual. And this just made this one woman I used to date just angry. Anyway, it doesn't matter, but I mean, that's the kind of insecurity that goes beyond the dead, goes beyond the living, goes beyond mortality itself. That's the kind of insecurity that never dies. So, so I'm debating whether to reconnect with Apology, and I'm trying to make peace with my reasons for doing so, if I do so, or as much as that, my reasons for not doing so. I wrote a lengthy piece about my connection to Apology on my website a couple of nights ago, and I don't know if the right people are going to find it. I mean, I have my criticisms of the project, and I think any observer makes the same comment I end up making, which is like, wow, man, that ocean of content needs some serious and creative editing or packaging. Simply playing it back one after another is not especially clever, but I'm not saying I have a suggestion for how to change that or improve upon it, but I was looking again at my contribution to the project and my ambition of expanding it into something more than just a comment line. And I suggested that we make a magazine. I suggested we print up stickers and flyers, and I forget. Oh, and I issued a bunch of press releases, one of which resulted in an 8-page spread in the New Yorker. But none of these ideas are particularly innovative or genius. I mean, in '93, publishing a zine to promote your project and putting stickers all over town to promote your thing, that was hardly a new concept. But still, I think the content that we had set us apart from other people who were just advertising their commercial gigs or advertising for some way to make money. And as much as we wanted this to start making money, it never did, at least not while I was there. I also never saw the other magazines that were printed after I unplugged from the project. I think yesterday or the day before was the first time I ever saw the covers. I didn't know that he had changed the tagline, or added the tagline that Apology was the national confessional. I guess you could say that. I don't know. I don't know how many calls he got from around the country, but it would depend on the publicity. And one of the cover, I only could see the covers of these magazines. They're $30 each. I'm not going to spend that kind of money, but evidently he was on. Was it 2020, I think, with Connie Chung. I never knew about that. I don't care about that kind of shit, but the national publicity really doesn't get you much in return. It gets you a whole bunch of one-time curiosity seekers, but that's just not the kind of audience that sticks around for long, as I know full well from experience. So I started writing to his widow, but I decided to think about it some. She had posted some of the stickers that I just mentioned, and I was always actually sort of proud of those because I put a lot of time into them, and I printed them at my office when no one was looking. But I think Alan printed them too, though. I could have some foggy memories about this stuff, which would be understandable 26 years later, but I actually have some value that I could bring to the current proceedings in the form of, I have some tapes they probably don't, and I have contacts for people who had called back in the day. Not very many, but one of them is a poet based in San Francisco, and she'd probably be happy to talk or contribute something. And someone else I probably wouldn't want to reach out to myself, but maybe they'd want to. I wouldn't want them to know that I had anything to do with the connection. I found the email from her that I was afraid I was going to find again, and that I knew was in there. I just didn't want to see it. It was like where she expressed her love for me, and this was a woman I met one time, and the apology connection, in its way, made things murkier than it might have been. We actually met right here, didn't we, in Rockefeller Center. It was downstairs by the old, where there used to be a technical bookstore. I don't think there's anything down there now, but now that I think of it, I feel like going down and visiting. So I'm going to head back, but I'm just turning over and over in my mind whether I want to reopen the apology wound. I just wanted to finish my thought because I didn't mean to sound melodramatic. At the end of that last call, when I was talking about the wound, it ended badly between me and him, but it wasn't that bad. It was more frustration, and in my early 20s, well, same as today, I guess, I found it hard to end relationships in a nice, grown-up way. I'm still kind of like that, but I'm not as bad as I used to be. I do find it hard to tell somebody when I've had enough of them, or when I can't stand it anymore. But that's not what I meant. The thing about apology was that it was some of the calls that have haunted me ever since I first heard them. It's been 28 years now. I was thinking of one. I've had nightmares about this one call where a prostitute calls in to say she's sorry about one of her customers who, they were having sex, and then they finished, and he went into the bathroom, and while he was in there, she stole all his stuff, everything, down to his underwear, his wallet, all his clothes, and she made off with him and left him there in the hotel room with nothing, absolutely nothing. And I don't relate to the scenario of prostitution or paying a hooker for sex, but I also don't know that he deserved that. And I've had nightmares about that scenario, not involving hookers, mind you, but just the idea that I go into the bathroom and I come out and somebody has stolen everything, and everything is gone.
It sounds melodramatic. I wanted to add one more thought to my never-ending flow of thoughts regarding prey, which was, I'd make this comment to myself that when finding her at 140 million like that, I made this comment to myself that enclosure must not have had a new coat of paint in 30, 35 years. And that's probably not true. It's probably the opposite, and it helps contribute to the miracle of actually finding her again, which is that it most likely has had a coat of paint, and that coat of paint has peeled off. And that's the only reason you're able to see her now. So they drown her out, and she reemerges just through the natural entropy of things. And that's pretty cool. And she rises again. But now I think about it, though, there's a dark side to the miracle. The miracle of having found prey like that, hiding in plain sight. That is that even she was revealed by the coat of paint too, like the way paint does. And now I'm seeing boots all around the area with thick coats of paint that basically cover her up entirely. But the dark side to it all is that she'll probably disappear again. It will probably throw another coat of paint over some of these enclosures at some point. But there's a metaphor in here for the messages that are right in front of you that you can't see. Because somehow it's being called censored, or it's just being obscured such that you don't get the message that somebody's trying to send you. It could be this beautiful woman that I was just making eyes at a moment ago. Like, she doesn't know that I found her beautiful. Because there's a cultural restriction that prevents somebody like me from just taking action on something as primal as that. There's all kinds of messages like this that are being sent around, sent but not received. And praise is just a metaphor for the things that the messages we're not getting, because we don't open the right door, or we don't get there before the coat of paint covers it up, or we don't have the courage to speak up or to be spoken to. It goes beyond that, though. It extends beyond the obvious. Messages are being sent and messages received. Messages sent, not received. I think the real prism is in the messages received that were never really sent. I can think of endless examples of things I never said that have nevertheless stayed within the vernacular of any discussion of any number of relationships that I've had. I think of the things my mother never said, but that I heard anyway. I heard that she wanted me out of the house. And that was the kick in the pants that got me to move to New York all those years ago. But from the moment I got on the train, and even before that, the story changed. She didn't want me to leave, and she just was going to sit back and wait for me to come back. She was waiting for me to sail in New York. But I heard her say that she wanted me out. And I remember my first relationship in New York, how many times she said one thing, I heard something else. But that I took it in stride, but she didn't. So, I'm going to think a little bit more about how insidious that is, how much of communication between and among people. There's little messages that were received, but never sent. Words never said, but nevertheless heard or interpolated. like the worst trip we ever went on, but we made the best of it. That's not important. I did what I do when I'm in a new town, and I took a whole bunch of Payphone photos. And every once in a while now I get contacted as if I'm the leading expert on Philadelphia payphones. And hey, maybe I am, I don't know. But today somebody on Twitter tagged me with saying, here's something you don't see every day, and it was two things. One, it was a payphone, of course, and then it was also had some connection to a pet, like a pet adoption outfit or something like that. But anyway, I guess they just tagged some random thing to get attention or whatever, I don't care, but the picture of the payphone was one of the ones that I had, that I had got the photo of when I was there in 2015. So she posted a picture of this phone, and I responded with, here's an action shot from 2015 when I caught somebody actually using that exact same payphone. And the response was wow, just wow. And somebody from Billy 10, which is a Philadelphia website that wrote about me probably a couple years ago now, they chimed in on it as well. And it was like kind of a cool little connection, but what are you going to do? Somebody contacted me recently saying that he was a filmmaker and wanted to know where the phones were in Philadelphia. And all I could tell him was that they were all independently owned, so it was entirely possible they were still out there. If they were whatever the big company is there, it's not. I mean, Verizon doesn't own them anymore. It's all independent. So it makes me think, if I traveled more, I'd be more considered an expert on every city I'd ever been to as far as payphones go. But so we'll see what. We'll see. It's not going to go viral or anything, but that was a pretty cool little.
25. Welcome to Verizon Wireless. The number you dialed has been changed, disconnected, or is no longer in service. If you feel you have reached this recording in error, please check the number and try your call again. Announcement to switch 4182-5.
So I just was doing something that I used to do, but I always felt I shouldn't talk about it, and maybe I shouldn't. But I'm actually going to include the audio result of what I'm talking about here as the next track on this. There are these ghetto chat lines. I don't like to use that term, but it's just the most ghetto thing I've ever encountered, where there are these free chat lines that you can call, and it's long distance, but there's no other rates apply. So if you have Skype, you're covered. And people just sit on these chat lines all day, and they'll sit there talking to themselves, singing songs to themselves, just doing absolutely nothing useful with themselves, unlike me. But I tune in once in a while, and I have actually had real conversations in these things, so it's not like I'm completely aloof. But today I called in, and this dude was in there singing songs to himself, and I conference called in a librarian from, I don't remember what city, somewhere in the flyover states. And you have this this half-drunk black dude singing songs to himself, and I patched in a really helpful sounding white guy who's like, can I help you? And the dude's like, the librarian introduces himself as a librarian, and the dude says, get me an order of chicken and wings. And the librarian doesn't say anything, and then he asks him, the librarian says something else about, this is the such and such public library, and the guy says, oh, I need the book. And now the librarian gets engaged, and he's like, what book? And he's like, the dude says, the magic book, the coloring book. And the dude in the chat room is just going along with this at free form. And the librarian starts looking at the magic book, the coloring book, I don't know what, and then the dude on the line comes back to chicken, and he's like, get me the chicken book. And then after about a minute of this, the dude, he finally wises up, and he's like, did somebody call you? He asked the librarian, did somebody call you? And he's like, you've been pranked, sir. You should hang up. And it was still pretty tense for that minute or so. I could have gone so many other ways. And I'll try and cue that one up next if I can figure out how to do that right. So I sent it to my new friend in the advertising subversion realm. I think he'll get a kick out of it. So I'm probably inspired by the fact that he and I are friends now, so I can send people shit like this.
I won't break, hand up like before.
Rockwell Branch Library, this is Roman. How may I help you? Hello?
Hello?
Hello, Rockwell Branch
Hello?
Library, how can I help you?
Yes. Hello. May I
Hello?
have an order of chicken wing and french fry? $5.
Rockwell Branch Library.
Oh, give me one book. I need one book, okay? One book.
Okay, which book would you like?
I want the magic book. Give me the magic book with the magic colors and the crowns. Give me that one. The coloring book. You understand?
Uh-huh. Let's see.
The color
magic
book.
books and paper toy. We have
the one
magic
with the
books
color.
and paper toy.
Yeah, man. The chicken book.
Okay, do you have
Give me
the title of that
chicken
book,
book.
sir? Do you have the title
Chicken
of that book,
book.
sir? That's the title?
Did somebody, let me ask you a question. Did somebody call you? You want a chat line, right, sir?
I am a library clerk. Sir, excuse me, sir?
Yeah, I think you want a chat line, sir. You need to hang up. Yeah, somebody must have prank called you or something, sir.
When the filmmaker and I were trying to document what I've been doing today, which is plastic music out of these things, smart cities. And it really is hard to do. I mean, it's impossible to do with just one camera person. People you really need is a bunch of camera people up on the second or third floor or something, up at themselves in the building to get the scope of the continuity factor, because it never really convinces anybody on the street unless there's multiple machines blasting all at once in unison. So, but, Dolphins didn't get it any better in that sense, but of course we were handicapped considerably by the weather. But so much of my experience in life feels so dynamic and even swashbuckling at times, and I think I've learned that when it's actually put in front of somebody else or or trying to be documented or recorded, it just comes out sounding not as swashbuckling, not as particularly sounds in my head. And I've always been mostly mental. That remains true, but I'm not sure what I'm trying to say here, except that stuff that goes on inside somebody's head doesn't always translate well into action, into reality. A couple of funny things happened yesterday. I called in from the Rockefeller Center phone, but my call was completely drowned out by the sound of the demented Mr. Softy jingle. That's because I left it playing, so I could blast that stuff out of those kiosks. And even though I thought I had arranged it so that that noise would be silent or muted when I called in, I guess I just failed to do what I thought I did. So instead of anything that I had to say, you hear 15 minutes of the demented Mr. Softy. So I'm not gonna. I'll take a pass on that while I was out there doing the softy thing and blasting the noises out of the machines, part of my routine in doing that is to check Twitter every once in a while to see if anybody picked it up. And it's enough to make you realize just what a long shot it is that anybody is going to do that anybody is going to even be aware that this is noise coming out of the machine. And then they're going to have the wherewithal to make video or comment on it on social media and then tag it in such a way that I have to be made aware that it happened. But anyway, while I was doing this, I was checking Twitter and nothing was coming up, which isn't surprising. And then all of a sudden, a picture of me appears. And it links to a gossip story, and the headline said, "Heartwarming Link NYC Project." And I thought, did they for some reason feel the need to revive the story from December? And why is this picture of me here? So I read the story deeply enough just to see if it had anything to do with me, and it didn't. So it was a little surprising, this picture of me. It was the picture they used for the December story where you don't see my face. So it's my ass, basically. And so I guess what happened is the story was about this woman who's going to solicit anonymous thank yous from people because she has debilitating seizures, and she's been thankful to all the strangers that have helped her out, but she's soliciting random thank yous from people who've had similar experiences. So it has nothing to do with me, and but I guess what happened is the folks at Grausen's decided to use my picture as their default Link NYC picture. It's like if they do a story about it, they might use that picture going forward. I don't know, but it was a little strange to see. Okay, bye. I'm on Duncan Street near Broadway in Elmhurst, and I call this the Pollock Payphone because somebody spewed a whole bunch of paint all over it once, and there's still some on the ground, and it looks like a Pollock type of pattern, or non-pattern. But I got something today that I really, really wanted, and I guess I'm proud of myself, but also retroactively left a lot of questions open. There's an old rotary dial that I discovered just pretty randomly online. I found a photo that was not tagged or didn't use the word payphone or nothing, and I was able to figure out the location of, like I said, a rotary phone that's probably been sitting on that wall since the 70s, and I didn't think it was going to be in a public area, and it wasn't. It was at a concession stand at a little amusement park. So I did something that I almost never do, and I asked the person behind the counter, I said, can I ask you something? Do you guys have a payphone back there? And she laughed and said, yeah. And I said, can I take a couple of pictures of it? And she just said, no. But I said, just a couple of pictures. Those things are really rare. And I just want to be able to document it or something like that. So she called the manager. The manager came over, and he didn't even flinch. He said, sure, let's go. And he said, all he said was, just don't take too long because I got to get back to what I was doing. And I said, I'm not even going to take a minute. And there it was. It was a beautiful little thing. The rotary sitting in their spare parts or something. And I got it. And the guy was really nice about it. We shook hands, and I told him I had a bit of a payphone obsession, and he seemed like he was all in. So, to hell with that woman behind the counter, right? Now I just wonder, though, like when I say it opens questions about the past, like how much more of life would I have to show if I just had the guts to ask? And this is hardly a life or death matter, but it's metaphorical, I suppose. About a month ago, I was in contact with somebody at thecity.nyc, which is a fairly new site that describes itself as like a hardscrabble investigative reporting for the nitty-gritty of New York City, that kind of bridge since 2010 has had a sign that says life is worth living, and the sign used to claim that there was a LifeNet telephone 150 feet ahead, and then later that sign was changed to a phone that said there's a phone ahead. It didn't specify how far, but there's never been a phone there. And I think the sign first went up in 2010, and I first noticed it because I was in San Francisco and saw that there were plenty of phones and signs all over the place on the Golden Gate Bridge. Anyway, the story finally got posted today, just as I was seriously thinking to myself, well, maybe this is never going to get published because it's not that big a deal, but it did, and I'm happy to have played some part in being the tipster to get the story written. It's just a matter of it just remains to be seen if any relevant agency is really going to be able to do anything about this. The NTA, I don't understand how they can insist that there are phones up there. They're quoted in the article as insisting that the phones are there, that there are two of them, and that they are tested regularly. And this is why this was the same attitude I got when I first contacted the MTA about 9 years ago now. They just, pat answer was basically, you're wrong, there are phones up there. And they're not. And I have this reporter went up there to verify my claim, and they also went to the trouble of going to all the other bridges to prove what I said, that all the other bridges have these type of phones. So as happy as I am to have been the tipster behind getting this story published, it just remains to be seen if the impenetrable bureaucracies of these city agencies can be breached. If they can do the right thing. They got a really good quote from somebody who was up on the bridge when they were investigating. Somebody said, "We need this, man," or no, "We need this, brother. We need the phone." And they also talked to some other people who travel over the bridge regularly, and they all said the same thing. Yeah, there's no phone here. Apparently there is one on the roadway downstairs, but that's no use. I have not felt this good about something in a long time. I called earlier, mentioned the bridge and the phones there, and the story that got posted today. And I went up to the RSH borough, not really expecting anything. And wouldn't you know it, there's a team of about a dozen NTA bridge and tunnel workers, and when I first saw them, they had 3 trucks on the roadway tying up traffic. I figured there had to be some road work, but it happened to be right in the vicinity of the Life is Worth Living sign. So I passed them by, and I walked halfway to the bridge, halfway over the bridge where the fence is. And I came back, and I felt like I had to work with my nerve to ask, but I said, "Are you guys putting in a phone?" And the guy said, "Yeah." And I said, "Oh my God, that's incredible." And I asked him if he saw the story on the web. He didn't know what I was talking about, but I could get a snack. And I asked him if I could take a picture, and he said no, but I did anyway. Honestly, it was by mistake. I hit the button while asking the question, unintentionally. And it's actually happening. It's actually happening. They're putting in at least one, and I think the story mentioned something about there being 2. So 1 is enough, I think. But wow, I actually did. I actually helped make this happen. And I'm going to think about this for a while. I'm so happy I could cry. I texted the reporter and told him that this was happening. He's like, "Wow, that's incredible, so awesome." So I got there just at the right time to see for myself that this was happening. Oh, wow. I'm trying a different approach here. This is a coinless recording that I'm making. I've been meaning to try this for a long time. But I shouldn't dwell on the details. Should dwell on the method, if you will. It's all about the phone call, right? See, I glommed onto a toll-free number so I didn't have to sending any coins with this call, but that doesn't mean I'm not paying for the call. There's no such thing as a toll-free call. I'm heading up to the church from Ditmars. I have this theory that old churches like this one, which I think is over 100 years old, these kind of places are the likeliest to have an old payphone moldering away in the basement or somewhere. And so I searched my old listings for payphones and churches around here, and that was one of the ones that turned up. And it's a very active church. They do mass every day. And I'm going to go up and I'll be a little late, but that doesn't matter. And I'll see if there's any obvious entry to, maybe there's a downstairs area with the bathroom or something that I can excuse to go down. Okay. After this, I'm going to go take in my new pride and joy, which is my phone, I'm calling it. My phone on the Triborough, or on the RFK Triborough. I'm so proud of myself for this, making it happen, and for the city website for amplifying my concerns about it. I'm also further gratified by the responses from other people. It's a well-interviewed, well-tuned story. However, I forgot to say there was a follow-up story today about the fact that just hours after the story was published, yesterday, a team of MTA workers was up there installing the phone. I can't believe that they were deployed in direct response to the story being published. They knew the story was coming because somebody at the MTA was confused about it. So, whatever the case. So I don't know what agency or what influence was responsible for actually ordering the phone to be put in. But anyway, the more gratifying aspect of it is that everybody says this is a good thing. Everybody's happy to see it. It's a good show of caring. And I got that vibe from the MTA workers that were up there putting the phone in. They were doing a really good thing for good public safety. Project. It's just that I depending on your sources, I think that the suicidal don't get a lot of respect. They don't get a lot of sympathy. Comments I usually hear after somebody jumps in front of a subway train, or I don't know, when somebody offs themselves in a way that disrupts daily life. All anybody can do is say how fucking selfish they are. But even if it's not disruptive, even if it's like well organized and on and on. People still think that you're stupid, a dumbass. But only the people that we didn't meet anyway are going to follow that path, getting out of this life. And I don't believe that at all, but whatever the case, so far the response is well heartening. I was about to say heartwarming, but that word now is reserved for my NYC zombie shenanigans. Because they posted, I already discussed this, I think, but there was a story posted to Optimist about a woman who started having seizures a few years ago. And she was just commenting on the kindness of strangers and how in the city they think everybody's mean, bitter. She's been overwhelmed by how helpful and caring people are when they encounter her having her seizures. She set up a project to thank other people, like inviting anybody to submit their thanks to whoever. But to do it, I want to thank the guy who returned by himself. whatever it's going to be. And it's a lovely sounding project. But for some reason, it is, the headline was a picture of me, of me standing at this kiosk. It's from the story that they wrote in December about something that become both the face of something significant in the face of the artwork of the NYC project. Really what it suggests to me is God doesn't remember who I was, who I am. I guess I should surprise me. All right, well, I'm going to church. And on the way back, I'm checking out my phone up on the bridge.
Your call cannot be completed as dialed. Please check the number and dial again. 003T.
Thanks a lot, God. Just kidding. I made it up to the church. And I guess I should have figured that they do 3 services every weekday. I should have figured they'd be short. It was over about a half hour. But the place where I think the phone is going to be was behind a locked door. There's a sign pointing to the bathroom downstairs. And if the phone still exists anywhere, that's where it's going to be. So, but it was locked, and that makes sense that they don't go to the trouble of unlocking all the doors for a lightly attended weekday mass. So I'll have to try again for Sunday. They have, I think, 4 services. I have to try for the 1:30 p.m. one. So we'll see how that goes. I'm going up to on the bridge now to look at my phone to just take some pride in what I got done there. I'm trying to think of how I'm going to post this to social media. That I'm both proud but also happy beyond all else to have been the hipster behind this story. Thanks to the city for amplifying my concerns. I've been badgering the MPA and writing about it on my website since 2012. But at long last, there's a phone up there for someone who might need it. And whether they actually use it or not, I think the mere presence is enough to give comfort to people like me who were a little chagrined to see the sign promising that the phone is there when no phone is there. And I'm still letting that sink in. But I'll get over it, right? Well, I'm back from the bridge, and my mission was only partially accomplished. I saw it. I looked at a little plastic booth, or maybe it's plastic metal of some sort. And I opened it, and there's an old school handset like the one I'm holding right now, which is important. I was concerned it was going to be a speakerphone or a loudspeaker phone. And the people who called to get some counseling would have to screen like they do with those Lincoln NYC machines. So I'm happy to see that it's actually a physical handset. I did not make the call that I wanted to, and the reason is that there were still a bunch of NPA workers in the area, and I've never seen that before, actually, not until yesterday. So I don't know if they're doing any follow-up work with regard to that telephone, but they were just too close at hand for me to feel comfortable. And they may have even been the very people who installed the phone, so they would have an even more active interest in the fact that somebody was using it. And I didn't want them looking at me thinking I was about to jump off the bridge, you know. That's not the intent of my call. The intent for my call is to just tell whoever answers how happy I am that this phone is here. And I will do that. I'm just going to wait until the coast is clear. So I guess I'm going to head home and grab a sandwich and get at the desk to do some writing. I'm at 33rd Street and 6th Avenue, and I've been spending more time today helping someone out with his phone project than I've been doing my own, but I was just at the Hotel Pennsylvania, and I didn't make a call from there because I only had 1 quarter left, and the calls there for these things. But that's where they host an annual hacker convention, a hacker conference, and I've been invited at least twice to speak at that thing. The first 1 or 2 times I politely ignored them. But the third time, the last time, I gave them some glimmer of a signal that I would be interested in speaking at that thing, and that never was. But after I gave that signal, I pretty flatly said, no, I don't want to do this. But, and whoever was inquiring, he was using his hacker name, so I don't know who the hell he was. Just wouldn't let up. He just kept badgering me and calling me, and was getting increasingly worked up over me not responding to him. But I figured I'd said all I had to say, which is I don't want to do it. But I don't know. If they ask me again, I might consider it, even though I don't really consider myself part of that scene, or any scene, really. So we'll see. But I really don't think I fit that scene. I think people like from the hacker world look at me and see something that isn't there. You could say that about any scene, though, I suppose. Funny thing, though, I was just calling into my new friend's phone project, and I looked up and someone was staring at me, and I saw it, and I heard her say, I saw her lips move, and I heard her say, he's using a payphone. And I've gotten those stares here or there before. That one was just kind of funny. And I've always thought that if I do this long enough, call in persistently enough, and maybe from the same location, I always thought somebody would meme me or at least try to. Or maybe they have already, I don't know. Just not everybody posts to the same, forums that I pay attention to. Anyway, onward and onward. I'm not blasting my payphone radio out of the kiosks today, but I think I might switch it up to the demented softy air raid siren. Looking for prey on these payphones is a lot like looking at somebody's brain, or looking at images of somebody's brain. And I'll use my brain as an example because it's the one I've looked at the most. I think it was maybe 7 or 8 years ago now. I was having all kinds of problems walking straight. I was bumping into walls, walking into things, nearly falling over, and it was pretty bad. So they did a brain MRI. And by the way, I would wish a brain MRI on my worst enemy, although I kind of got used to them after the 3rd or 4th one. But they looked at every slice, every droplet, every blob of fatty tissue, whatever the hell else is in there. And they concluded that aside from a couple of fatty deposits, my brain was unremarkable, which I took some offense at that, but I'll take it. But it was impressed very deeply upon me that you can look at every slice, every drop, every whatever unit of measurement they use for coordinates, markers and stuff. And you can look at every piece of the brain and still not know what is going on in there. And I think there's an analogy to prey because she's so subtle that it is right in front of your face and you just don't see it. And maybe people don't want to see it. Maybe there's some subdued or subliminal religious angst that prevents people from seeing something like that if they know it's going to be something religious. I don't know. By the same token, maybe it becomes obvious to people for the opposite reasons, that they want badly to find religion in some subliminal form on a public surface. But the analogy could go on beyond 3 minutes in determining how much of life is sitting right there in front of you if you just allow them to see it. I thought it was cliche, but that's where it comes down to. I don't know how I get so lucky with this kind of thing, but I remember some years ago I thought I was running out of money. I mean, I know I was running out of money, and unexpectedly out of nowhere I get a letter from my former employer saying that I had an opportunity to cash out my pension. And my pension, I mean, who has a pension anymore, but I remember thinking of it as beer money for my retirement. It was good for about $200 a month. But then after taxes, it's not even that. So it was kind of a joke that I had this little trickle of money coming in when I hit 62 or 65, if I ever even get that far. So, but this is just out of nowhere. I mean, this is money from the sky. And cashing it out was a no-brainer. And I mean, I did my due diligence on it, talked to the accountant and everything, but it was just like, yeah, what the hell? Who wouldn't take this? So that set me up for basically the rest of that year. So at this point, I'm fessing up to my responsibility for some damage that I caused to my kitchen. And I unwillingly checked an old savings account that I know is there, but it's one of those things you're not supposed to ever look at. And I don't know how or why, but so somehow this account is earning 25% return, and that's ridiculous. Nobody gets 25% return on anything. Obviously I did. So there's just a pile of money sitting there that I forgot or would not have expected at all. So I'm not going to let on to this to anybody besides this captive audience, but I guess, I have the job now, but it's not making me any money because it's an hourly thing and a bunch of free interns, so I don't get to do anything. And why would I? And I wouldn't hire me either. So, I don't know. I just get so lucky with these kind of money from the sky things. I mean, I worked corporate for a total of 10 years, but 7 years is what represents this virtual cash pile that I have sitting out there. And it's not something that normal people dip into, but I don't really expect to ever retire anymore. I don't expect to live that long. And I don't want to live that long. I don't want to be a burden on anything, on any kind of society or any institution. I'm just going to get out of here with as little fuss as possible and make it look like I was never here. Well, I wake up screaming almost every night at some point. Usually it's just a quick yelp or yawn. I have nightmares almost every night. And it's such a part of my routine that I tend to forget about it. As most people do forget about their dreams, but lately it seems to be taking itself up a notch. I mean, sometimes I'll wake up from a nightmare in which, in the nightmare, I wake up screaming. And in reality, I don't. But lately, though, today I woke up screaming over a dream in which this youngish-looking kid with red hair came into my room with a broom and a dustpan, and he looked like he was there to clean up my apartment. But as he got further into the room, his face turned evil. It turned into something like a baboon or something. And his whole body started changing, and he was going to turn into some beast that I wouldn't have any ability to handle in a physical combat. And I woke up screaming from that, and I often
in that instant of being asleep and then waking up, I think to myself, well, at least I have this easy escape from this demon. All I got to do is wake up. There have been plenty of situations where I reflect on that fact that that's just not possible. I can't wake up from such and such a nightmare that I'm living through. But I woke up today with scratches on my face, and obviously self-inflicted since I don't have any clawed creature sleeping with me or any other creature. And these scratches aren't the worst that I've ever inflicted on myself, but they're pretty bad. And they remind me why I like to keep my nails cut. I honestly think I save myself a lot more with this self-inflicted, I guess you can call it injury. It's because I keep my nails cut. I woke up absolutely howling on Wednesday, though. You might have thought I was being strangled or murdered or something. And worst of all is I think I might have woken the neighbor upstairs. And I've got the landlord up my ass about other things now, although like I said, I'm fessing up to my financial responsibility for all that stuff, but I'm going to have to work on it a little bit to make that arrangement. But some time ago, I was taking a shower late at night, and I have this radio on the bed that has a headphone thing plugged into it. But somehow that headphone came unplugged, and for whatever reason, the alarm clock decided to go off at 12 midnight, which is some asinine default for that radio. So I was in the shower with the door closed. I had no idea the radio was blasting full volume starting at midnight. And as soon as I got out of the shower, I discovered it and turned it off. But by then, as I learned later, a couple of people had called the owner of the building, who lives down the street, by the way. They called him to complain. And he got up my ass about it the next day ultimately saying that he was going to call the cops on me if something like that happened again. But that's just the way he talks. That's the way he talks on the phone when his wife is there. He's like a swaggering, macho, swashbuckling hero when she's around, but when it's just him and me one-on-one, he's like a pretty nice guy, a reasonable guy. He's not going to call the cops on me. But I am worried about these nightmares, though, because what the hell's going on to cause them? I don't even know. Most of my nightmares revolve around, I think I was talking about this last time or another time about that one apology call from however many years ago, where the hooker and her client have sex, and he goes into the bathroom and she comes out. I mean, while he's in there, she steals everything of his. His wallet, his clothes, right down to his underwear. And then she announces his name on her call, during her call. And she says, I hope your wife likes this. And I'm not making any excuses for a dude who cheats on his wife or hires prostitutes. That whole scenario has nothing to do with the fact that it fueled my nightmares about something like going and taking a shower, coming out, and everything is gone. Just everything in my room, everything in my apartment is just gone. I've woken up from that nightmare many times. So, but I think most of my other standard nightmares, if you will, involve loss of something. Loss of everything, or loss of just a bag, which it turns out contains all my vital organs, or just sudden and unrecoverable loss. This is my number one right. I just got an email from a woman I met up with. I'm not sure how long it's been now, maybe 3 months, through one of those dating sites. I came away feeling pretty ambivalent about it. But just on balance, but there were a couple of moments where I felt like there might be something there. And I gave in to the weakness that I am very unwilling to show. Or I let myself believe that this was somebody I could actually fall in love with. And she just seemed okay, you know. She wasn't bombshell beautiful, but she was certainly cute as hell. But then that doesn't really matter beyond initial contacts. And then again, I say that it was always, there were times when I was with my previous major girlfriend that I thought, my God, she's beautiful. But with her, I never felt like I could say anything. And I've always been unwilling to say those sort of things anyway, because some women don't appreciate it. I think you're impugning the broader, more important aspects of their character by reducing them to a piece of meat. But then you hear the conventional wisdom that, or the question is, what woman doesn't want to be told she's beautiful? So I don't know. I just always expect that if I compliment a woman on her looks that I'll get slapped. But the couple of moments I had with this woman from the dating site where she started looking at me in this way, like she thought I was just this adorable thing. But I couldn't tell that this was just a routine that she has with every guy she met up with, because she certainly met up with a whole shit ton of dudes from this website. Anyway, she was looking at me like that, like this huge smile on her face. And I felt embarrassed because she was kind of making fun of my hair, because of the way it stands up sometimes on end when I get nervous. So, then there were a couple other moments where it seemed like something was there, but then again, it just felt like she had a formula for these kind of dates, these kind of encounters. And you know, I'm a grown-up. That's what dating is. I know how it works. So she just emailed me maybe an hour ago to see if I wanted to go to a free screening somewhere in Brooklyn. And I've got stuff I'm doing tonight. And I was reasonably certain that she had dropped me anyway. I think I'm just going to let this go because I don't know. She said she's been on a bunch of deadlines, and I got the impression that she was unemployed or not working and living on public assistance. And she had fairly recently won one of the, I can never remember the name of it. There's a hyphenated name for the affordable housing lottery. And she had just won one of those, like, within the last 6 or 8 months. And so if she's on deadlines, though, that maybe she got work doing something. And we didn't really get to the what do you do type of conversations, because, frankly, I don't think she cares what I do. She didn't really ask anything about me. I asked her tons of questions about her, but somehow, what do you do? Never always seems so trite. You know what I think, though? I think she's used to being alone and just doing her thing. And I'm the same, if not more so. Part of our connection was that we like to go on long walks. She goes for like 10, 15-mile walks. But you know what? I think two people that do that aren't necessarily that's not necessarily the healthiest connection. I'm going up to the church to try to make another connection between payphones and God. See, I have this theory that payphones probably linger or lurk in the basements of old churches, maybe schools as well, because these are places that nobody really cares enough to have them removed, even though they have probably worked in 20 years. So I looked up a bunch of locations on my old database and found the church up on 29th Street in Ditmars. And they have multiple services every single day, which, compared to the church nearest to me, that's kind of amazing. They have the church nearest to me can barely get half a dozen people to show up once a week. But, I forgot what I was going to say. I think I said in my last call that I got an email from the woman I met a few months ago through the dating site. I waited. I didn't respond immediately because I couldn't decide if I wanted to do this or not, but I didn't want to do it. So I responded like about an hour and a half later saying, I just don't feel spontaneous this week, or I can't be spontaneous this week. And I know that by the time I responded, she had already gotten responses from 18 other dudes that she sent out this golden opportunity to. So, I just wasn't so much into her that I wanted to drop everything and go see some random thing. And it's kind of like, it's irritating the way these things work. And I know it's entirely different when you're a woman on these dating sites, but I don't even know her name. I mean, I guess that's her first name. I don't know why she would make that up, but she's been very careful not to give her last name, and she only emails me through her email address. And even her invitation to go out last night was obscure. Like, she didn't want me to know exactly what event she was going to, because by my interpretation, she thinks I'm just another stalker, creep, maniac, like every other piece of shit you meet through the internet. And I know I'm not really that worked up about it. That's dating. The modern world is just, I would have thought through our encounter that she could have at least concluded that I wasn't somebody that you keep at that discreet distance through such deliberate and obvious means. I gotta find something to eat. I forgot to eat dinner last night. I mean, I know what's going on here. It's like cyclical, the anxiety shit that's coming back. And I guess I know why, but maybe I don't. I don't feel good, and I'm not going to feel good until I get through this. It always passes. You know, it always passes, and my whole body feels like it's been on fire when it does pass. You know, I feel like charred around the nerves. I'm at 104th Street in Columbus Avenue, and I remembered what I meant to say about the sleeping camera recording. I wanted to see how I scratch myself. Like, am I using my nails like I have, or am I sleeping with abrasive, sharp objects?
United States of America. 23rd Avenue, 31st Street, which means I'm almost up to the church. The next service is until 1:30, but I'm just going to get some of the places open, but I can come and go as I please. I just still think I got a sandwich at the Neptune Diner, which they've been talking about for years now, saying that it's finally going to close. And I don't know that it ever is going to close. It's the immortal diner. I still feel like shit though, even after eating some food. I really ate almost every day yesterday. And I didn't drink any more than usual, but on an empty stomach, it's a bad thing. I thought about talking to this woman sitting next to me at the counter. She's older, maybe 60, but maybe that is. And I remember giving her a paper about age bias. Somebody in the comments, it's about halfway into 50, just basically disappear. And once they turn 50, they basically just disappear in society. I don't know what to say about that. There was a quote of a poem or something. That was funny. Sometimes content. And that's my about saying I was with that quote. She probably could choose yourself to me. I didn't choose there. I don't know what I'm talking about. But if there's a counter sentiment or I don't want to say counter because that doesn't sound like an argument, but if there's an opposite approach to impugning a whole gender based on some criteria as arbitrary as age was in the case of the woman past 50. And I want to look up the source of that quote because it never settled well with me, but seems to be a commonly held belief. But a counter to that would be something that my mother sent me once, a quote that I've never been able to find again, and I could look for this again when I get home. But she sent me a quote about beware of the single man, beware of the single man, because with nobody to take care of and nobody to take care of him, he's just a recipe for disaster, a recipe for bad things happening. And she said the same thing about very intelligent people who have nothing to do. She made similar comments about that, but I think that was her own observation. But I remember the single man thing coming up again years later when I was in North Dakota, and I went to visit the Lawrence Welk homestead, and she was showing this tour guide or whatever was showing me around. She showed me a house, a little replica of the homestead that was made out of popsicle sticks. And she said, and she had this disdain in her voice, and she said, now this was the work of a single man. And the way she said single man was like spit in her voice. But like, this is what single men do when they don't have anything else to do. They build fucking popsicle stick replicas of celebrities' houses. And I don't know. I thought about passing that on to my mother to see what she thought, but I guess I never got to it. So beware of me, that's for sure. If that's the impugning sentiment that some default to.
Well, the jury remains out on whether I found the old payphone or not. There's no phone there, but when I walked into one of the side entrances, which is what I tried to get into last time I was there was an opening in the wall that was about the exact dimensioned payphone. And it had 4 screw holders. There's 4 holes of which the phone would have been mounted. I mean, it looked
exactly the right dimension, but then I found 2 of those spots, or 3 actually. But after I made the discovery, I noticed that the holy water dishes were mounted in openings in the wall that looked exactly the same as the ones that I thought might have been where the payphones used to be. So, I don't know. I did want to get downstairs to the lower church, but that was locked again. So, I'll probably try this one more time, but I think I've given up on this connection between payphones and God. I was thinking of going up to the bridge to check on my phone, but I don't think I'm going to do that. I just need to do something to make myself feel comfortable in my own body. I don't feel that way today. I think I might have changed my mind about the niche and the whole cremation thing. As it stands, I should still be cremated. I just don't know what to do with dispensation of the residue. I mean, what's really at the core of all my planning for this kind of stuff is I want it to be taken care of as much as possible and for it to become as little of a burden as possible on anybody. I don't really expect anybody to honor any kind of final wishes I might have in terms of what to do with my stuff, like I have any, what to do about just anything. I just don't expect anybody to care enough. But I also don't know if I trust this particular cemetery that I visited. I mean, I'm not going to make a decision like this based on something as pedestrian as Yelp reviews. But I did take a look at those a while ago, and they align with everything I thought I knew about that cemetery. It's like they just don't care. It may even be mob-influenced in some way, but I think they've tried to improve their reputation over the last, I don't know how many years, but you still can't trust the business. So, I don't know what I want done with it. I mean, I want it, whatever happens with my ashes should be done legally, but and I know people talk about having them scattered over parts of the country that mean something to them. I can't think of any place that means enough to me that I would want to choose a place for that distinction. But then I do want to spend eternity in New York. And what is eternity? I mean, if I follow through and buy the niche place at this cemetery, I mean, what's going to happen? I mean, what is eternity anyway? I remember I visited Providence, Rhode Island, and went to one of the old cemeteries. I believe it was called the North Burial Ground. I think that's right, but don't hold me to it. And there was a newer section that had the modern type of burial, the modern type of graves, but the old section, it just felt like a silence. All those people were forgotten, and their tombstones were unreadable, or they had just disintegrated into dirt. And it was a powerful, powerful silence. And that's the silence of being forgotten. I don't think I want to live on in any, or endure in any physical, monumental, not meaning huge or enormous, but like, I don't think I need a monument. I don't think anybody does. I'm thinking of just arranging to tie some cinder blocks to my ankles and just jump into the ocean somewhere. I don't know. But the eternity question reminds me of that dude down in Australia who, he was like the prey of Australia, a little more ephemeral, if that's possible. He would, on the sidewalks and other surfaces, he'd use like I think it was a crayon or some kind of, it's something like that, and he would just write the word eternity everywhere. And he became a bit of a folk hero because nobody knew who was doing it. And I don't know how many decades he persevered, but one day somebody caught him in the act of doing it and asked him, "Are you the eternity guy?" And he said, "Yeah, it's me." And he went on to become a national hero. And at the New Year's Eve celebrations one year, unannounced, unexpected, at the Sydney Harbor, where I think that's where they did the fireworks. At midnight, a giant lighted sign came up with the word eternity, and the crowd went wild. I might be fudging some of the details. Maybe the eternity thing was part of the fireworks display or something. I'm forgetting the details now, but that's the kind of way I'd like to be remembered, as the eternity guy. Well, I should be doing other things, but instead I'm out wasting my day again. I did some important stuff on my new web server, though, so that's something. I think I'm going to head into Manhattan and just do a nice long walk just to escape from whatever it is I'm unwilling to identify as the source of my anxiety. I haven't looked too thoroughly into the burial at sea thing, except to discover that anybody can do it. It's not unknown. It's not the most common thing, but it's not unknown either. There are some rules about it. If you want to dispose your whole body, you have to wrap it up a certain way, I think. I don't remember. I'll figure it out, but just compared to in-ground burial, which for me was never really an option anyway, but compared to that, I think I'd rather feed the sharks than feed the worms. And in that spirit, my distrust of the whole cemetery business, the columbarium business, the cremation business, I just don't believe in it. I don't trust it. And I don't want to be taken advantage of, even if I'm not going to be around to care that I was taken advantage of. So, on that thought, I'm gone. I'm moving on. I read up a little bit on burial at sea, and I found a beautiful quote from the late 19th century. I'll try to bring it with me next time. But it speaks to how equalizing it is. The paupers and kings alike all go down the same way, and there's no status given to conspicuously huge monuments or elaborate mausoleum or anything. If the rich don't get precedent over anybody else at sea. And I wonder how many of the truly wealthy are buried at sea. One of the sources, one of the articles I found was just mentioned some notables who've been buried at sea, and among them was Osama bin Laden. I joined the ranks of that dude. And another was John F. Kennedy Jr. And I have to look this one up, but I didn't think he was so much buried at sea. He was lost at sea, along with his wife. But at any rate, it's interesting to explore. And the logistics are still not caught up with exactly how this worked. Did that get to the final body, or Catherine, who is a street art aficionado, and her regular job is a librarian. She hosted an event maybe 3 weeks ago, 3 or 4 weeks ago, where I met up with some street artists who welcomed me into their fold on account of my softy shenanigan. And I was kind of surprised. Well, I guess I shouldn't be surprised among this crowd, but everybody there knew about it, knew everything there was to know about it. It's funny though, because I probably already said something about this, but Gotham has published a piece about this woman who's doing a quote-unquote heartwarming project involving those kiosks, where she's inviting people to call in and thank anonymous strangers that did nice things for them. And it's a lovely sounding thing and all, but for some reason they used a picture of me to headline this story. The picture of me from the last story they did about my softy nonsense back in December. So not only am I the signature image of the softy nonsense, I'm also the signature image of this heartwarming NYC project. It's funny as hell. Anyway, I'm excited to be meeting up with Catherine. She said she was going on a staycation this year, but I said let's make it a praycation. So I'm going to give her a tour of prey sightings in Midtown, at least the two locations that I know for certain, and then maybe we'll see which other ones we can find. Because I've made a point of not memorizing where these things are, except for one particular location, and then recently I added one other to my memory. But so we're gonna find the ones that I know for certain, and then see which other ones we can find. I guess, or at least that's the general plan. I don't know what's.
Please deposit 25 cents for the next 3 minutes.
Things like this are fluid, of course. And I had something to say about the burial at sea, but I'll save it for next time. I don't call from this payphone too often. It's not my usual. Not on my radar. But it's a block away and around the corner from the home of the last woman that I slept with. I had known her as an acquaintance for like 9 or 10 years, I think. Maybe not that long, but for a long time. Before I got aggressive about it and started. I don't think I'd ever been so direct in my pursuit of somebody. It was all for naught. She was just not a real nice person. And the sex was really disappointing. She had been a stripper, which I didn't know going in, but it didn't surprise me. She was so beautiful that she could easily pass for that kind of thing, and I didn't have any problem with her having done that. But over time, she dropped a bunch of clues that she had done a lot more in the sex business than just that, and she was probably still doing things, still doing tricks. And I don't know if I don't think I could have been close to somebody like that kind of lifestyle. I would learn later that another woman I was infatuated with for a long time had been a stripper, and sometimes I wonder if every woman I've ever been with had been a stripper at some point. That's not true at all, but at a certain point when I heard some revelations about mutual friends, from mutual friends, I started thinking that I didn't know all these women as well as I thought. It's all good. I really dodged a bullet though with this woman that I'm talking about.
The number 402-376-9904 has been disconnected. The number 402-376-9904 9904 has been disconnected. No further information is available about this number.
I'm calling this one in from my cell phone. I'm at the cemetery today. It's sweltering hot in this mausoleum. It's not particularly hot outside, but I had no particular reason to come here except I've been reflecting on my decision to not have my cremated remains placed in a columbarium niche. I never liked the word niche to begin with, but that's got nothing to do with it. I started reflecting on how death is the great equalizer, and yet it still ends up being stained with the trappings of wealth or the failings of poverty. And I don't know how much money I'm ever going to make in life. I don't care, but I don't want my location in a structure like this, or even if I change my mind and go for in-ground burial, I just don't want anyone to make any assumptions or assessments about how meaningful my life was based on the size and or extravagance of my final monument. A burial at sea makes more sense to me. I still don't think it's a perfect solution. A perfect solution would be that I just evaporate. Just turn into thin air. But being out at sea leaves a greater possibility, a greater potential to express the equality of all souls, of all people, and how there shouldn't be a class warfare going on in the monument making. I want people to remember me for where I lived, which was, well, I was going to say the internet, but it was, I think I lived most in people's minds, and that's where I want to stay, in the collective consciousness. I'm walking around this mausoleum looking at the little display cases. This woman was not much older than me. Maurice, M-A-R-I-S. She died 3 years ago. There's a picture of her, there's a cross, there's the urn, and then there's an unexplained bottle of, I guess it's water, plastic bottle. It looks like a bottle that you would use, that would contain like a travel size amount of shampoo or something. And I guess that's just a bottle of water. Maybe it's holy water. But I'm not going to go niche by niche. I just decided that I don't want my passing to be anybody's business. By that I mean financial business. I also just noticed something kind of disgusting. There's a frosted glass window, or there's like a set of 4 frosted glass windows, and I guess there's some space between the window and another sheet of glass because there's a whole bunch of dead flies trapped behind this image of Jesus and Mary. All right, I'll check in again later. I spent a little longer at the cemetery than I might have wanted to because there was a little bit of rain. But one thing I dislike about the columbarium spaces is that a lot of the niches are empty. And that's because somebody bought it and they're going to wait until they die to put anything in there. I would think you could put anything you want in there once it's paid for, but it just creates a lot of empty space.
and it's aesthetically not pleasing. But I was looking again at the prominence of the wealthy, or the seniority they seem to have earned, perhaps undeservedly. And I think back on when I first discovered the sepulchral portraits, which are the photos of the deceased that are buried. And I found a whole cluster of them out at Calvary, and I felt like I'd made this big, exciting discovery, and I had actually, but it struck me as unfair. It took some time for this to settle in, but it just struck me as unfair that some people get an enhanced memorial like that, and it's probably not even their decision. They probably had no say in the matter. It's just a funeral home or a funeral director that had a particular sales pitch toward getting those portraits in, and yet somehow the fact that those photos are there makes them just seem extra memorable, and people like me go out and photograph them without doing anything else. You're just stealing their image, and it just, I don't know, I'm having trouble formulating my thought on this at the moment, but it just doesn't seem fair that some people get ahead of you in the memorial game. I know I've said this to many people in many different contexts, but when it comes to the whole subject matter of payphones, I find that almost any time it starts to look a little long in the tooth, or it starts to seem even moribund or morose or what have you, there's something new will come up to revive my interest in it. And my interest hasn't faded any time in the recent past, but there have been times where something came up to make it all very interesting to me again. And this time the rekindling of interest revolves around Guess Who, Pray, and it's because we happen to spot the signature etching of her, the P-R-A-Y, vertically written and with the very distinctive lettering and the distinctive profile. I discovered a go to church, read Bible etching while I was making a call once to this payphone radio thing. Like in the middle of a call, I broke in and said, "Oh my God, I found her." But now I'm going to take it to that area where I found her last time. And these are all phone booth payphone enclosures I've visited probably a dozen times by now. I mean, in this particular area, it's not unusual for me to revisit, but this area is exactly across the street from where I live. So I'm going back to revisit and see if I can find even more of the signature of Pray. And I don't expect much because, well, you can't do that, but I'm looking forward to seeing what I find. And I went out on a Payphone tour, we called it, where I showed an advertising interventionist where to find these ones that I found recently, and she swore to secrecy on as far as the locations. But she might be sending her photos to her street art colleagues to see if what they think about the authenticity. And I think they are authentic because I found them in 2 locations, and they both look exactly the same. I mean, it's obviously the hand of the same writer, and it's small, and it's humble, and it's modest, and I had some parchment paper, I think that's what it's called, very thin, or tracing paper rather, and I tried to trace the etching, like in the old tombstone technique, where you would use charcoal or something like that and try to illuminate the inscription on an unreadable tombstone by scratching against it with on paper, but it's just the indentation isn't deep enough for Prey. I can't get her to appear on the thin paper using anything. I used a crayon and a pencil, it just didn't work, so I wanted to have some physical evidence of my finds. Well, I've gone from, a few weeks ago, if you'd asked me, I would have said that I'm probably never going to find her again on a Payphone. But then I found 3 in a row while we were filming, and then found another one about a week ago. And now, so I've gone from thinking that I was never going to find her again to thinking it's just inevitable that she's going to appear, and she just did it, and I just threw my arms up into the air when I saw this just now. It's clearly legible. Anybody could deny it. It's P-R-A-Y, and this one is at 89th and Madison. And I used to come up here a lot because I did a writing group a long time ago where everybody would read each other's stories, poems, and shit. So I've been pacified for all these years. I don't know what it means, but in some ways, I think, the mystery deepens, but it can only go so deep, right? I feel like it can't be impossible to identify her. The 1980s wasn't that long ago. People might still remember. Maybe I'll get in touch with that dude at Tower Records that first told me about all this stuff. I probably would have heard about this anyway, eventually, but I remember just his delivery and the foreboard that he had in the sense it was palpable, and that might have contributed to why it ignited something in my mind, and made it seem like I was seeing her everywhere. I think it just seemed that way, but, well, I'm moving on. I'm up in the Bronx today at the Pelham Bay Park subway station. The first thing I find is this beautiful working payphone. I've been meaning to come up here for a long time, but the distance looked so intimidating. Truth is, I don't even think it was a half hour from Grand Central, and a lot of that was above ground, so I could indulge in my news reading. I am, of course, looking for payphones, but I'm still reflecting on yesterday's Prey jackpot. I think I found over a dozen individual examples. And I do start to ask myself, what does it really mean anyway? It's inspirational, but it's also a little window into a very gritty pursuit, a very determined delivery of a message. And I found other little scratchity as well. From one said Max was here, which is funny because Max is like one of my little toys that I have that I put on top of payphones once in a while as a symbol of something that's going to save these payphones from removal. And then I found some phone numbers. I'm going to dial those up later. But I am just interested in what Pelham Bay Park is all about up here today. And it's the biggest park in New York, but I don't expect that to mean that it's the best park in New York, but we'll see what we got. I gave up on the park because it's kind of what I expected. Beautiful and open and everything, but it's kind of enormous. And I don't have the time or energy to explore the entire place. I could find a nice waterfront though. I was just thinking about this conversation I had last night with a longtime friend who I've met in person maybe twice over 25 years, but consider her a real friend. And she moved away a long time ago. So I told her that I had tried to hang myself, and this led to the whole conversation about masturbation. And she was talking about the when and where she does it, and how she doesn't really get a thrill out of doing it in public places. It's just something she wants to do for her own thing. That's masturbation is, I suppose. But I had the same conversation with another friend who, for the same reasons I told her about my attempt, and how it sort of led to me doing it, masturbating like I'd never done it before, you know, like I was a kid again. And she said she could relate, even though she's never tried to off herself, but then she went off on this whole conversation about all the crazy places she did it. She including the spot she was standing on when we were having this conversation. And just interesting. One thing, I think this would be a taboo topic, but it's anymore. Thank the internet for that account. If I keep at this long enough, I'm going to end up being talked about as the upstairs middle-aged dude who spent all his life in Midtown Manhattan trying to find every occurrence of prey, trying to find every occurrence of the old lady from the 1980s who did this stuff. I just found another one, and it's it. The way I was looking at it for about 10 seconds before I actually saw it, before it registered, is just evidence of how subtle and subliminal this stuff really is. But I would never say that finding prey gets monotonous, but yesterday at the end of a 10-mile walk, I was feeling a little like maybe I could resume another day. I just came back down from Pelham Bay up in the Bronx, and the park is kind of what I expected. It's big, it's beautiful, but it's boring. And way too big for me to even digest in one little visit. So I spent more time wandering around the area, around the subway, where I do believe I was denied service at a place because of my skin color. I didn't think Pelham Bay was like that, but I guess racism is everywhere. So I just found another prey, and I think I finally might have made a passable video of the inner etching, the go to church, read Bible stuff. I had found that really difficult to capture, but I think this last time I might have got it. So I'm kind of stoked about that, but moving up the avenue. So I'm out here getting some sun in the middle of a pretty busy work day, and they're repaving the streets, so everything smells really noxious. I'm waiting for a call from the Boston Globe. I was looking at my live traffic report, and I saw I was getting a bunch of page views from the Boston Globe, which I think that's still a New York Times company. But Billy Baker wants to talk to me. So as I see the traffic coming in, I'm like waiting for the email, and then there it is. So I don't know what he wants to write about, but he just asked for a 10-minute conversation about payphones. We'll see what that amounts to. I've been in the Globe before. I don't remember when. See what he wants to talk about. It'll be all about prey. That's what it'll be. I went back to my new friend with whom I went prey hunting last week, and I told her that I didn't think I would ever say this, but at Finding Prey actually got to be kind of monotonous on Saturday. A lot of that is on account of the fact that I've been walking for 10 miles by the time I was still finding her. But my instincts proved correct that I first discovered her on Madison Avenue. That's where I found the go-to-church stuff. And that's where I went back. I thought my instincts were that's where she would be with the signature Prey etching. And that now I have eyes to see, and sure enough, she was all up and down the avenue. But I did sort of bust the legend, I guess, that she hit every single payphone in New York. That was always a key part of the legend. But then again, I mean, because she didn't write on the surfaces on those particular surfaces that she didn't write on other parts of the structure. So I say let the legend live, right? All right. I'm going to walk around some and wait for the globe to call.
Welcome to Verizon Wireless. Your call cannot be completed as dialed. Please check the number and dial again. Announcement
480.
Welcome to Verizon Wireless. Your call cannot be completed as dialed. Please check the number and dial again. Announcement 4.
I made amends to my landlord. I stuck some cash into his mailbox and hope that settles the matter. I let my guilt fade and allow myself to see this for what it is. It's just the kind of shit that happens when you're in a place for 20 years. Stuff like this happens. But, I mean, I really did feel like a horrible person when it happened, but he really didn't seem mad at me about the damage as much as that I didn't do shit to help him clean it up. And that's why I'm putting the money, or throwing the money at him. But I think about my relationship with this guy sometimes, and I wonder if it doesn't reflect some kind of mental illness in me. I think he finally figured out that I'd go out of my way to avoid crossing paths with him. And I've always known that was asinine and childish, but it's just what I do. I just don't want to deal with the guy. I'm not like that about a lot of people, but I can't think of anybody that I'm like that about. But I think he figured it out because he's probably seen me coming toward the building and then turning around, going the other way, walking around the block 15 times until he goes away. It's fortunate he doesn't live in the building, but it's just like, first of all, like I said, I let my guilt recede, and then I just looked at the damage for what it is, and he's completely lying when he said the dollar amount that he sent. And I told him that this is the best I can do, which is basically true. And I did leave cash. I'm just starting to think maybe I shouldn't have done that, but I've never heard of anything happening with people stealing shit out of his mailbox. And someone would have to know it's there and all that, and I'm not going to worry about it. I could. Over the years, like I said, the relationship, I recognize that a lot of the anxiety that I think confuses my connection to this guy, a lot of that anxiety comes entirely from me. And it's reflected in other of my interactions with people, especially over email, where you just don't know what tone of voice somebody's using in their mind when they type something to you. But, like I was saying in the other context, sometimes I hear what I want to hear, or I hear what I don't want to hear. Sometimes I hear something when there's really nothing at all being said. Everybody's like that to an extent. left it in an area where you're not supposed to do that. And a woman came up over to me and said, "You can't leave that there." So I said I would get rid of it or take it away. And I turned around and turned back, and she had taken my suitcase. She had confiscated it and hauled it off the trash, I guess. And I went looking for her, and I couldn't find her. And the feeling of loss escalated and increased to a level where I thought I put the bag or the suitcase contained my vital organs or my brain or my mind. Basically, that bag was everything. It was all I was. That's just a horrifying feeling. And that's been a motif in my dreams, is just all-out loss of everything. And it's not so much, this dream was a little different in that it wasn't just that I lost my vital organs or my consciousness or my mind. It was my stature in society was so low that, mid-level security groups and sanitation people were happy to haul off my suitcase and my other containers because it bumped up their numbers and made them look good. But I was just such a scum of society that they were happy to just get rid of me. I don't know if I'm imagining it or maybe I'm just empathizing, but it feels like people out here are just going crazy today. A little while ago, somebody walked up to me. He was carrying a open can of beer in his hand. He was obviously drunk. This was like 3 in the afternoon. And he asked me if I know where the Pulaski Bridge is. And that's a good 1.5 miles or more from here. I don't know. So I recognized this dude for what he was. He was just totally lit. And I don't have a problem with that as long as you don't get violent or anything. So I just pointed him, it's that way. He said, "Thank you." I did point him the right direction, but he's got a long way to walk before he got there. And then earlier, I saw this dude at the coffee machine at this corner store that I go to, and he just couldn't figure out how to pour himself a cup of coffee. And he was trying to get coffee out of the one faucet that had the cup over it. And the cup over the faucet means that one's out of coffee. So he just kept trying to get coffee out of that one, and then first I said something sympathetic like, "What, is there no coffee?" Then I saw what he was doing, and it was like, uh-oh. So I got my stuff, poured myself a cup of coffee, and he seemed absolutely captivated by my ability to do this. And then I could tell from his fidgeting and twitching that there's something off about that guy. Like I said, maybe if everybody's going crazy out here today, maybe I'm one of them. Maybe the smell of, they're repaving all the streets around here, maybe the smell of the tar is making people lose something. But I caught myself doing what I sometimes think, or what I've more recently actually only started to think is maybe a sign of some kind of mental illness in me. The way that I avoid crossing paths with the landlord of the building. And I've been doing this for years, and I think he finally caught on to it at some point. He has to have seen me at some point approaching the building and then turning around and walking the other way at the sight of him. I mean, he's not a real intellectual guy, but he's not so stupid, or actually, I don't like to use the word stupid, but he's not so unaware of his surroundings that he would fail to notice something like that when it happens repeatedly. But I caught myself today trying to get out of the building, and I see somebody standing outside, and I freeze, and I sort of hide as best I can behind something so that I can see whether or not it's the owner of the building, and it's not. And so relieved, I went ahead and exited the building and said hi to the person who was standing out there. She lives upstairs. But I don't know if that kind of thing really constitutes some genuine kind of illness or if it's just one of these silly tics that I have. But I did it. I think I really started doing it in earnest while my ex-girlfriend was living with me. And he would, I mean, this is all because he gives me shit for stuff that he has no business asking me about. It's been like that since I moved in. And he accuses me of things that I never did, I couldn't possibly have done. And it's just this gambit of lies that is his language. But I really didn't appreciate it when he was giving that kind of shit to my girlfriend at the time. So one of our little things was that we don't walk past his house. And we don't, like when sometimes we would meet up to go to some bar or other. And even though it made the most sense to meet near the intersection where the owner of my building lives, we never did that. We always met a block over. And I know one time he saw me and he hadn't seen me for months. And he made some comment to that effect. And I just don't know what the guy is really thinking. We just don't speak the same language. But I'm also well aware that a lot of this anxiety or perceived anxiety comes entirely from me. And that's where I start to think maybe I have maybe I'm a textbook example of something, some kind of paranoid delusionist who thinks he's invisible. Because I want to be invisible. I don't even believe I exist. I was thinking about consciousness and the corpus callosum and how that's all that they really have to point at to say that's it, that's consciousness, that's the human mind. But there's nothing to prove that it's anything, that you can't point to a single drop of fluid or a little fatty pocket and say that's it, that's consciousness, let's put that in a bottle and save it for all eternity. And I've read the Julian Jaynes stuff where it's considered for lack of a better word, a meta thing, consciousness. It's comparable to ants, where individually they're almost helpless, but the more of them team up together, they're the most powerful force in nature, and they'd be more powerful than the dinosaurs if they were anywhere near that size. And that's the pat theory for what consciousness is it's not a distinct substance. It's not anything you could bottle up. Well, if you think about it too much, you start to think it's a miracle and you get all religious. Speaking of which, I did a little more research on prey, and I forgot about this. I know I read this, I just forgot about it, that she was actually first spotted in the early 70s and kept at it through the 80s. So I don't know, the stuff I've been seeing lately could go all the way back to the 70s. I think there was a piece in the Times about it in 1973, talking about how there was all this pray and worship God all over the place. And then years later, there was something in Spy magazine, and the New York Post did a piece in 1978, although I've never been able to find that piece. And so she goes back farther than I remembered. But like I said, I did know this. I just sort of put it out of my mind, I think, because I was so influenced by my first introduction to Prey, which was the Tower Records manager, who was talking about her in 1991 as if she was still current or still active, and maybe she was. But if she was working for over a decade, it's hard to imagine nobody ever saw her. And I did find one account of somebody that got a picture of her, but or claims to have got a picture of her. But that person writes under a pseudonym and probably doesn't respond to inquiries anyway. Well, I'm going to get on with my mentally disturbed self and get back home and get back to work. My favorite body part, my favorite part of my own body, is my feet. blame it on 2 days straight of 15-mile walks, but they're really looking bad. I got skin is torn off of one part of it, and I have a huge bruise on another. So I put bandages around all that, but I don't know what difference that's going to make. I used to be guarded about having a favorite body part or having a favorite part of anything that had anything to do with me. But I read an article about mindful masturbation, and she was saying that you should just pick out your favorite part of your body and think about that. And that makes it less of a exercise in futility. Makes it more meaningful. And she was right, but I realized I was more of it was like preaching to the choir. So I've felt that way for a long time. Anyway, my feet hurt, and they look nasty. They don't look that bad, but I mean, compared to their usual placidity, they look like a mess. And if that means I have to stay off my feet for a while, I guess that's okay, but it's going to be unnatural for me. Walking with a bit of a gimp because of all this.
I read or reread a piece that I had forgotten about from the New York Times from 1973, I think, early 70s, where somebody wrote a humorous column that ended with the observation that a little park at 29th Street and 2nd Avenue made it sound like it was overrun with etchings of words like pray and go to church and other things. That's the first mention of it I've ever encountered. And I've absolutely read that article before, but I had the date of it completely wrong in my mind. I thought it was 1983, which had been the first I'd ever heard about it, I think, or maybe it's 82. Or those are the first mentions in any kind of media, any kind of press. So with that in mind, first thing of order of business today was to walk down to 29th Street and 2nd Avenue and see if there was any evidence of it. And as soon as I got there, first of all, there were a lot of people lying around on the benches and stuff. And I wasn't going to ask anybody to get out of my way so I could look for God under their ass. But it just didn't look like the type of place that would not have gone through major renovations at least once or twice since the early 1970s. The benches were wood, and it just didn't seem possible that anything except the metal fence around it's a playground. She said it was a park in the Times piece, but it's actually a playground. And I didn't see anything except the metal fence around it that could possibly have still retained any of that stuff, but what could you do? In the meantime, I found a couple of more appearances of prey, but I'm going to go over to the west side now. I've only found her in quantity over on the east side, but I'm going over to the west side today to see how broadly she really did cover the borough. And, I found her today on Park Avenue and then again on Lexington. And there's no question that this is the real thing. Like, if it was an imitator, even if it is an imitator, maybe that is not a strike against it. But I don't think it is, because I was finding it's like I'm doing archaeology or forensic anthropology, where I can see where like the letters P and R and half of the letter A are visible under but the rest of the A and the Y are covered up by a coat of paint that has, I guess, disintegrated partially. And that just feeds my belief that underneath all these other coats of paint, there's
countless instances of prey out here. So, I don't know if this hasn't quite become monotonous for me, but I could sort of I can almost see it getting there. What I should really be keeping an eye on is I want to find one that is especially deeply dug in, and I'll come back out with parchment paper and maybe some charcoal to try to trace it, so I have physical evidence of my own. A friend texted me today to thank me for what I did in getting the crisis counseling telephone installed up on the RFK bridge. I've known him a long time. He's a survivor, as he says. He made many attempts. I woke up again with scratches all over my face. Not all over, but on my face. And it reminds me why I cut my nails. I mean, it's not just because I play piano and you don't want nails when you're playing piano, but and I know that that's what causes the scratching. I've woken myself up doing it a few times, and I recognize the pattern. Yesterday was another pray pilgrimage. I rediscovered an article that I had forgotten about. I didn't forget about the article, I just misremembered it. By, I can't remember her name, some 1970s New York City socialite. And it was just sort of a accounting of what was happening in her neighborhood of Murray Hill. And she described a bunch of pray etchings all over a little park at 29th Street and 2nd Avenue. So I made a pilgrimage down there yesterday. But I didn't find anything. I didn't really expect to. But I didn't have good access. There were people sitting on all the benches, and there were just a lot of people there. I would have wanted to have the place more to myself if I was going to do a thorough investigation. But I did find more prey over on the east side. And a friend of mine alerted me to some sightings in Carroll Gardens. And it suits the mystery of prey because I've walked past that Carroll Gardens location, I don't know, about hundreds of times, but probably dozens, because a friend of mine lives right near there. And I never noticed it, and such is the way. But further to that, I went past a location that my friend and I went past last Thursday, and
Please deposit 25 cents for the next 3 minutes.
I know we looked at this phone, and I know we did not see the prey there, but when I went past again yesterday, there she was. So it just proves yet again that you can be looking right at something and not know what the hell it is. While I was making my last call, I overheard a guy standing nearby. He saw me and he said, "Does that payphone actually work?" or something to that effect. I hear comments like that once in a while. I just walked past a place where the stripper lives. I guess she still lives there. Just remembering what a ass she was. I'm not exactly a well-ordered cutlery drawer myself, but she was just not a nice person. But you know what? I thought that if we crossed paths, I said hi, and thank me over and over again, she would say she was sorry for being such an asshole. And then we would get drunk and have sex again. And that would be the end of that. I walk past my ex-girlfriend's house and building almost every day. And I don't bother commenting on it because I've gotten used to it. Once in a while I see her parents standing outside, but I haven't seen her in probably over a year now. Maybe longer. It's like she lives right across the street from the grocery store that I go to. And usually if I pay attention, all the windows are closed, curtains drawn. window all the way into the kitchen. And I felt like I saw more into her soul than I did in all 3 years we were together. She really did become kind of a mystery to me, but at the same time, I think of her as a textbook case of something. I just don't know what that is. I'm sure a psychologist could have described all the altercations we had and the escalating anger that characterized the final months. I mean, she was insecure about the relationship. She at least admitted that much. Maybe I could have found a way to tell her that she had no reason to be insecure about me. But there was nothing I could do, though. There really wasn't. I do miss her family, though, and when I see her mother, we always have a conversation. I haven't seen her in a long time either. I'm going up to the bridge to check on my phone. Just going to do that. And then I'm not going to Utopia because some job-related stuff came in, but I'm inspired by the thank you note I got from the guy, my friend, who thanked me for getting that note put in up there. Oh, you know what? There's going to be a new 3-digit number, like in addition to 911 and 311, there's going to be 988. 988 will connect directly to the side prevention number. I'm in Utopia today. I'm at Utopia Parkway and Union Turnpike. It's a UU intersection. And I'm here entirely to satisfy my predatory instincts. I found this really beautiful woman's profile on one of the dating sites, and she said she lives in Utopia. And I'm certainly not here to try to cross paths with her because I wouldn't know how to do that, but the predatory instinct, this is the setup that if I spend some time in Utopia and familiarize myself with it, I can impress her with my knowledge of her neighborhood, of her home area. Because I've never been, I don't think I've ever been here before. I got here via the Q88 bus, and I walked through Fresh Meadow. I used to know a guy who grew up in Fresh Meadow. He always described it as the Fresh Meadow Ghetto. And one time I asked him, like, why do you call it that? He's like, oh, I'm just kidding. He just liked the rhyme or something. He liked the syncopation. The first woman I dated in New York, she and I used to eat at the Utopia Diner on the Upper West Side. I think that's on Amsterdam Avenue. And it was always a running gag, like, how's the food in Utopia? And we knew because we ate there all the time, but it was a hypothetical question, because how can you know what the food is like in a place that doesn't really exist or in a state of perfection? How good could the food possibly be in Utopia? And by my estimate, if it was truly Utopia, you wouldn't need food at all. All right. I found one Prey-style phone booth, but it didn't have any etchings on it that were legible to me. I don't know if she ever made it out here, but I'll find out, I suppose. I'm chasing after the legend that she made her mark on every single payphone in New York City. I've pretty much already busted that part of the legend, which isn't really intentional on my part, but I guess it's part of the project. I'm at 188th Street, Union Turnpike, and I think Utopia merged into Hillcrest. And I'm not finding prey on this phone booth at all, even though this is the exact style of booth that she's most commonly found on. Oh, look at that. There's a drive-up ATM here. How many of those do you see in New York? A drive-up Chase Bank, too. Unrelated, but it's been on my mind again, this thing my mother sent me once. It's a quote or an excerpt or something. And I've never been able to find it, and I don't think I'll ever find the email in which she sent it, because there was a time in which I wasn't able to save email. But the quote was something along the lines of, beware of the single man, because with nobody to take care of and nobody to take care of him, he's just a recipe for mischief and bad things. And wonder if she was talking about me. And I know she sent this email because memorably she followed it up with a quasi-apology, saying that I just thought that was an interesting quote. It wasn't directed at you. And I thought, I've been single most of my adult life with some reasonable exceptions. I mean, reasonable meaning like I can be in a relationship. It just doesn't mean I have to be. So, but I think it troubled her that I seem to have trouble with women, and I think she took that upon herself. She blamed herself for that. And there's something to be said for that, I suppose, that the mother of sort of ends up being like a blueprint for your relationships with other women throughout your life. So I've never been able to find the quote, though, like the full quote, and maybe she made it up, because that's something she would have done. She would have made up a quote like that and attributed it to something else. Beware the single man. I just saw something that I think might make me never want to use a public water fountain ever again. This was at Cunningham Park by the bocce court, and the dude was washing his dog in the water fountain, and just had the dog's ass hole right on the faucet, right on the metal fixture, and he was just like scrubbing the hell out of that dog. I mean, what the fuck? There's a bathroom right there. The dude could have used a sink or something, but I don't know. I don't know if that's going to stop me from ever using it again, but it's made me go buy a bottle of water, which I don't like to do because they're basically feeding it to the landfill. Bottled water, that is. Anyway, I'm just making my way around. This feels like a road trip in a way. Union Turnpike, walking. I think I'm walking south. Maybe it's west. I don't know which direction I'm walking, but there'll be like a cluster of stores and a strip mall and that kind of thing at the gas station, and then there'll be like a mile of just houses. It has the same feel of a road trip where you go pass through one small town after another, and then there's just either nothing or farmland or, anyway, yeah, road trip in the city, right? I'm at the Forest Expressway at Casino Boulevard. And this is I got off the bus because this is exactly the kind of style phone booth that Prey would have done her etching. And I don't find any evidence of it, but I do find a big, solid fuck you, somebody scratched into the middle part. So, I'm inching my way back. I guess I haven't called in today, have I? There haven't been any working phones. As always, though, the legend that she had every single payphone in New York City, because she should be on these booths. If she had every single one of these booths, look like they've been out here since the 70s. But I'm careful to look closely and repetitively, because as I've discovered many times, you can be looking right at this and not see it. And when you do see it, it just becomes clear as day. It reminds me of the FedEx logo. My ex-girlfriend told me, pointed out that the FedEx logo has a giant white arrow in it. It's pointing to the right as you're looking at the logo. And it's hard as hell to see. Even now that even once I knew that it was there, I still have to think about it every time I actually see that logo. Please deposit 25 cents for the next 3 minutes.
What I said earlier about how I busted the legend. I guess first of all, I never believed it in the first place, but that she got every single payphone in New York City, but the places where I've been finding her are on the older booths, the one up in the 70s and 80s. And there were a ton of newer ones that came along, not until after the 90s when she was gone, or I assume she was gone. And she's not going to be on those, but that would be impossible for her to be on those because they didn't exist yet. So I say let the legend live. I mean, I don't need to believe that she got every single solitary payphone in the city, but why the hell not, right? I'm at the mall. I was on a bus earlier, the Q88, and I saw this Asian woman sitting next to an Asian dude. And the stereotype really holds up. Asians age very well, because it took me a while to realize that he was the father and she was the daughter, and she was probably about 16, but she could have passed for much older, and he was probably in his 40s or 50s. He looked at, I might have guessed that they were brother and sister or boyfriend girlfriend. But it was the way she smiled when he started saying something. Like they were just sitting there completely silent. He had headphones on and wasn't really neither of them was paying any attention to the other. I wasn't even sure they knew each other. And they were sitting in one of the two-seat things, so they had to know each other, right? And their bodies were touching, but they were comfortable together. But like I said, I thought they might be boyfriend-girlfriend. But it was when she actually opened her mouth and she smiled in this sort of really little girl kind of smile. Like she was happy that her father was saying anything to her. Then he went back, he put his headphones back on, and they were not speaking English, so I wouldn't have been able to tell what they were saying anyway, but I couldn't have heard them. And it just looked like she was bored, but they were going to the mall for some reason, some specific reason. I could probably read more into the story if I was paying more attention, but I didn't want to look like a creeper because I can't be caught ogling little girls. I mean, she wasn't a little girl. She was probably 16 or 17, but I wasn't looking at them in that way, so don't get that impression. I was just curious about the dynamic of the father-daughter relationship. And the girl reminded me a little bit of my ex. Just long, dark hair, Asian, and all that. And that's one of the things that I'll never understand is the dynamic between my ex-girlfriend and her father, and how that might have influenced her attitudes toward me. Just in the same way my fucked up relationship with my mother probably sticks itself into my relationships with women more than I realized.
I'm calling in from one of the Rock City payphones. This is a row of 5
25 payphones is probably the longest continuous row of outdoor payphones in all of New York. And it's been hot today, and I've been sweating, and I enjoy a good sweat. Other than my waking up sweating, sleep sweating. I think metaphorically it suits my gluttony for sadness. It feels like my whole body is crying. My body weeps. But when I got on the bus earlier, I stood at the stop. I wasn't even moving. I was just standing in the sun, and the sweat was just coming down. And I got on the bus, and pretty much half the people on the bus gave me a long look. And I could tell why, because my shirt was half soaked in sweat, and my hair was standing straight up. It was so wet, you think I just been spraying water into it. And my face is probably bright red from the sunburn that I'm going to have tomorrow. But I'm not bothering anybody. I don't smell bad, I don't think. I could just be used to it, but I'm not bothering anybody. I could see why they might have thought I was... I mean, I almost looked like I just run a marathon. Monday, this time I got out when it was freezing cold out one time. I ran to catch a bus just as he was leaving, because the driver was pulling out. And the wind is blowing, and I'm running to get to the bus, and he doesn't want to stop to let me get on, but he does anyway. And he says, next time you get on at the station, you get on at the actual bus stop, because he let me on like a few feet away from it. And he says this, and I look toward the back of the bus, and these two women are staring at me, and they look like they're like, oh, you poor thing, because tears were pouring down my face after he yelled at me. And these women must have thought I was crying because the dude yelled at me. And I sort of like to find those women one day and just explain to them that I wasn't crying because he yelled at me. It's because the cold wind and the air made my eyes water. It happened to anybody, right?
Deposit 25 cents for the next 3 minutes.
Please deposit 25 cents for the next 3 minutes. When I was in the mall earlier, I had a pretty horrifying thought. I was up on the top floor looking over one of the railings and just thinking about the number of people that have jumped over that railing to kill themselves. It's not an extraordinarily high number, but it's something to think about. Anytime you look over and you think about where a person is and how they get there. And when does it make sense that this is the best thing to do? That this is the better option? But it takes me back to that documentary I saw a while ago called The Bridge, where they got all the video of people jumping off the Golden Gate Bridge, and that was kind of the headline of the movie. This was real people doing their real final dance, and it was controversial, but I don't think the movie had enough of an impact for it to really matter. Not that it was controversial, but that gut-wrenching sight of seeing a body fall to its death and how quickly it accelerates. And the idea of doing it in a place like this, a mall where in one moment everybody's happy, or at least it seems that way. That's the general atmosphere of this mall always seems to be upbeat and happy, and then the next thing you know, everybody's screaming in horror as the body goes flying through the air and splat on the ground. And I didn't try the others, but this one has always worked in the last year or so. Since I rediscovered these phones, I came here, I guess it's been a couple of years, when they were having the hacker conference. And I've been invited at least twice to speak at that thing. And first time I politely said no. The last time I made a mistake of giving a glimmer of hope that I might actually be interested, and I just wasn't. And unfortunately, the guy who I was in contact with started getting all kinds
perfect person to speak at such a conference, and I'm like, you don't know who you're talking to. You don't know what you're looking at here. I am not the perfect person. I am completely not perfect for this type of event. I'm not a hacker. I don't socially manipulate people, and I don't lie and finagle into networks by getting unwitting IT or support or whatever administrative support by getting them to give me passwords and access to networks that they don't believe in. It's true that I was indicted and investigated by the Secret Service and the FBI for exactly that kind of thing. But my style of intrusion like that has always been non-destructive. And in my, I don't know, exuberant youth, I might have not quite fully articulated that philosophy yet, but it has informed every kind of activity that could be interpreted as hacking, or that even resembles it. All that has informed my approach to being disruptive without being destructive. But I belong in front of a bunch of hackers. And you know what? This actually sounds very much like a speech I would give in front of a room full of 500 of these types. Anyway, I'm making my way downtown, and I'm doing some more hunting on the west side. I didn't find anything of her on the west side last week, but I really only did one small stretch at 9th Avenue. I'm looking for God again, and I'm very interested in my obsession with this. But you know what? You know what it is I don't know if I've articulated this, but I'm not just chasing prey. I might be at a time to be able to chase after her, because all these phones are going to go away someday, and it could be someday soon. There's no, they don't make public announcements. They don't ask for public input about whether the phone should stay or go. They just, whoever is business. Up Times Square, I saw kind of a poignant scene. There was one of the last payphones there that actually had a dial tone, and they ripped it out of the wall. And at the moment, there's like 3 metal frames where they're going to be putting some LED advertising screens, and they're not even going to cover the gashes in the wall where the payphone used to be. They're just going to put the ads over it, and that's the market progress for you. So Pennsylvania, last time at the hacker conference here, I came through here and just sat in the lobby. And I've thought about that, because I did it deliberately. I might have said otherwise in the past, but it was intentional. I knew this was happening. This wasn't like a random accident. And maybe I thought someone would recognize me. I didn't expect to recognize anybody there. But then a lot of these people don't show their faces ever, because they do stuff that's illegal. Right. But I did enjoy feeling like a ghost when it occurred to me that none of these people are going to recognize me. Like, it's not the kind of scene. And even if they did, I'd probably have just left if somebody had approached me. But what I learned about this hotel, like a lot of hotels, is that anybody can just come in here and sit on the couches all day, cause trouble or anything, and it's not the most comfortable couches, but it's a nice little oasis across the street from Penn Station, which is the opposite of a nice little oasis. And speaking of, they might be getting rid of some of the payphones that were actually really meaningful to me. The ones by the LIRR tracks, and they already got rid of most of the ones from upstairs by the Amtrak, and then they were all gone, and then they replaced them But Joy sitting in this lobby and just watching the people go by or watching the people sit there waiting for their shuttle bus to the airport or whatever they're waiting for. They just said that the Hotel Pennsylvania has the longest continuously running or in-service telephone number in New York City, and that's been disputed as it would almost have to be, but hey, what's not to believe, right? I'm going downtown. I'm gonna take NYC to eat on the 14th Street and see what I can find.
The number you have dialed, 207-236-3311,
Has been disconnected.
or is no longer in service. If you feel you have reached this recording in error,
Please check the number and try your call again.
Last night I was rummaging through some of my old websites, intending to delete or suspend some of them, and I found the Satan website. Satan was this, when my girlfriend and I were still living together, ex-girlfriend, we had a lot of stuffed animals, and we collected little toys and stuff, and there was this one little toy that I named Satan, even though that's not its official brand name. I just thought there was something satanic about the little thing. So I would make Satan, like, attack my girlfriend or something. All in fun, of course. But we had one of our epic arguments or disagreements, or I don't even know what it was about. And I said, just look, for once, I need a full day to myself, just 24 hours, just me. And she begrudgingly agreed to it, although she ended up contacting me anyway. But what I did with that day was I woke up early and I got Satan. Satan was small enough to carry, like a lot of our stuffed animals. And I walked to the cemetery, and along the way I just took pictures of Satan at various places on the Honeywell Street Bridge and just on Rust Street, I think. But it was in the cemetery that I put Satan on maybe 8 or 10 tombstones. And the cemetery was, that was a mutual interest of my ex and me. It wasn't one of those things we forced. And this cemetery in particular, well, it's always been a very special place for me. I don't think it ever became that big a deal for her, but that doesn't matter. It's just, I put the little Satan toy on all those tombstones, and I haven't looked at this website in a long time, but I forgot how strange that looked, to have this little trinket sitting on top of a heavenly rest statue, and on top of crosses and just what have you. And there's nothing, I intended nothing disrespectful, or some might say blasphemous. I didn't mean anything like that, although it kind of ends up looking like that. So it was very depressing because it just reminded me how toxic that relationship was, and that was the day I ended up walking from, I think 9 or 10 in the morning until 6 at night. And I would have walked further, but my ankles were bleeding from the shoes I was wearing. And that was another strange thing, like my bloody feet or my bloody ankles ended up being something that she took a picture of and posted to Facebook as if this was something to brag about.
me walking off the anxiety of a toxic relationship and suffering physical damage, or I wouldn't say suffering, but just incurring physical damage was something to brag about, something to post to Facebook for likes. I don't even remember the context now of how much longer we lasted after that. But I made payphone calls too all along the way. I don't remember what I said in them, but I just remember checking in a lot. But the reason I did the Satan photos was if we were going to spend 24 hours out of contact, I wanted her to know I was thinking about her the whole time. Because Satan was one of our little things, one of our little jokes. And I took Satan with me and took those pictures to remind myself of her and try to keep things positive. But my God, that was a toxic relationship. Anyway, speaking of this sort of thing, I heard from the woman from the dating site that I met up with maybe 5 or 6 weeks ago. And she contacted me, I don't remember now, 2 or 3 weeks ago, to see if I could go out like right then. And I was like, I can't be that spontaneous. And really, I did have shit that I was entrenched in doing. But anyway, she contacted me again, this time giving me a couple of days notice. But I'm just going to ignore it this time. She doesn't seem very nice, you know. She doesn't seem like a nice, warm person. Or it doesn't seem like she cares about anything. I mean, I was thinking of how people who go on long walks like we do, that's our rather strained attempt at a connection, is that we like to go on long walks. I don't really think we would be compatible in that pursuit, because she would walk away, she would run away, and she would expect me to follow. That's the vibe. I'm not just like hypothetically making this up. That's the vibe I got from when we went out the one time. Anyway, yesterday I don't remember how, oh yeah, I was rummaging through my old, all the junk that's on my desk. I've been getting rid of it as best I can. And I found a curious email address that I had written on an index card. And it looked vaguely familiar, but I couldn't quite place it. So I searched my email and found an email chain from this person from 15 years ago. This was the photographer who we did a photo shoot at a payphone by the Brooklyn Bridge. And it was supposed to be part of a feature story in the Reader's Digest. And I've never followed up with anybody on this, but it's always lingered in the back of my mind, whatever happened to that feature. Did it ever actually get published? Or did anything ever come of it? Because we spent like 6 hours out there doing this photo shoot, and the writer spent 5 or 6 hours at my place interviewing me. It was one of the longest, most grueling interviews ever. And by the end, I was like, this is the Reader's Digest. Why are you putting me through the grinder here? It's just like looking for a lightweight story, but I don't know. And she was a very seasoned reporter from like 25 years at Time Magazine, and that was our connection, because I used to work at Time Inc. But anyway, so I contacted the photographer yesterday, and he's still pretty active and still doing his thing. But I just said, well, this is a long shot, but do you know whatever happened to this photo shoot that we did? And I tried to make it clear it's not like any bad feelings about this. It's just maybe it actually did get published, and I just never knew, never got the memo. So maybe it's still out there. Maybe it's actually out there, and I just don't know it. So I hope he can clear that up. But he looks like a pretty busy guy, and maybe he's too busy to clear up something that doesn't matter to him from 15 years ago. Anyway, I did something a little strange last night. I procured a surveillance camera, like one of these Wi-Fi cameras that you
can monitor your apartment from wherever over the internet, and I'm kind of disappointed with the camera, but that's for another story. But I made video last night of myself sleeping because I've always been curious about that element, about that the bottom of my ocean, if you will. It's like undiscovered country, undiscovered territory. I don't know what happens when I sleep, although I've been told I snore pretty hard at first, but then it fades out and I sleep peacefully. But the last few weeks I've been having nightmares and waking up screaming and howling, and it didn't seem to be as bad the last few nights, but I kind of wish I had captured that, just to know what if there's any buildup or if there's any behavior that I should be concerned about. I don't know. It was strange watching video of myself sleeping, but not the weirdest thing ever. I guess I don't look very charismatic because I have to use a mouth guard, and my mouth is like kind of propped open, or at least sometimes it is. But whatever, it's not something that's going to be opening at the Angelica Film Forum anytime soon. But I also was using the camera for other things. Anyway, I had something else to say about the camera thing, but now I forgot it. I don't think I'm going to remember it either. I found prey outside of Bellevue yesterday, and I called it in, but I haven't played the call back. I was a little skeptical that it was recording because, call it a miracle if you will, but when I made the call, I dialed the number and I was not asked to deposit 25 cents. I think that was prey. I think that was the miracle with prey. She gave me that phone call for free. That's how I'm gonna get her nominated for sainthood. That small miracle. Anyway, I'm gonna move on. I'm at Rockefeller Center, but I'm on the last day of a 7-day unlimited Metro card, so I'm just gonna bolt around town as much as I can stand to do that. I'm heading off today to what I guess you call part-time for me. I'm gonna see if I can find the pedestrian walkway on the new Kosciuszko Bridge. I just happened to hear on the radio that opened today. Most people would probably plan something like this, like maybe do some online research and figure out where the entrance to that span is, but how hard can it be to find it? That was one of the most amazing things I've ever seen. I went out to Calvary one day, not thinking about anything. It was kind of like I'm feeling today, which is today overslept and a little hungover. And I went out there, and it took several moments, several seconds. I don't know what constitutes a moment, really, but it took a while for it to register with me that the Kosciuszko was being demolished, slow demolished, like they had broken it down one little chunk by chunk, and it looked like a big, I don't know, like the pattern on a Charlie Brown shirt, the sort of zigzaggy pattern. And I had to look at it for a while to really register how colossal it was. It was so huge. It's such a big undertaking. So the old Kosciuszko was one of the most sensual sounds. It's like the most densely textured sound I've ever heard with the cars passing over it, and the sort of bucketing sound that the cars make when they hit the dividers in the roadway. Oh my God, I gotta stop talking. There's a really beautiful woman looking my way. She's talking on her cell phone and probably wondering why the hell anybody is talking on a fucking payphone. Anyway, I'm going out to the Kosciuszko. Like I said, the textured sound of that bridge, the old bridge, was a thing of magic to me. But gone, and I'm going to be one of the first to explore the new pedestrian walkway on the new bridge. Oh, wow, it's beautiful. This is Queens Boulevard near 40th Street and 39th Place. I think this is going to be the last Payphone that I will be able to find between here and the bridge. Well, I could be wrong about that. I think about Greenpoint Avenue. Anyway, I haven't been out much in the last couple of days. Yesterday was raining all day, and I was up against something all day, and the day before was a little bit of the same. So I'm feeling a little stir crazy, I guess. I'm looking forward to walking all that off. First thing I thought when I got up today was like, I gotta walk this off, this night of poor sleep. When I woke up in the middle of the night, I made myself a delicious and bon appetit frozen meatloaf, frozen dinner meatloaf. It wasn't frozen when I ate it. And maybe that disagreed with me or something, but I don't know. I just feel like I had something to walk off today. Because I feel like that every day, don't I? Shouldn't be so excited about this, but I am looking forward to getting up on the Kosciuszko and see what that's like. I read long ago that the entrance was like exceptionally dangerous or not well planned. But like I said, I don't even know where the entrance is yet, so I will look for that. I can actually see it. No, I can't see it from this spot, but I could see the bridge a while ago when I was 39th Street, I think. So I'm stupid excited about this. I'm sorry, I had to share.
All right, this feels like a day to break protocol and call in from my cell phone and not the payphones, because there aren't any up here. But see, this is so exciting for me. I'm on the bridge now, and this is really exciting for me because I only ever went over to the old Kosciuszko probably less than a dozen times, either by car or by bus, I don't remember, but the view of Calvary from up here is unbelievable. And they've done so much to clean up Laurel Hill Boulevard, at least about half of it. They still have some work to do down there, but this was such a dump area before. It's like literally like people would just dump their garbage illegally out under the old Kosciuszko. And for now, at least that's all cleaned up. See how long that lasts, but it's all sparkly and new. And I'm looking down at Calvary, or rather, Calvary is looking up at me. I'm remembering the effect that I used to show off to anybody I knew. We would go into the mausoleum valley, or I think that's what they used to call it. On the old maps, there's an area of Old Calvary that's called something like the Valley of the Mausoleums. And that's where the mighty Johnston Mausoleum is. And I would sit down there in that area with the tombstones of Section 1 in front of me. And I could hear the echoes of the highway, the echoes of the Kosciuszko, echoing or bouncing off the tombstones. And it could be amazingly clear. It wasn't just sounds of cars honking or, just general traffic. It was sounds of, I could hear people's radio. I could hear John Sterling calling a Yankee game, or I could hear 10-10 winds. And it's a good long distance between those tombstones at the bridge. So it's pretty damn impressive. Yeah. See, now I can look at Calvary like this without being in a hurry or without thinking that this might be my last chance to see this. I can see the Soldiers Monument from here, and I see one live person that is across the whole entire yard, as much of it as is visible to me. And now I'm turning around and looking toward the highway, and this is awesome, man. This is really a beautiful thing. And this walkway couldn't be cleaner, and it's nice, and it's good and wide. And so are the bike lanes. That's one of the things I've never liked about the Queensboro Bridge, is that the walkway was never designed for bikes and pedestrians. In fact, I don't even think it was ever intended to be a walkway. I think it was just meant to be another lane for cars. But I don't see that changing. I heard that the old Kosciuszko had 6 lanes. This one has 9. And then in response to that, I think they quoted de Blasio saying that that's going to ease traffic. And he should know as well as anybody that that's not really how it works. You build more lanes, that brings in more cars. Just ask Robert Moses. And I'm going to stop here again and look out at this crazy view. Crazy to me. To my right is West Mascot, the sea of cranes. And then, but here again, straight ahead of me, it's like making my eyes water. Calvary is so beautiful. It's beautiful from up here, but it's beautiful from everywhere. It's beautiful on the ground. And I'm going to stop talking and start experiencing this thing. Okay, so I made it over, and I'm not sure what street this is that the bridge comes out at, but my initial enthusiasm started to fade about halfway over. It's not. I mean, I can appreciate a good urban blight view, but I just was not loving the dust and shit flying up from the scrap metal yards and a bunch of tractors and shit throwing metal around. I don't mind seeing. I can enjoy and appreciate the sight of that kind of thing, but it was making my eyes water and was coughing and stuff. But the bridge itself looks beautiful and new. See how long that lasts, right? Not to be negative, but things change quickly. There's this little, I wouldn't call it a park, but there's like an open courtyard, maybe you'd call it, down here at the Greenpoint side. And I guess this seems, I wasn't putting a timer on it, but this seems like a much quicker way, for me at least, to get to Greenpoint and back. Quicker than walking all the way down Jackson Avenue to Pulaski. Anyway, not a lot of people up here. It is interesting to be on a walkway that caters to bikes as well as pedestrians. It doesn't expect the two to coexist without trouble, without slamming into each other. Anyway, I'm going to walk around Greenpoint a little bit and eat my sandwich and then go back.
So I'm back. I walked back over the bridge the way I came, and that really was incredible. I appreciated it so much more on the second passing. Just how beautiful Calvary looks from up there. It's like so familiar to me, and yet from up there, when you can stop and just take it in, it looks all new, altogether new. You know, that's the last thing that you ever can use to describe the cemetery. It's so incredible. I was like, my eyes were watering. So it's a little
I'm going to go back up there maybe tomorrow. It's funny, I was talking about there being more lanes of traffic, and all it's really going to do is create more congestion. And the traffic was backed up to a standstill when I was walking back. More lanes get you more cars. Yeah, I'm all kind of flashbacks of people I've taken out to the cemetery and just experience what I have there. Maybe I should write all that stuff down sometime. A couple of amusing things happened yesterday on my bridge tour. One was that as you approach the bridge, there's a sort of circular ramp that used to be a real dump. It's like all kinds of illegal dumping of garbage and like computer equipment and stuff. And it looks really nice now. They've really cleaned up Laurel Hill Boulevard, but at least half of it. But as I was going up that ramp, a dude coming the other way on his bike looked so much like my friend Dave. I couldn't believe it. As he sort of rolls toward me, I took his picture. It had nothing to do with the resemblance because that hadn't registered with me yet. I took his picture because I wanted to document an asshole bicyclist ignoring the signs all over the place that say, don't ride your bike down this ramp, walk your bike. But as he approached, he actually started talking to me. And this further confirmed my instinct that this was my friend Dave because he was talking to me like he knew me. And then it was only after like a few moments this perceived recognition all took place in just a fraction of a second. And as he approached again, as he started talking, I realized his beard was way bigger than my friend Dave's, and it wasn't him, obviously. It was really eerie. So I sent a picture of the dude to my friend Dave to see what he thinks, but I think he's out of town for the weekend. But the other funny thing that happened was this dude asked me to take his picture, a picture of him and his friend standing on the new bridge. And I don't know who this guy was, but just on a hunch, I went to Instagram later, and I looked up the Tosh's Code hashtag, and sure enough, the picture that I took of this dude was there. No credit to me, of course. And he wasn't very nice. I might have made a funny comment about, hey, that's my photo. Nice to make this strange connection. But the dude wasn't very nice to me about asking me to take his picture. He was, seemed to expect that I would service him or be at his disposal. Anyway, it was mildly amusing to see the picture I took up there on the Instagram. I'm going back to the bridge, I think, and I'm going to make it. I'm only going to go over once. I don't know what I'm going to do today. I'm going back to the bridge, though. So I guess it's been a full year since I did this, but I took a test to be considered as a candidate for a 311 call center dispatcher. And I had some admittedly naive notions about the job being something useful and productive that I could contribute to the city. And frankly, something where I could use my voice. But I was really sour on the whole thing after I got there. They never said until you get there that it takes a full year before you get the test results back. And a bunch of other stuff that just made me think this doesn't sound like something I actually want to do. But I went ahead and took the test anyway, and I knew I didn't do very well. Because the more I went through the step through each question, I was like, this job that I'm going after, it's not about my ability to do it. It's not about my interest or enthusiasm or any of that. Getting this job is simply a matter of knowing how to take a test. And it kind of put me off. But I made it through and I passed, although I didn't do very well. I didn't think I would, just because I was having a bad attitude about it. But I was also sour on it because the instructions all clearly said no cell phone allowed, no electronic device of any kind will be allowed into the testing facility. And I think I was the only person who took the test who actually followed that rule. But you don't get any bonus points for that, right? So anyway, if they contact me again, I'll think about it. But and I'm going to look again at city jobs because I'd like to work for the city.
working for them. I had applied for a job as Payphone inspector. Seemed like a natural, but this was too soon after the softy nonsense. And my understanding is that there were some hurt feelings at the agency, the city agency, because two of the people responsible for putting those smart city kiosks on the streets were alumni of my college. And so I had a bit of an inroad into their thoughts about it because somebody I know is a member of an alumni group on Facebook, and so he saw their comments about it. And they weren't happy. They felt like, I don't know, they felt like they've been made stooges.
Your access to this long-distance provider's network is not authorized. Please call 1-800-645-0005.
I was in sex offender territory yesterday. And I think I'm going to stop going through that area. I never used to think much of it, but see these guys walking around and it's like, wow, man, that guy probably raped a 12-year-old or something horrible. And I realized yesterday that I draw attention to myself by not looking like I fit into the general vibe of the community there. But as I was walking over, I passed a gentleman's club, as they call it. And the place was called Sugar Daddies. And I don't think I'm being too high and holy or pious or anything when I say those places are fucking disgusting. But the last time I was in one it's been a long time. This must have been like 92 or 93. And it is actually a funny story, though. I was in a cab. A friend of mine from college was in town, and we were in a cab up to 2:30 in the morning. And he just decided that we were going to stop the car at 42nd Street and 8th Avenue and go to this place called Show World, I think. Or it might have been Playland, it doesn't matter, but... and I went. I really didn't want to. I know stories like this often start like that, but really I was just like going along with his spontaneity, and figuring, hey, why not have a life experience and go to one of these notorious strip clubs by the Port Authority. So it was one of these places where you have to buy a bunch of tokens, and you use the tokens to go into a booth and put the tokens into a slot, and a window comes up. There's a naked woman there, and she's dealing with her hoo-ha. And so I did that. I put the coin in. The screen came up, and she's there, and she says to me, she says, you can feel free to jerk off if you want, but almost all the guys do. And I was like, that's okay. I'll let you do the work here. I was nice about it. I didn't say anything sarcastic or snarky, but I was just like, no. So she does her thing for a few minutes, and the gate comes down. And I was like, well, that was really intellectually stimulating. So I go out into the hallway, and I look down and I see this dude going from one room to the next, going door to door with a bucket and a mop and a hot soapy water. And he just has this really unhappy, scowling look on his face. It takes me a minute to realize that the dude is the mop boy, as I came to call him. And his job is to go from one room to the next, mopping up the jizz off the wall or off the floor, wherever the strip club clientele shoots its load. And I thought to myself, that is the worst job I've ever seen. I mean, really. And over the years, if I ever felt like overworked, or if I was ever not happy about my employment situation, I'd say, well, at least I'm not the mop boy at Show World. And I mean, there might be worse jobs, but and I didn't give the matter a lot of thought until more recently, when I started hearing about these jobs at the State Department, where people have to analyze and verify ISIS beheading videos, and they have to watch the video frame by frame meticulously to verify that the beheading is actually true. So they spend all their days
watching people's heads get sawed off. And I think that's a far worse job than being the mop boy at Show World. Matter of fact, I would take the mop boy job in a heartbeat if somehow I had to make a decision between the two. But then I also think that these jobs you hear about at Facebook could be pretty awful too, where you have to verify that offensive photos of people's work. That might even be worse than watching the beheadings, because with that you might fall into a routine, and you don't really need to even watch every frame. But with those objectionable photo reports, you just don't know what you're going to be looking at. You'd be looking at dead dogs one minute and a lynching the next, or a live murder. I think that would be a far more disturbing and distressing job. I had trouble enough with this one task I had to do for my current job, where I had to watch the body of a kid that had just hanged himself get hauled out of a solitary confinement cell. That has bothered me for weeks, and I guess it still does. Anyway, I'm walking on. Bye.
I'm going back to the bridge for the third day in a row. I'm interested to see if there's any more activity up there. It's like everybody's boycotting the walkway or something, or maybe it's just a holiday weekend, everybody's gone. But it seems like this opening would have been a bigger news story than it turned out to be. A lot of people are complaining that the bike lane is hard to get to or it's dangerous to access. The lane itself, for me, it's a little weird to be in a shared bike lane, pedestrian lane thing, where it's actually designed with that in mind. I don't think any New York City bridge is designed with bikes in mind. So it's interesting to see that it can actually work. But it's like the bike clubs are protesting this new thing or something, because the entry points are all at spots where there's still a lot of trucks. And they don't really need it. People are already saying that they should never put that lane in. And I'm thinking that just implies that maybe they will retrofit it or turn it into just a regular traffic lane at some point when enough people complain. So get it while they can, right? But the view to Calvary, it's just like bottomless. It's not perfect. I actually think there were spots on the old Cauchy that if you could have stopped it, taken it all in, that would have been an almost perfect spot. But out to the old Cauchy, it was like 60 or 70 feet closer to the cemetery, I think, maybe even closer. But I just can't get enough of it, and I'm going to go back up. So. I connected with a woman over one of the dating sites. She seems genuine and nice. I don't really like texting back and forth for epic lengths of time, but I do like to have enough back and forth for me to be sure I'm not talking to another one of the bots. I always wonder what the end game for those dating site bots is. Obviously money in some form or other, but I don't know how to get it. But if we go anywhere, the Vietnam thing is actually something we might be able to connect over, because my father did two tours of duty at Laos. The first one I was in the 50s, the second one I was there with him in the 70s, 74 through 76, I think, somewhere there. But even though he never entered Vietnam, his tombstone at the National Cemetery says Vietnam. And I actually asked the priest I forget who I asked, but it might have been the priest who delivered the eulogy. And he explained to me that everybody in that part of the country is considered to be at the Vietnam theater of operation. So it didn't matter if you were actually in Vietnam, if you were in Cambodia or Laos or Thailand, or it didn't matter. You were in the Vietnam theater of operations. But people see Vietnam on my dad's tombstone and they think, wow, another Vietnam vet killed himself. That's not true. I mean, that's not really the right story. He was not a tormented
she got me to sign on to Viber, which I thought was a sex app at first, but it's like an alternative to WhatsApp. It's just a messaging app that not a whole lot of people use, but it's legit. I looked it up first. But I signed on to Viber and tried to connect to her, and I did, and her screen name is just the letter A. And that's a little bizarre because there's like 100 million people use this app. You'd think somebody would have grabbed the letter A long time ago. And also when I first signed in and connected to her, the avatar showed an image of a shirtless dude. And I wish I'd done a screen grab of it because it disappeared as soon as we actually connected. And then the other signal is that her phone number is this crazy East Tennessee area code. That happens to be where my dad grew up, but that doesn't matter. So there are some signals that she's fake or trying to set me up and get me to give her iTunes gift cards, that was the scam a couple of years ago when I last. I mean, not the last time I connected with anybody this way, but it was memorable that they go to such great lengths to set you up, and then you just sort of fall into this dismal spiral of like, yeah, you're just trying to ring me for money. So we'll see. I did what we do, and I found a Facebook profile that looks a lot like her. It's the same name, but the name is actually ends up being pretty common. As a matter of fact, Miss Universe in Vietnam was from some years ago. It's the same name as this person, which was kind of funny, but I don't know. Like I said, that's the other thing, the pictures of her don't look like she's really in New York. It's, when you live here long enough, you can see just a little bit of a city, and you know whether it is or isn't New York. Her pictures don't look like she's in New York, but hey, what do I got to lose? I've wasted time on these stupid things. Just remembering now that I'm thinking about this sort of thing, another time I connected with a woman who had suspicious contact information. She claimed to be in New York, and I know area codes don't mean anything anymore, but her area code was in rural North Carolina, and I asked her if it turned out she wasn't in New York at all. She was in Florida, but I don't know, everything she said just didn't make any fucking sense. Like, everything on her profile information was wrong, and I have to assume that the photos she used were borrowed from some other source. But I don't know what her game was, because if she was telling me the truth about anything, it would have been about her divorce situation that she was going through, and how she was on the run because her husband beat the shit out of her, and it was making me cry the way she would talk about the beatings. And I wanted so much to care. I mean, I did care, and I wanted to let her know that I cared, but everything else she said was not true, so why would somebody go off and manipulate random guys like this if that was the game? But it never came to money with her. It never came to iTunes gift cards and all that stuff. That was like the commonly known scam for a while, and I didn't read up enough on it to figure out why. But I think iTunes had the gift card program had some vulnerability to let you charge infinite amounts to it if somebody gave you like a $5 card or something. I don't know. But whatever the case, after she talked on and on about the beatings, and we never talked on the phone, by the way. This is all by text. And I sort of butt dialed her one time in the middle of the text, and she said she can't take calls now. She said that her phone did not accept incoming calls, and that's I don't believe that at all. So I don't know. I never figured out her game. I blocked her number and never heard from her again. But it was upsetting as hell. Like if she's lying about the beatings and everything, why would she do that? And why would she? What was her game? His game? How was this? I don't know. A lot of mysteries out there, but it's my problem, I guess. So I'm reading our chat last night with this woman that I said I was a little skeptical about. And I think I deserve a share of healthy skepticism. But we were talking last night about 7:30, and she messaged me. I asked her if she knew Astoria. She said she doesn't. Then she asked me, do you have kids? And I quickly responded, and this is true. I said, I was just thinking I should message you to say that I hope you're having a beautiful weekend. I do not have kids, do you? She said, yes, I do. I have a boy. What are you searching for on here? And then she says, oh, thanks. I guess that was in response to it. I was just thinking of you. And I said, how old is your son and what is he most awesome at? And then I said, I'm looking for somebody to be comfortable with, somebody I could just be myself around. Looking for someone who will let me be in love with her, if that's not too cheesy. And she says, my son is 9, he likes computers, I'm looking for a serious man to connect my life with. I want a serious and committed relationship, which will eventually lead to marriage. And then I said, I've been a techie for a bunch of years, I am sure your son could teach me a few things. And then I said, I want the same things you do. And then he said, well, she laughs and said, I'm sure he would teach me a few things. What do you do for a living? She asked. I build websites and I'm what they call an artist. And I said, you work at a salon? She said, yes. And then she said, what do you do for fun? And I said, do you do nails? And I happen to know enough about the salon business to know that nails is a specialty that not everybody is licensed for. So that was what I was trying to ingratiate myself into knowing a little bit about her business. And she says, yes, I do nails and eyelash. And she asked me what I do for fun. I said, I look for payphones, no apologies. And she says, that's nice. What do you use payphones for? And I sent her a link to payphoneradio.com. And I said, I was responding to your beautiful eyebrows and lips. Sorry. And she says, ooh, okay. And then she says, I would like to get to know you better. And we text on Viber. And then she asked for my number, and I gave it to her, and then I had some trouble getting it installed, but it's all right. So that sounds like a real conversation, right? You have to understand something is that for me to shower a beautiful woman with compliments on her appearance is really awkward for me. And I don't know, maybe it shouldn't be. So in this particular instance, I'm deliberately forcing myself. Not forcing because what I said is true, but I get nervous. I don't want to sound like a creep because I don't consider myself a creep. And I'm not, my intentions are all what they are. It's like I have these thoughts when I think about the stripper woman that I hooked up with. Like I knew where she lived, and I walked past her place multiple times a day, just to figuring that eventually we would have to cross paths. And that's exactly what happened. It worked, we connected, and we already knew each other years back. So it was an easy connection. And, we tried, we had a legitimate tentative relationship, and it didn't work out, but I always felt like I was using the tools of the predator to make something like this happen. But then I've seen reference to this kind of behavior in other circumstances described as romantic, that because I've read about dudes who do the exact same thing I just described, so pass by a person's house X number of times and sort of make it look like a chance encounter, and it's been described as romantic. And so maybe I should just stop worrying about it and accept the fact that I'm actually a decent person who doesn't need to worry about being called out for this kind of behavior. Or maybe I should just accept that I'm a creep. I don't know. I'm at Delancey and Clinton at the base of the Williamsburg Bridge, and I've been walking and walking and walking, and I feel really good today for some reason, because I slept really well. So, but I just found something that I meant to mention this before, but the same kind of thing happened maybe a month ago. I find a stack of cards on top of this phone. Like one of them is an insurance card. The other was a Cambridge Public Library library card, and some other shit. And my guess, I found a similar stack of cards a few weeks ago, and it was just, they all had belonged to this woman who, it wasn't just her cards, it was a bunch of paperwork for her, had something to do with her being admitted to a women's shelter. Just a horrible looking, horrible little window into somebody's really messed up world. But, so I just found this other stack of cards, and this belonged to somebody named Alec. And my guess is both times when I found these, somebody had mugged the person, or maybe with the woman stolen her purse or something, because hers wasn't just cards, it was papers and some other stuff. And I guess when people get mugged you, they drop your shit off at the nearest payphone. Well, take that for what it is.
Your call cannot be completed as dialed. Please check the number and dial again. 048T.
Please deposit 25 cents for the next 2 minutes. Please deposit 25 cents.
Well, this is a very noir setting. I am huddled inside the payphone enclosure with an umbrella over the back of my head, and it's pouring rain. But I came out anyway because sitting at the desk was giving me anxiety, and I might need to take a panic pill later if that doesn't go away. I actually called in earlier, a few minutes ago, and I'm calling in again because I'm standing so close to the phone that the phone cord accidentally hung up the call, pressed down the tongue, I think they call it, which is what you hang up the phone on. So I concluded that the Vietnamese woman was, if not altogether fake, she was absolutely playing some kind of game, or whoever was behind this. I don't know if it's a he or a she or what, but it's not like I'm upset or sad or anything. It's like I'm actually curious to know the how and the why. My assumption is always the de facto assumption that whoever's doing this sort of thing is out for money. But who knows? Maybe it's something more depressing and more sad. Maybe she just puts pictures of a beautiful woman on her profile so that men can tell her how beautiful she is. And in fact, I think I figured out who she really is. And it's a pretty homely, just average-looking woman. I started keying into the little lies that she was telling, and a couple of signals I probably should have caught on it right from the get-go, where she said she works at a nail salon, but the pictures of her have her sitting in the car that I noticed yesterday has either a Ferrari or a Lamborghini logo on it. And either she's looking for a sugar daddy to help her maintain that kind of lifestyle, or she's not a nail salon technician. And she also said she had to go to work today, and I don't think any nail salon is going to open on Labor Day. But there was something real about it, but I'm not sure how it works. And like I said, I'm interested in the how and the why, and what kind of what kind of artificial intelligence kicks in after maybe a live human actually lures in the victim. So, because now I think whatever this is some kind of autopilot or some kind of bot, but it definitely wasn't before. I mean, we had a real conversation the other night. But then all the other little lies start to make sense, like she said she liked the first thing she said to me was how much she liked my pictures on the site, and no woman's ever going to say that to me. And, I mean, I'm no I'm just not that good looking, you know. But like I said, the conversation seemed to be with a real person. But the other lie that I caught is today she's changed her location. She had said she lived in the theater district, and I don't know. I guess I didn't need to question that, but now she changed her location to Connecticut Street and Avenue K, which is in Washington, D.C. But I looked that up on Street View, and there's no residential buildings anywhere in that vicinity. But like I said, I think I did find her real Facebook page, and there are pictures of her with what I think is her brother. And that's about all I'm going to do to explore this little mystery. I'm just going to start ignoring her now, because I don't think she's really there anymore. But it was actually a nice little fantasy feeling, you know, to think that it's possible that a woman would let me be in love with her, because she seemed open to that sentiment. But like I said, maybe it's all just sort of a complicated fantasy game where if she can get people to talk to her like this, it satisfies some craving, some emotional emptiness. But really, it can't be that. It can't be that depressing. It's just got to be about some kind of money or some kind of ruse. It really is pouring rain here, and that reminds me of the incident I had with my bag. I carry this black bag almost everywhere I go. It's a gift. It was a gift from my ex-girlfriend before she was my ex-girlfriend, and it's the best gift she ever gave me, and probably the best bag I've ever had. But a couple of days ago, I put a bottle of water in it, and I didn't seal the lid all the way, I guess, and the water started pouring into the bag, and it filled one of the compartments. But it only filled the one compartment. I would have expected a cheaper, lesser bag. The water would have traveled all throughout the other compartments and probably around my camera, which was in the other compartment. But I carry the bag as a signal. If she ever sees me, I want her to remember, or to take note that I didn't purge my life of anything that she ever gave me or anything that had any connection to her, because signals I got through her Facebook page were that that's exactly what she did with every gift I ever gave her. She just threw them in the garbage. Or maybe she stole them, I don't know. So, because she's bitter like that. And I never understood where it came from, that bitterness. She's a young person, but I don't know. I think about the family dynamic sometimes. I mean, it has to come from that at some point, but anyway, so it's going to be raining all day, and speaking of rain, I've been keeping an eye on Dorian because I have interests down in Florida, but I don't think it's going to be so strong as to pose any real damage to, or any real threat to the west coast of Florida, but nobody seems able to predict this one. They have been really good at predicting storms over the last few years. They've gotten a lot better, but this one, nobody seems to know what the hell's happening. Now, I walked 15 miles yesterday. It was a 2-bridge day. I walked the Kosciuszko I've walked it every day since it opened. And then I walked the Williamsburg Bridge, which I wasn't expecting to do. And it's a filthy, not filthy, but it looks like they haven't painted it or repaved it since the 70s. But I tried to impress the Vietnamese woman with a map of my long walk. And she did respond, called me here. And I had said how much I enjoyed our conversation from the previous night. But like I said, I think a live human actually handles getting me in. But now it's all bot. And like I said, if there's anything I can learn from the how and why and how it all works, then at least it won't be a waste of time. But I don't really think it was a waste of time, because I've wasted far more time on a lot of other far stupider things. All right, the rain is letting up a little bit, so I'm going to head back. But I think my anxiety is receding, maybe on account of this little monologue. I had said I was going to just ignore the Vietnamese woman, but or whoever this entity is, but she started messaging me with just innocuous things, and I figured give her some benefit of the doubt that she's actually a real person. I just wanted to not be an asshole and ghost her the way people do. So I explained that, look, I figured out that you're not who you represent yourself to be. And if I felt bad about anything, that just didn't occur to me until later, but I don't think she realized that she sent out her full name. And I was surprised to see it because these dating sites, usually that doesn't usually happen. But I just said, I found your real Facebook page. And at first she said, yes, that's fine. And then she said, no, that's not me. And I said, look, don't just forget about it. And it felt like something ended, but I think let's stop. And that by letting her know that I didn't even have to try to figure out who she was. It's weird, this phone just made some very random sounds. I probably should have disconnected. Oh well. My previous call got rudely interrupted by some random squawking noise and then a beep. And I think that sort of thing has happened before. I don't know how often that happens, but welcome to the world of public telephones. But last night, the Vietnamese woman, or whoever this really is, started contacting me again, and I didn't want to be an asshole. And so given the possibility that she's even a real anything like she represented herself to be, I didn't want to be an asshole and just ghost her. So I explained to look, I wasn't trying to figure out who you were, but, your curiosity got the better of me. I don't know. I don't remember if I didn't say that, but I just basically said, look, you're not who you represented yourself to be. And I figured out your real Facebook, and I showed her. She's like, at first she said, yes, that's my Facebook, and then she said, no, that's not my Facebook. And I said, how are you driving around in a $100,000 Lamborghini or Ferrari, whatever the hell it is, on a nail salon salary? And she didn't answer that. But then after first saying that was her Facebook page that I found, then he said, no, that's not. And that she said her pictures on this dating thing were real, and I'm like, just, no, let's forget it. And it felt like something ended, but, in my mind, I also was thinking that I was helping her to perfect her technique. If I felt bad about anything, it's that I didn't think it was till later, but I don't think she realized that she was sending her full name out over the dating site. You're not really supposed to do that. But that further buttresses my belief that it was just all fake. That if, she set that up as some kind of deception, or I'm saying she, it could be a he, it could be some, or it's just also out of control bot. But anyway, like I said, I do believe the first conversation was real, but after that, the bot took over. But in better news, I connected with somebody last night who actually seems like genuinely real. And we had a real conversation, and she's not trying to fool me. She seems like a simple, down-to-earth, no nonsense. Just a nice person, so I'm going to see what I can follow up with on that. I'm going up to the bridge, the RFK, and not the new Kosciuszko, which I went up to every day after it opened until yesterday because of the rain. But I'm heading up to the RFK as something of a reflex action. I just read that somebody killed themselves over the weekend, and this person drove up there, abandoned their car, and jumped out from the roadway. And I was never under any delusion that those phones were going to stop people from doing things, but I think it gives comfort to
probably nobody that was serious about jumping. But when I say he was up he was down on the roadway, that means he wouldn't have encountered the phone I got put in. But he should have been able to encounter one of the ones down the roadway. But like we say, it's hard to measure the significance, really, of having something like that there. To know that this is happening. Going to do a little bit of introspecting to think about it more, to try to get to the bottom of it, because you can never get to the bottom of this. There's just so much we don't know about suicide. But I'll tell you what, I watched a Chappelle comedy bit on Netflix, and I'm not going to say whether I thought it was funny or not, but he pretty openly demonstrated his ignorance about suicide by asking, like, if I forget who the example was, but he was comparing a destitute, I don't remember, somebody who was like really in a bad place in life and poor and just having a miserable time of it, and then compared that to Anthony Bourdain, who was successful, or at least appeared to be, and that guy went off and killed himself. Why doesn't the other guy who's in miserable straits, why doesn't that guy kill himself? And that just shows you that Chappelle doesn't know anything about suicide, but then neither does anybody else. So I connected last night. Well, I connected a few days ago with this woman on one of the dating apps. And she's absolutely real, and we talked on the phone last night for over an hour. And I don't know if she could tell that I was drinking, or maybe it doesn't matter, maybe it does, I don't know. But it would have been a perfect occasion to record the conversation, because I'm probably going to forget a whole bunch of it. So, see what happens. I texted her later saying that was a great conversation, and give her my email address too. But I was making her laugh, and likewise, she said she loved my voice. She was a little frisky here or there, and I appreciate that. She'd been frisky earlier, telling me that she was lying in bed while we were texting. Maybe she didn't mean anything by that, but I don't know. So we'll see. She lives in Flushing. And I think I told her that I take the Q66 once in a while to Flushing or back from Flushing. It's so insanely crowded. It's like people spilling onto the streets. But, so what I'm doing today is, I didn't sleep real well after that great conversation. I was jumpy, I guess. But I happened to see that there's a new mall in Staten Island. And I'm not a mall rat or anything, but they say it's right at the Staten Island Ferry Terminal station. So I'm just going to go check that out, because I haven't been to Staten Island in a long time. So I'm checking in from Staten Island, where I'm at the ferry terminal. We've got about a dozen payphones here. Looks like they all work. I documented 6 of them, but I'm not going to bother with the other 6. They are there. What's interesting is that they changed the numbers on them from 718 area code numbers to 347. So maybe that means these are satellite phones, I don't know, or cellular phones. I came here to see the mall, and I haven't made it over there yet, but that's where I'm headed. I haven't been on the ferry in a very long time, but the moment I stepped on it, it felt like it was yesterday, the last time I was on that boat. I did not get seasick like I did on the Astoria ferry. I guess that was a couple of weeks ago. That was really nauseating. That's a much smaller boat, and I think maybe the waters were a lot rougher that day, but the interesting thing about this ride over was I ended up right up front, and I thought that people because the view of the water and the stiff breeze that washes over you. And there may be some of that to it, but I think the people who parked up front just wanted to be the first to get off the boat. And that's where I ended up. That's how I ended up doing it. I mean, I ended up being the first off. Maybe I'll report back later about the mall, or maybe I won't. Maybe I'll just spend all my time here at the terminal. It looks like a destination in itself. My next travel goal, if you will, is the TWA Hotel, because they have a whole bunch of, they have a row of old rotary dial payphones they put in. It's a retro thing. The hotel recently opened. It's like, because TWA, pretty certain, does not exist anymore as an airline. But they opened this hotel with the TWA theme, the artwork and the logo and everything, and the color scheme. I did have a profound thought, though, on the boat over here, looking at the water and thinking how inviting it looked, and reminding myself of my desire to be buried at sea. It looks like, I mean, really my preferred fate would be to just evaporate, and maybe the technology to do that will evolve before my time. But I'll take the burial at sea. I'd rather swim with the sharks than feed the worms. I'm in Bay Ridge today, Brooklyn. This is 4th Avenue and Marine Avenue. This looked like a prairie zone, but there's no trace of her on it. But somebody left something rather interesting to me at least. Somebody left the touch-tone keypad disemboweled from the phone. But this phone has a keypad on it, obviously, or I wouldn't have been able to dial out. So I'm going to keep that. I just picked it up and wrapped it up in some bubble wrap that was nearby. And I don't know what I'm going to do with it except add it to my collection of payphone detritus that I have piling up in my drawer. I have a date for Saturday night, and I feel a little weird about it, but I feel confident about it. It's definitely real, and like my previous encounter, I got another pot today. I'm not even going to bother with that one, because, I was remembering a conversation that I had with this woman I'm going to meet on Saturday, and it was good. It was strange, and I was getting a little drunk by the end, and I'm not sure she was fully aware of that, but she has to be. I mean, I sounded it, and there I just revealed that I did in fact record the call. I didn't think I did. I didn't think I did it right, and so I did. I didn't listen to the whole thing. I just wanted to jog my memory, and I don't feel bad about it, because it's not like I'm an investigative reporter trying to trap her into saying something embarrassing. I just listened back enough to jog my memory. So I feel good about Saturday. It'll be fun. She's a positive, upbeat person. I think if my concern is she says she's looking for somebody simple. And I'm not flattering myself when I say I'm not that. But the way I was making her laugh, though, felt like something was working. So simple or not, right? Lengthy and unexpected radio interview for a Philadelphia news radio station. I described it as the 10-10 wind of Philadelphia. And I probably should have stopped and sat down or something, but I was walking, and I kind of don't really walk and talk very well on the phone, really, so maybe it's just the way I feel today, but he seemed pleased with the interview. Seemed to think it was all pretty cool. So I'm still in Bay Ridge, and I'm kind of wasting my time today. I liked being on that boat. It felt solid. Like I was on land. But moving over the water, and the water was a beautiful thing to watch. And we got rain while I was on that boat too, which probably won't happen today, but I might still make it down there. It's almost 2:30. For this interview, I managed to put the Payphone radio project. I don't know if you quite caught that. There's a time I could really catch how much he knew, how much homework he had done, how much research he did into all this. And I'm not sure how he got me either. I think he got me by looking at Philadelphia Payphone numbers or locations or something. And having been to Philadelphia and photographs of payphones that have come to the internet reading authority on Philadelphia's payphones. And that's kind of how the internet works. Certainly. Just like that. Alright, I'm moving on. I consider myself a Staten Island ferry veteran now. I actually made it to Staten Island from Bay Ridge via the R train, and again, I just ending up in Bay Ridge was an accident, so I was actually making it to Staten Island, which was my original intent. I didn't know that the R train made a stop right at the South Ferry terminal. But next thing I knew, there I was, and at 3:15, I'm asking if I'm going to make the 3:30 ferry, and I did. So there was nothing to see. Outside of the station, and saw enough to convince myself that I don't really need to explore that area. It didn't look it looked kind of seedy, actually. I'm going to look that up when I get home and see if that area, Tompkinsville, has a bad rep or anything. Sort of reminded me of Jersey City. I mean, not Jersey City. Yeah, Jersey City. For parts of it, at least. No, sorry, not Jersey City. Journal Square in New Jersey. It's been a long time since I went over there, but I get the names mixed up. This time the ferry stalled in the middle of the harbor, and we were about 10 minutes late, and people were getting agitated and nervous. And the way they say when you get to either side, they say you have to exit the boat if you want to go back to Manhattan, or if you want to go back to Staten Island, you have to exit this ferry and get another one. And I remember thinking that the way they say it, it seems obvious to them that that's exactly what people do. They just ride over and then ride back. And except for the Statue of Liberty and maybe the approach to Lower Manhattan, it's not a particularly scenic route, but it was fun though. And I went to the new mall was my destination yesterday, and it really is true what they say about it, that the place has absolutely nothing to recommend it. And it's deserted, and half the stores are not even occupied yet. Of course, it's in the middle of a weekday. I don't know what to expect of an outlet mall like that in the middle of a weekday, but it is said to be New York City's only outlet mall, how it carries me. But like I said, it was just some excuse to finally get over to Staten Island. And I forgot about this until right now, but there was a phone booth that I wanted to go look for. There was a bar nearby, or there's a bar like about a mile walking distance from the St. George terminal. So if I go back, I'll at least have that to think about. There were 11 payphones on the St. George terminal, which was kind of surprising, and most of them seemed to work. But there were a lot of unsavory characters hanging around these things. So maybe, I don't know, it wasn't a very inviting place to hang out. So it's 5:30, I'm going to start heading home. And hope I don't text anything stupid to my hot day for Saturday. My local bar is closing after 12 years. But I'm just going to pretend I don't know that. I happened to see it on social media somewhere that my friend who owns the bar posted the grand finale, and there's going to be live music every night between now and September 23rd, I think. I don't go to bars anymore. I should say it's my former local, because I just gave up on bars. I don't know how long it's been, like 6 or 7 months. That doesn't mean I quit drinking, of course. It just means I don't go to bars. I mean, I will go to a bar, but I used to make it kind of a focal point of my social life. And for a long time, that was fine. It was great. I made a lot of good friends that way, but somehow the crowds that I connect with these days just aren't the same. But there really was a crowd at my other local that everybody talks about it once in a while. There was just a once in a lifetime, really good group of people. And nobody hated each other, or if they did, it didn't matter. And the stripper that I dated for a little while, she was my last real connection to that scene. And that was about all we had in common. About all we had to work with was the bar scene. Nothing wrong with that, by the way. So I don't think I'm just going to act like I don't know the bar is closed. I can wait to hear about it some other way. Otherwise, it's a rain day and I've been staying in. And I get anxiety sitting at the desk for very long. So I came out anyway, even though it's raining, but it's not pouring, at least not yet. It's supposed to start pouring later. This is what's left of Dorian, the hurricane, tropical storm, whatever it is now. And I was concerned about that hitting Florida because my sister and her family lived down there. But the west coast of Florida was never even considered in danger. All right. So I'm anticipating meeting up with the woman tonight. I'm not going to say her name yet. I don't want to jinx it or leave a trail. But I'm pretty optimistic about this one. I've met up with a number of women from these dating apps and sites, and I'm not usually nervous. The last time when I actually did meet the woman, I got nervous, but that's just because of her. She made me feel awkward. I mean, I am naturally awkward. I am always awkward, as one woman once said to me. But this was a different kind of sensation. Anyway, enough about that. In reasonable, well, I don't know how reasonable this anticipation is, but given the possibility that she might come home with me, or I would go home with her, I straightened up my apartment and hid some things. I still had the surveillance camera was still pointing at my bed, and that would be a very weird first impression. But I mean, I'm not suggesting that I expect anything like this to happen tonight, but we're all adults here, and these things happen. So I obviously put the surveillance camera away, and I got rid of the recording gear that was in the bathroom, because that's hard to explain, or might be hard to explain. But in the course of doing all this, I found, what do you call it, a hair tie or a ponytail holder that it was left behind by the last woman I've been with, the woman who had been a stripper, and who I think was actually still doing more work than that in the sex biz, but that doesn't matter. She left that behind, and it's been like at least a year and a half. It took me to find it, but it was under a bunch of stuff, and it was caked in dust. So I flipped the dust off, and I put it into this wood box that I have. And the wood box contains photos and mementos of every woman I ever had strong feelings for. And while my feelings for this woman might have been strong, they weren't necessarily positive, but I have no hard feelings toward her. In the end, like I had extremely strong feelings for her at certain points. Like, she was all I thought about for a while, and it was a pretty unhealthy balance, but
I didn't have anything else to do in those days. I had nothing else going on. All I could do was sit and wait for her to respond to my texts. I was like a teenager about it. So, in the end, though, I think she was just trashy. But I don't say that as a negative, because trashy can be a lot of fun. There's lots of famous trash-talking women, right? There's a bartender near here who's famous for being trashy, and everybody loves her for it. So, just want to be clear on my usage of that word. I also bought myself a small bottle of vodka. This is in the eventuality that I go home with her, and she doesn't have liquor at home. She said she's a light drinker, but that she likes beer. And so we're meeting at the Grand Central Oyster Bar Saloon. That was my suggestion. It's one of my favorite spaces in Midtown. The beers kind of suck, but it's a classy space, old school New York. It took me a surprisingly long time to discover it, too. Because I only discovered it maybe 3 or 4 years ago. And I felt like I'd missed out on an era, because I got there and people were still asking for, I think his name was Eric, and he had been the bartender there for like 35 years, and he had just retired. And people is all anybody was talking about, and he'd been gone for like a month and a half already. So, anyway, that's a useless little anecdote, isn't it? I'm going to soldier on. I have a lead on a new-to-me payphone that I'm surprised I missed, because it's at a subway station I've been through many times. So I'm actually kind of skeptical that whoever posted it mistagged it or something, but I'll find out. And I was thinking of going to Staten Island yet again, because I discovered that my unlimited Metro card could get me all the way to, is it Tottenville? It's like the far end of Staten Island, via the Staten Island Railroad. And I with that cash money, the Metro card did not work on the Staten Island Railroad, but either they changed it or I was just wrong. So there's a new travel goal, right? This is Avenue D and East 9th Street. I'm walking around looking for prey again, of course, but I'm also trying to decide how or even if I'm going to try to explain this obsession there. We already had a brief discussion about prey, and she just wanted to make clear that I wasn't just if I was terribly religious, which made sense, a reasonable question in the context. And I said, no, not at all. I mean, the prey thing does stir a bit of religiosity in me, and it used to be a bigger thing. That used to be my primary draw. The words that I was etching just jumped out of me like neon signs coming out of these payphones and other services. But I made it clear, no, I'm not religious. I just admire people's determination in these type of pursuits, and I respect people's religion, whether they're still around or not. But I think we should talk about it, because this is the sort of thing in most of my encounters I've been hesitant to talk about. But in the last couple of years, it's like, this is me. If you don't like it, we might as well get this out of the way. And the last woman that I went out with wasn't really crazy about the subject. And she would just change the subject or just ignore me whenever I would say anything about it. So, I don't know. I think we did talk about it a little bit, but anyway, to the point, I want to get to know her. I want to understand where she's coming from, too. Checking in from Penn Station. And I wasn't counting, but it looks like they tore out more payphones than I realized. I think there are 7 left on this LIRR area by track 16.
So it's entirely possible they're going to just rip all of them out. I don't know. I could look up specs for the project, but I don't know. There's nothing I can do to change it anyway. I think I've walked off my nervousness about meeting this woman tonight. Just still looking forward to it, but just going to be myself. And I know people don't like that at times, but got to be honest about who I am, right? Trying to think of everything that I can remember about her without going back to read her profile again. She's very intelligent, very well-spoken, focused, both feet square on the ground. Studied at Stony Brook, although I don't think I asked her what she studied there. She works in the legal profession now, but she didn't study anything in the law. I don't think. I remember her volunteering that. I didn't ask her what she did study, but she volunteered that she's in the legal profession now, but not. She just sort of ended up there. And she had worked as a gemologist on 47th Street. And she's Asian, and she said that because she wasn't Jewish, she just wasn't fitting in. She could sort of see where her career wasn't really going to advance very far. So she managed to find some courses that her employer paid for to change profession. And now she works in Times Square. And I know she works in Times Square because there's a picture over there with the Walgreens right behind her. She's in I don't know, maybe a 10th floor. In the window behind her, you can see that 8-story Walgreens. And she's just a positive person who's happy with her life, and she's looking for somebody who's the same. And I'm going to try to be that, because with somebody like that in my life, maybe I will be a happier person. But I shouldn't be naive about that kind of thinking. A relationship doesn't change who you are any more than being in a position of authority. It doesn't change who you are. It just exacerbates all your good points and your bad qualities. That's what authority does. It doesn't change you. It just exaggerates all your character flaws and your character strengths. I went down to East Broadway, and here's a trivia question for you. What's the easternmost subway stop on Manhattan? And that will be East Broadway, the F train. And I found an old massacred payphone. It was a piece of shit. And I was taking pictures of it, and I saw this other woman standing by smiling. And as I moved on, she started taking pictures of it herself. And that's the kind of, people really do find payphones interesting, you know? It's not just me. And I see every single day on social media some people, dozens of people post something to the effect of, "Oh my God, this is awesome, I found a payphone." I wouldn't think most people make such a project out of hunting them down as I do, but maybe I shouldn't assume anything. Funny thing is, I'm talking on this old payphone, and I'm looking at a giant screen, the modern thing, and it's just spitting out Windows software errors one after another. And that's the kind of shit that is replacing payphones. I mean, this isn't one of those stupid kiosks, but it could be. I mean, it's the same vintage type of product that is replacing payphones now. These payphones had always been special to me because I believe that one of these was the first phone I ever used in New York. I came in on Amazon.